I'll just listen for now. But yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. Appreciate you for coming in, of course. And yeah, because I'm addressing some conversations that I devoted a couple days to about a week ago, and just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with man, it was like two or three individuals on here, and I would love if they would show up. We could actually have that conversation, but I kind of know how it's going to go, to be honest, because it's already been going that way. The one guy that was the tribe guy, I've kind of have been wanting to block people in 2023, and other people who I do disagree with, but I still respect them immensely. I've been wanting to be a little more graceful in the way that we have conversations and exchange information, and just really trying to find a way to appreciate them as a person, appreciate their information, but still, give pushback on areas of where um it just doesn't work. Again, it's so for instance, group economics. You could probably start a group economics community with 5 people, 10 people, 50 people, 100 people. Once you start getting beyond 100 people, you're going to have multiple levels of complexity that need to be governed and managed, and um you're going to need some type of judiciary board to oversee it, because there's
Yeah.
going to be conflicts, and you need neutral parties. So I say all that to say this: some good ideas work really, really good in small groups, but as you add more and more people to them, the complexity starts to weigh down. The weight of the complexity can destroy the thing, simply because it becomes so complicated. And that may be what we're seeing in Twitter Spaces with some of these groups that grew really, really fast. They seem to have gotten a lot of membership, and or people who are repping whatever their group is, and then you start to see the group fracturing, falling apart, people not participating as much, and then outright conflict. It's probably because of the weight of the complexity of trying to build a group or an organization or a village or a community, whatever you want to call it. Over time, um, sometimes, because there is internal conflict, it becomes too much, for some people to be able to sustain it. And part of that is you need leadership. I know a lot of people like to say there is no leader. However, if you're going to build organizations that are sustainable, you have to have leaders. You have to have a hierarchy of leadership that people actually do respect, and they um, adhere to the rules within the organization. You can have that old term, everybody wants to be a chief. You just can't have an organization full of chiefs. It's never going to work out. Just never. Over time, it's just never going to work out. So um a lot of us look back to some of the 1960s, 70s black liberation organizations, and if you really look at them, what you'll find is they had a leadership structure. um, they might have had different leaders in different parts of the country, different hubs or different satellite Like in the biker world, they're called clubhouses. There's a national clubhouse, and then there's all these satellite
Hey,
clubhouses.
Black, you sound like you in the Matrix, man.
Oh, really, really? Oh, you know what? Okay. In that case, let me get some co-hosts to hold the space, and then I don't see Miss Rella in here yet. Let's see. Now last week when I tried to do co-host, it wouldn't let me keep a co-host, but I'm gonna drop in and drop out if the vocals are
All
all
right.
messed up. All right. See if this thing will let me back in. Shit, bro. See if you'll let me back in. Let me back in. Maybe if I go to the actual spaces, I can see that space up and popping. Maybe, maybe not. I may have to go to my actual page. Man, this tech is so janky. Janky spanky. Which wanky wanky? It's all good. I'm not even going into the let's just reconnect, bro. Not even getting into that.
System of federalism, how it works, and how we can take supermajority and political control of several states. Yeah. Hey, Black, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you. Let me see if I can get a second go just so I can have somebody in here while we're running. Um oh man, I was just about to say something. I lost the thought already. Yeah, oh, I was talking about the biker in the biker world and in other organizations, they even though they'll have a national location or a national house, and then they'll have satellite houses, and they'll have an on the ground leader in that particular location, but they ultimately all coordinate their efforts with the main national leader, whatever you want to call that person. And so that's a part of building organizations. It's got to be a part of us building um some type of black empowerment in this country. I know in some circles, not everybody, but in some circles people like to say the code is the leader, and that's great. I think a code is a mantra. Code is like a set of rules. Maybe a code is a standard of conduct. However, a leader is a leader. um and I think part of that whole thing of you can't have a tribe with all chiefs is that some individuals unfortunately seem not to want to be leaders, but they seem to want to be dictators. And so there has to be a distinction made with that, in as much as a leader is someone who is serving the people. They're giving to their people. They're guiding. Maybe they're really intelligent, and they're adding a lot of intelligent strategies and thoughts and whatever opinions to the organization. But a really strong leader understands that they're not the smartest person in the room, that they surround themselves with people who are much more empathetic, much smarter. They have much greater skills in technology and in the political system, et cetera, et cetera. Um, so that they're essentially a coach who's recruiting um, talent in order to ensure that the team wins. Um, and to me, that would be a successful organization structure for leadership to move forward in Black America, in any whatever the political thing was. Um, I think looking at the way it is now, it would be considered decentralized. And essentially, what decentralized organizations are is you have a lot of different individuals running around doing individual things. It's not necessarily coordinated, but they all may have a similar understanding of where things need to go. And I think that that is probably the best system for Black America today because, you know, much like Fred Hampton, I believe, was saying that you kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill a revolution. I think that was proven not to be 100% accurate because they had an organization that they dismantled either by assassination or incarceration. And if and there were, and not to say that there weren't, because there were hundreds if not thousands of other smaller organizations in different parts of the country, but um I think today having all of these different organizations in different parts of the country is a positive thing. Getting them all to the same understanding sometimes creates internal conflict because one group wants to use one term, another group wants to use another term, another group wants to use another term, this group wants to use that term. And so you end up having this conflict over terms, um, which are describing the same people and really in the grand scheme of things are not moving things forward as far as it seems based on the level of conflict. The conflict's disproportionate to the advancement of Black America. And when I say Black America, I'm only talking about the lineage. I'm talking about native born, original Black Americans that have been here, ancestors have been here, not the illegal or legal group of people that have come over here. I consider them foreigners. I don't call them Black at all. I didn't grow up calling those people Black, and I don't know how somewhere along the way they started becoming Black, I guess, or not, or using it when it was convenient, and who knows what that's about. But it's pretty clear that for Black America to survive, we've got to focus all of our energy on us. And I just saw this beautiful video out of Chicago. Someone had actually texted me about it, and then I was able to see it. It's a Black woman in Chicago in the Woodlawn section, essentially putting the mayor who knew is up for election here next month, the end of next month, putting her on notice that not only did they not want these illegal, and I don't know why people are calling them migrants, they're illegal immigrants, but putting these illegal immigrants into their Black community and saying, we don't want that, we're not okay with it, we're against it, but also telling her flat out, we're not voting for you. So salute to that Black woman and the group that was with her, standing there to give her support. This is something that America hasn't seen in a long time, and each time that they see it, the first reaction is going to be to try to label us as racist, and that is a tactic. Um, it's really disrespectful that they use that tactic. I love Miss Rella when we had the white guy come into space yesterday in her space, and she dressed him down in the most patient way, the most intelligent way. And actually, I was actually like, because I kind of knew where it was going. And if it was this space, I couldn't be that gracious to that guy. But I love the way she did it. She handled it expertly. Because at the very end of it, he literally was speechless and had no thing to say. And when these people charge racism, we already know you got to have power to be a racist, which we don't. Um, but when we're actually trying to protect, and that woman made it very very clear, the resources, the lack of resources, the desire to protect the resources, is just like the black man in New York who was calling out the Asian landlords and their treatment of and not just the landlords. I think he talked about the stores and other areas in that community where he's dealing with this particular group of people. That's our reality, and we got to stand on it. We got to stand firm on it. We got to let these people know. We can't let them change the narrative to a situation where they're calling us racist. Um, and even if they do, like honestly, who cares what they have to say? Quite literally, who gives a damn about what they have to say? I personally don't care, but I believe that it must be addressed. Um, not every time, but certainly when it's a public display, like in that situation where people wanted to get under that post and essentially try to declare that we are racist for wanting to protect our neighborhoods and our communities from illegal immigrants who are here to steal not just the resources, the jobs. They want to build businesses. They essentially want to gentrify them out, take over everything. And 10 years down the road, when black people are moving out of the city, moving out of that area, um, no one's gonna give a damn. No one's gonna care. No one's gonna write a check or and again, I think Chicago is. I think I was in a space where they talked about the mayor of Chicago asking the governor for millions of dollars, tens of millions, 50 million, 100. I mean, I forget what the number was, but it's a significant amount of money to pay for all this. They're not writing that check to pay for us to have adequate housing, um, to have businesses within the community that we can support, to create an ecosystem, an economy within that community. So I have no sympathy for those people. I salute the sister, salute that community for standing up, and um, I've heard some really good arguments against the whole reverse racism BS that's out there. But it's so. Oh, thank you for putting that up there. Yeah, that's it interesting enough, it's a Hispanic woman who posted it. I don't know if she's a reporter or like a local reporter or whatever, but um and a matter of fact, in that post there was some other person, another woman with a Mexican sounding name. I think they kept mentioning the little village, and she was saying how it's a different group of Hispanics and they would not. She was essentially saying they would not get along with that group of Hispanics. So, oh God. So you have the city where the Hispanics can't even get along with each other. And this is where the black woman was telling them. She was send them over there, send them over to the Little China, send them over to the northern part of Chicago, which is likely where the white people live. Um, but even this Hispanic person is coming in there saying, "Oh no, don't send them over here." It's like, damn, them is your people. You should be rolling out the red carpet for your people like that or whatever. Y'all speak the
Hey,
Spanish.
see, but like that's the thing. You would notice that a lot of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans and Cubans, a lot of times they don't get along. I mean, there is division among the Hispanic people, especially among the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, and the Cubans. I think those are the biggest three divisions in the Hispanic community.
Yeah, now the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans. What the Cubans are in Florida. That's what I understand. Where are the
Right.
Puerto Ricans in New York and Philly? I guess they're like
Yes,
East Coast.
know, Puerto Rico, of course, they have their own island. Puerto Rico, it's not a state, but it's a territory of the United States. So they have Puerto Ricans have special rights. They have more rights than your average Hispanic person. Well, I mean that they can come from Puerto Rico and go to the United States anytime they want to. But yeah, they're in New York, Philadelphia, New Jersey, and Florida. That's where most Puerto Rican, they stay on mostly on the East Coast. That's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
speaking of Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans, I think it was Jamal Bowen who's in New York and he's married to a Puerto Rican, from what I understand. But he put up legislation to allow Puerto Ricans to vote on whether or not to become a state. I don't know if that made it out of the House and
Well,
in the Senate.
they vote on that. In Puerto Rico, they vote on if they should become a state or stay as they are almost every 2 or 3, 4 years, and they always vote not to become a state. That's almost, I think, every 2, 4 years.
Yeah, because I was posting about that a couple years ago when DC was really pushing their statehood. But I think the last time, I think from what I remember, I think it was fairly close. Um, and but there was some point which I don't. It doesn't matter to me, but there was some like sticking point as to why the people didn't vote for it. However, I think like you saying they keep doing it. I think that there is going to be a time where they actually do. I think that there's been either an education or because there's been some corruption down there, and then they had that. I'm pretty sure they had that issue with the hurricanes during Trump's. Matter of fact, they had the crazy thing about that. The image of Trump throwing paper towels at people. The U.S. Virgin Islands, which is a majority, like 85% black island territory of the U.S., they also suffered under that hurricane. But there was really very little national press given to the U.S. Virgin Islands during that time. It was all given to Puerto Rico. Um, but I think situations like that could push them in the direction of statehood.
Right.
Representation, the ability to vote, having senators in Congress. I mean, there's so many more benefits to it than just remaining a territory. Um, yeah.
Yeah. See, the way it works, I'm about 95% sure, right? The way it works, once the people of Puerto Rico vote favorably to become a state, and then the government of Puerto Rico, they have to put in their application to this to the federal government or the Congress, and then Congress vote on if Puerto Rico should become a state or not. It has to be I don't know if it has to be supermajority or
Mm,
I'm not quite
interesting.
sure about that. But I think the Congress has the final say on if Puerto Rico can become a state or not.
Okay, because I'm looking at the article. It was 233 to 191. 16 Republicans voted for it. And this was just a month ago, back in December. So it did make it through the House. I guess it's on the way to the Senate. Biden is someone who would sign this if it became legislation. But they have three options: full statehood, independence, sovereignty, and free association with the U.S. They say Marshall Islands, Federated States of Micronesia, and Papua or have this free association with the U.S. I've never actually heard of that. That's actually pretty interesting. Sovereignty and free association with the U.S. I wonder what that even means. I'll definitely have to look into that. They're saying in the Senate it's likely to fall short of approval in the 50-50 Senate. Um, but if it only needs 51 votes, wouldn't Camila, whatever, wouldn't she be the deciding factor if it only needs 51 votes? You would think.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, it's 3.2 million people there. They've been a territory since 1898. The last referendum was in November 2020. 53% votes for statehood. So they actually did kind of vote for it back then. That's what I knew it was close.
What, what year was this?
2020,
Oh,
53% voted for statehood.
okay, that's 2 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. Um,
So now the Puerto Rican government has to apply for statehood, and then it has to go through Congress.
yeah. So this is interesting too. This attorney for Puerto Rico is saying approval by the House is inconsequential, like the approval of previous bills in 1998 and 2010. So like you're saying, they've been trying to get statehood for at least a few decades now. Um, I wonder what the
But
holdup
I
is.
learned to me, what I learned is there's actually a really big opposition to Puerto Rico becoming a state. I mean, in Puerto Rico, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans. I say maybe a third of them. I mean, they are like hard line. They want to be independent country. You know, I say that's like 30%, 33% of the country or of the island. So so 53% of the citizens want to become a state. You know, that's not well, it's a majority, but it's not a super majority. But maybe yeah.
Yeah, this is so interesting because this really, we talk about black majority states. We talk about taking the authority from the state and having this protection underneath the U.S. Constitution, working within the fabric of the Union. Um, there's a lot of protections that provides. But like you're saying, some people, like this person saying, it's crucial for me that any proposal in Congress to decolonize Puerto Rico be informed and led by Puerto Ricans, and that sounds like he wants independence, is what that sounds like. Um, so it's interesting that you still have people down there who say they want to be independent. When you look at Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, I mean, you look at all those islands down there, and Puerto Rico's not a big island. It's like, I guess medium sized, if you want to call it that. 3 million people is not a lot of people either. I don't know what they think they stand to gain by becoming independent in the middle of the Caribbean when you have this huge, giant, megalithic United States, surrounding, because quite literally, the U.S. surrounds everything. I mean, I don't care what it is in this hemisphere. The U.S. is surrounding everything. They got submarines in the water, naval ships, aircraft carriers, fucking jets. Um, it just seems counterintuitive to want to be this independent, quote unquote, island in the middle of nowhere. Um,
Right. And then like you have, I'd say 25% of the population, they want to keep things, keep things as they are, where, they sort of have their independence as a territory. However, they can come and go, between the United States and Puerto Rico anytime they want to. So for those 20%, they feel like they have the best of both worlds. You sort of have your own independence, but if things get bad in Puerto Rico, you can come and work in New York or wherever. You can do anything you want to. So that's why so you got those three options that they have. I mean, they're great options to have. I mean, but just having a consensus of which one they want. I mean, it's gonna take a lot of education and leadership to point these people to the best direction for Puerto Rico and the Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, because the first thing I would think, again, because I love the U.S. Virgin Islands, partly because there's no passport required. You can just get on a plane and be there. It's fair. It's not crazy expensive to buy property is, but to just spend like a few months there or whatever, it's relatively affordable. And it's like I said, 85% black people, which I don't. And that's another good question. I don't know if they're considered Americans. Just like the Puerto Ricans.
Well, they are because they can come to America anytime they want to. The population in the Virgin Islands, they can come, and live in Virginia. A lot of Virgin Island people live in Virginia, especially in the Tidewater area. People from Bermuda, that. So I've met a lot of friends from the Virgin Islands. I went to school with people from the Virgin Islands, and they are citizens of the United States.
Okay, that makes sense, and so that's even more empowering to why I have a soft spot for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and it's a place that I would love to visit. At least once a year. Um, and knowing that they got American credentials, they're American citizens. Awesome. They got an island accent. Okay, but they are Americans. Um,
Right.
I could not imagine wanting to be an independent nation. Where do you get your food, your water? Like in especially in case of these hurricanes when they come through and they destroy everything or significant portions of things. How do you sustain that? You're going to go into debt with loans. You're going to get global, like what I mean. Um, and then someone alerted me to the woman because we talked about her. There was an attorney general in the USVI who she brought a case against the Epstein Island, which was in the Virgin Islands, um, and she won. She won like $105 million against Epstein estate, and then when she flipped and went towards J.P. Morgan, and this has just happened over the past few weeks. Biden took a surprise vacation to the U.S. Virgin Islands, a Christmas vacation, supposedly, but he was really down there laying down the law. Um, and they ended up the governor who whatever I'm assuming the governor's elected down there, but he was able to fire the attorney general because they're not a state and because they don't have the normal impeachment processes that a state would have. So they got rid of her because she was successful in one case, would likely be successful in this case. And, global white supremacy, white degeneracy is going to protect their banks, their corporations, their institutions in that way.
Hey, Black, look, now, the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico as territory of the United States, but they're not states. Uh, Americans coming to live in Puerto Rico, they have certain limits.
Mm.
Uh, Now, you have certain limits as an American from the United States coming to live in Puerto Rico. But once Puerto Rico becomes a state, now, Puerto Rico cannot discriminate against any American citizen because they have to, they got a equal protection law. They have to follow all the laws of the U.S. Constitution once they become a state.
You know,
But right now, as
mhm.
a territory, they can do certain things it can be harder for Americans from the mainland to buy. I mean, you can buy land, but it's a little bit more expensive, or they have special taxes for you, or they just make it a little bit more difficult to buy land or own or start a business or own a property in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that's interesting. And that okay, so if you're a US citizen, it's difficult because the thing about Delaware that is advantageous is that they house like 60% of US corporations, and a big chunk of their revenue comes from the taxes from those corporations. I remember posting a story how Puerto Rico was becoming a tax haven for corporations, and just like in Delaware, we had someone come into a space a couple weeks ago. He was asking about the corruption. I never got to respond to that, but wherever you have big business, anywhere on the planet, big white corporations, you're gonna have corruption. That's just they go hand in hand. They're married together, married at the hip. Um, so we got to kind of take that into account. But I remember also in Puerto Rico stories of corruption in the government as well. So it could be that the people that are fighting for independence or fighting for whatever, remaining whatever that is, that sovereign free association, they may be the people who see it as we can be a little bit more corrupt, and maybe they fear by becoming a state they lose some of the ability to have that level of corruption in the way that they want to have it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. Look, once they become a state, now they have the federal government has oversight
Hmm.
on everything that happens in Puerto Rico. Yeah, and look, as a territory of the U.S., the advantage of starting a corporation in Puerto Rico is that you don't pay any federal taxes. I think that's the only or the main advantage of starting a corporation in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, interesting. Shout out to Sean, Nigel, Sony, Sunny, Miss Goddess. Shout out to Miss Goddess. I believe she's a Buffalo, and Damar Hamlin, who's a native of my hometown and played up there in Buffalo, is seemingly in his recovery. And I believe the last thing I read was he was off the breathing tube and was on FaceTime with the team. So that is a beautiful, blessed sign. I spent last night posting sudden. It led me into there's a sudden death hashtag, which is a very sad sad timeline to go down. But then also NFL players who have died over the last year. I went back into January 2022, and I must have posted at least 30 athletes, most NFL players. Most were from cardiac heart issues. A few, either died in some tragic accident or some violent act, maybe one or two, but most of them were young, very young, and died suddenly, which is scary, 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 scary stuff. I think one of the posts said the average. I think they did a study of like 500 deaths, and they averaged. I think they were under 50 years of age when they died, and most of them it wasn't. It was like something, how they point to CTE, but most of it was like heart condition stuff. Um, so it's crazy, man. Like that's one of those sports, and you spend all that. They spend all of that time training their bodies, their physical body, training, training, training. Um, and I believe that they're in the best shape. They're world class, health nuts, and whether it's the collision nature of the sport, the way that they work out. I hate to think that anything nefarious is going on. Like what happened in baseball or whatever a few years back, but it just seems like there's definitely a pattern of death for these athletes that should be investigated. It should be figured out why these young athletes are experiencing this seemingly high rate of death, um, outside of whatever other health issues they may have.
Hey, Black, you also see this among the bodybuilders
Mm,
and also UFC fighters as well.
UFC, wow.
So
I
to me,
hmm
it has to do with taking performance enhancing
that's what I'm
type
really
of
not wanting. I'm
supplements.
really not wanting to say that. I'm really not wanting, but I know what you're saying.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm thinking.
I was trying, I was hinting around that, but I'm hoping that that's not it. Um, because I think they're known for doing. I think they're known for testing for that stuff. Because I know they do suspend players for that. Um, so I'm kind of hopeful that that's not what it is. But at the same
Well, this
time,
is this would happen to me. This what happens after they retire from football or whatever, right? And they still want to keep their body image up.
mm,
So that's when they start going into the hard supplements because they just want to keep that image. I mean, if you look at, I was looking at what's the guy's name? Was Skip? What's his name? Oh my gosh,
mm,
Shannon Sharp. Yeah, I mean, if you look at that guy, he still looks pretty good. So to
yeah,
me,
he
he's
looks
taking
phenomenal.
something
He looks phenomenal.
to keep his body image, you know, like he's still playing in the NFL.
Yeah, he is cut up. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
I saw a picture of him recently flexing. So he definitely has the look. Um,
right.
I don't know if they're all like that. I've seen some that they eat, like especially some of them O lines where they eat. They get three fit whatever. They get way up there, and then after a few years, because they're not eating as hard, eating as heavy, they tend to drop a lot of weight, because their thing was never to be muscular, it was just to be big. um
Right.
but it could be part of it is just habit, routine, and like you said, wanting to maintain that look. um I don't know, some of these, like I said, there's so many of them from this last year. Like I don't whether I was not paying attention before, but it's alarming, the number. And it's, it was black, white, it was different races or whatever, and some of them were even college football players or whatever. which makes me, lean towards there's some other thing there. And it's got and again, it seems more recent. Maybe, in my opinion, the COVID, whether it's the jab or the actual virus itself showing up in populations, because even me feeling like I had it, I never got tested for it, I never tested positive, but feeling like I had it, at least in the way back in the beginning, and then possibly recently, like a month or so ago, or a couple of months ago when I was sick. It makes me think that, because I had issues of, just feeling like my something in my chest, my heart was thumping a little weird. It felt like, I had a 5 pound weight sitting on my chest, even though I'm sitting up driving down the road, stuff like that. Just a weird feeling that would come and go. It wasn't like a permanent thing. And I had no other symptoms. I wasn't sick at the time at all. This was like, between the two times where I got sick, once in 2019 and then in 2022, about 2 years apart, almost 3 years apart. Um, I was feeling those different, like, heart palpitation, weird, and I started thinking maybe it's the vibration of the truck. But I've been driving these trucks for 20 years. I never felt that. You know what I'm saying? So, um, never got the vaccine, never would. And so it's making me think that if someone, because you know how they would always say people were carriers, they would have it, but they wouldn't show any symptoms even. So is it possible that people have exposure to it? They never got the symptoms of it, but whatever it does inside your body, affects everybody differently. That's 100% for sure, that it may have had some effect on some of these people, and just because they're in contact sports, or maybe they have a history of concussion, or whatever. I mean, who knows what it is. Maybe
And
because
so,
when
and
you
so
Mhm.
hey, Black. So you're saying in the past 2 years since COVID started, right? You say you never got the vaccine, right? So there were never any limitation on unvaccinated people in America, where, let's say, you had to have your vaccination card, right? And if you
Whew.
want to go to, like, if you want to work, if you want to go to a grocery store,
Oh
if you
God,
want to
bro.
go into a bar, a restaurant, a nightclub, or any of these establishments, right? You have to have your vaccine card, because that's what I had to do in Southeast Asia. I had to take my card, my vaccination card, everywhere I go, and if I don't have it, they won't let me inside the store or the restaurant, or even a government agency. They just won't let you in.
Hey, thank God for the U.S. Constitution, right? So what you
Yeah.
had was, you had states. You had the governor in New York telling Trump, if you bring federal troops here, it's like an invasion. It's like you're declaring war. The governor in California said essentially the same thing. It would be an act of war if you tried to come here and dictate to our people what to do. So what you had was certain industries, like the airline industry, some hospitals in certain parts of the country were trying to force their staff to take the vaccine. It was really industry specific, and really based on different states, and even in some areas, like the local city government would make the decision. So that's one of the good things about America, is it's not a dictator system, a unitarian government where centralized power tells everybody else what to do. People were able to make decisions in their own localities. And so what ultimately ended up happening, and I was going back and forth with a few different people about it, they would sue, go to federal court and sue, and it took some time, but eventually they were all declared unconstitutional. All of those mandates that they forced people to take were ultimately proven to be unconstitutional. I think the airline pilots are suing one of the airlines because of it now, because I think many of them took it in sports, unfortunately. Other than Kyrie and a few others, there were a few other standouts, but Kyrie was made the example. Most athletes in these big three, which got a lot of black players, they took it. Um, and so it was all this pressure. Like over here, it was more like political pressure. Like it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated, and they would just repeat that over and over and over again. And then people were saying unvaccinated people should be charged and arrested. It's all political mind games. And if you just stood firm, like with my job, and at the time I was medical delivery, they put out a feeler. So they said, well, we're not sure if we're going to require it, but we want to know where you stand. And it was like, just answer 3 questions. Would you take it? Blah, blah, blah. And so I'd said, no, absolutely not.
Hey, Black, your mic.
Damn it.
Adjust your mic.
Damn it. Okay, I got to go in and come out because that's the only.
No, actually, I hear you now.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, because I don't, what's so
No,
crazy?
no, it's the same
It's
again.
the same. Okay.
Go ahead, man.
All right, I'm going to go in and come out.
All right.
Dang it. Bangladesh. Twitter tech sucks. It sucks so bad. And it just won't get better. There's no getting better. It's permanently screwed. Here we go. Try to reconnect. Reconnect. Okay.
Are you back?
Yep. I'm back. So
okay.
So my job is like, we gonna ask you these questions, ask everybody these questions, see how many people were gonna basically leave the job because they got drivers. We're delivering. I mean, we're making physical deliveries. They need the drivers more than anything, and they came. It seemed like they came to the understanding that they were gonna lose drivers. So what they ended up doing was they said, okay, we're gonna give you guys 3 months to get jabbed up, essentially. And I started looking into, I was like, oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. We're on Twitter and I'm going back and forth with people. People started talking about religious exemptions. So I started doing a deep dive into religious exemptions. And as it turned out, there were some templates of exemptions that were being accepted around the country. And so what I did, and I sent it to a couple of other drivers, was I said, okay, well, let me put in this religious exemption one way or the other. Um, whether they decide to go that way or not, I'll have my religious exemption in, so essentially, there's nothing they can do after that. And so I did. I filled it out. I changed wording to make it fit, my life, my existence, my beliefs, and they accepted it. They really had no choice but to accept it, but I made it very clear that it would be a constitutional issue had they not accepted it, that there would be a lawsuit coming behind it. So, yeah.
Hey, Black, look, like here in Southeast Asia, I mean, 2021 was a very difficult year. I remember, they had military roadblocks everywhere.
Crazy.
So, they'll stop you and say, "Hey, where you going? What's your business in this place or wherever?" And, I say I'm going to the grocery store, or I'm going to buy medicine or buy gas or whatever. Crazy. And you have to have your residence card, right? And that shows where you live and you had to be you can only stay out between 7, what they call it, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is the what they call it,
The
oh my gosh,
curfew.
yeah, yeah, curfew, yeah. From 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. curfew, and you have to do all your business between 7 to 7,
Mm.
and then after 7, you have to be in your house for the rest of the night.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was really weird. It was definitely like a police state in 2021.
You know what that reminds me? So again with the company, they gave us a letter. They were like, "This is your letter to show to law enforcement if you ever get pulled over." And it basically stated that we were delivering medical products that were required. Essentially, the trucking industry was exempt from any road restrictions that they may have put up. I don't believe they ever really did. Maybe like the first week or so, they may have kind of did something like that. But for the most part, you were free to travel. The thing was, in my area, my state, no public places were allowed to be open. So that's bars, restaurants. The restaurants that were open had to be takeout only. Um, and so you couldn't go to a sit down restaurant and eat. You couldn't go to a bar and drink, bowling alleys, things like that. So a lot of small businesses went out of business because they either didn't get the PP loans in time, they couldn't get the PPP loans, or um, they just flat out decided to cash in and get out of business. I saw that with a lot of local mom and pop restaurants in this area. There was one that was on the news because they refused to close. People were still showing up. They were still serving people. The local authorities ended up shutting them down, trying to charge them with something. The lady went to court and all of that, blah blah blah, whatever. But it was like Chick-fil-A, Walmart, and then and it was the thing where they wanted you to keep the 6 feet. That was the whole thing. They were pushing that 6 feet, 6 feet distance. So you had to maintain this 6 feet bubble. And in some stores, they were only letting in a certain amount of customers at a time. Um, I think they had special times for senior citizens during like the early mornings or something like that. So it was all again like slightly restrictive, but not like police state restrictive. The thing that I remember most was the roads. There because people were getting unemployment. And they extended unemployment, I think, to a year because my son got it for a year. That a lot of people just didn't have to work, so they ended up just staying home. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people didn't have to pay their rent, so a lot of landlords ended up they couldn't evict people because of the moratorium. So after that moratorium finally lifted, people hadn't paid rent for a year and a half or whatever it was, and they just kept the money and ran with it. You know what I mean? The government was giving out some money to landlords, but not. It was like once a year or something like that. So it wasn't like it was gonna keep the property sustained because you had to apply for it and all of that. So there was a lot of issues here, but it wasn't police state issues. It was more like working within the framework of a free society, as free as it is, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. And look, and also it was mandatory to not only wear the we call it the you had to wear the face mask,
Mask.
the plastic face mask,
Yes.
and the mask over your face. So I had to wear two
Mm,
types of
the plastic.
covering over my face.
Wow. Wow, that is so crazy. We had the face mask.
Uh huh.
The craziest shit I remember seeing is people wearing plastic gloves, nylon gloves, opening
Right.
their car door, getting in their car, driving with the steering wheel, and then eating the fast food that they just picked up with the gloves on that they just used to touch every fucking nasty surface that they. It's just like these people were. There's some psychotic people out there, but I remember some of the first pictures of people in the shopping market. I posted some of these wackos with like garbage cans over their head and fucking gas masks, empty plastic like those comforter bags that they come in. I mean, people were it was Wackoville for the first because people didn't nobody know what to do. And yeah, those masks. I had to wear those masks, man. That's hard to do when you're lifting boxes, you know, huffing and puffing with that mask on. It puts a lot of stress on your breathing. It takes a while to get used to that. Um, Man, that was a crazy time. Crazy time. Whew. Damn. The thing about the roads that was so cool as a driver, there was no cars on the road. I mean, any time of the day. And people were doing 100 plus 150 sometimes because there was times where I tried to do 80 to keep up 80 90. They were soon just leaving. And there were a lot of accidents as you know we were coming out of it and people were getting back to work and more traffic and people were still used to driving that fast. There were a lot of accidents because of that, but I for me as a driver, I miss having just like open highway. You know what I mean? Damn, bro, I miss
Right.
that shit.
Hey, look, Black, you mentioned about how your company gave you a letter so that you can travel, you have free travel.
Mm,
Well, during that time in 2021, I actually went to the mayor's office and asked for a letter so I can have freedom to travel after the 7 p.m. curfew.
mm.
And it's some it's a bit of corruption. You had to pay money,
Damn.
but that gave me the opportunity to do the things I need to do after curfew. And so when the military, when they stopped me on the street, I had this letter that said I had an essential business, and they said, okay, thank you, and they just let me go about my business.
That is, I mean, again, that's part of my reasoning for not wanting to leave the U.S. is that those type of interactions where here, I mean, any interaction with the law enforcement could go sideways, but I've been here long enough. I've dealt with it long enough. I feel like I can get my way through a traffic stop without, you know, um, putting my life in danger. Understanding that if they want to cause harm, they're going to cause harm regardless, right? So, but being in a foreign country, for me, I just don't. I just feel like it would go left. It would go in a way that there's just no control in that situation. So, um,
I guess because I've been living here so long, to me, I think being a foreigner, you have a huge advantage
mm,
because every entity, every institution, every corporation, every bank seem to treat foreigners different from their local population. And
yeah,
my
that's
my wife
interesting.
noticed it, my kids noticed. So yeah, this so yeah, so it's I don't know. I feel like I have some privileges, but you're right. If someone didn't like me or whatever, they can really, they can take advantage of me because I'm a foreigner. I'm not a, citizen of the country. But
Mm, that's scary.
yeah,
Yeah, and for me, it's like with this beard, I look like the Taliban. You know what I'm saying? Like, I swear to goodness, I always be like, if I was in one of them countries, they probably kill me and take my passport, man. You know what I'm saying? Miss Giselle.
Yeah, no, I was like, that's a major thing. I had somebody that I knew who traveled out of the country.
Mm.
He took his daughter out of the country, and it was somebody who was in one of these spaces, and we was talking about it. And he took his daughter out of the country, and they ended up coming down with COVID.
Oh damn.
The daughter was able to. He got some documents or something from in the country to kind of slide through the cracks,
Mm.
but they had the stuff uploaded in a computer system for his illness. So they made him stay. He had to send his daughter without him back home. First of all, I couldn't do that with a teenager. I would not trust my child leaving like that. But a lot of our people, they kind of got stuck in the midst of this crap. But he ended up, like he said, that he came back to the airport and he had bought like a fake, COVID approval, whatever.
Oh wow.
And when he came in, they said your stuff was already in the system, but his test, thank goodness, when they took it again, it came back as negative. So I hope it was like a false positive.
Wow.
Whatever the case may be, he was able to get out of that country.
Wow.
But they wouldn't even, they was making him have to pay for like weeks at a time at the daggone villa he was at in India. They was really ripping people off. Like our people who was traveling, not to mention those. Like, remember when the people got stuck on the boats?
Oh yeah.
That
The
was some scary
cruise
shit
liners.
too.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, actually,
Never get on a cruise ship.
I left I left Southeast Asia, went back to America, and then when I came back, I had to be quarantined for 10 days in a hotel.
Fuck that, bro.
So even though I was negative and everything, but I still had to do the 10-day quarantine at a hotel. And they do that for all foreigners. It doesn't matter if you're a tourist or you have permanent residency. When you come back to the Philippines, you have to do the quarantine for 10 days.
Yeah. Like, and what noticed with the changes after COVID, once we were able to go back outside, things changed. Like, we wouldn't see the differences, like the purple lights in the street. Y'all notice those in your areas? Like the light poles, and it's reflecting like that purple light. Is that happening in your state?
Yeah, those are. Do you talking about the LED lighting?
Those are not LEDs. Those they was like, well, we don't know what's going on with the lights, because it was on the news. People was reporting it. They thought it was for the Ravens here, and then we found out it wasn't. They was like, we don't know what's going on with the lights. That changed, and also now with the rats being sold as food up in New York, and this reveal, I know China was talking about like their first, during this time, they revealed that they had their first restaurant for human consumption. Like, you can consume humans, you can eat humans. And then they tried to say, oh, it was a joke. See, it was a joke. But it came out as a normal story. Now they're saying here in the States is some stuff going on with human meat. Like, that's some weird stuff. But who am I, right? They got rats for sale to eat up in the supermarket in New York. Who would have ever thought?
Oh wow. Yeah, there was a story down in where some southern place. I wish I knew the town, but there was a whole news report. But I guess a guy who was picking up food there for some holiday, I think it was Christmas even or New Year's, but it was some type of fish place or chicken place, chicken shack, whatever. It was owned by foreigners, of course, and there, he goes into the back where they're cooking the food. They got those aluminum pans full of food all over the floor. They're walking through, and like in the report, they said some of them didn't have shoes on, but I saw a bunch of those. what do they call those plastic slipper thing? Crocs. Yeah. So a lot of them were in Crocs. And he's like, "What the, what's going on in here? What's happening? What y'all got? What's going on?" And he's trying to get, pictures of it, whatever. And then there's a black woman that's with him, and she's like, "Come here, look over here, look over here." He goes around the corner, and there's a mouse in the middle of the store, just chilling, like just sitting there chilling, like eating whatever he's doing. Like he picked something up and was eating it, but had no fear of humans being in their space. And she was like, "Man, no, that thing lives here. He's comfortable, way too comfortable."
I saw that. I heard that, and they had the food all over the floor in the back of the store. Is that one?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh my god! And it's so ridiculous. They eat like that in their country, and this is the difference. Us here, we're the clean ones. The white people were dirty. They've always been dirty. We were the ones that taught them how to be clean. We like our people, even in their huts. I mean, I ain't gonna say huts, in their slave quarters, they kept the spots clean. And that was like a huge thing. Like they were clean. The only thing that they had to deal with was rats and stuff. But even when you go to the hood back in the day, nowadays they don't have people to clean up the trash like they do in all of the other communities. But they try to keep our neighborhoods look like that's just how we are. And that's never been the case, because I know some people in the hood and their spots were always like the cleanest on the planet, because they don't want bugs. They have a cat to make sure they don't have no rats. They do. We the ones that did that type of stuff. It's these Neanderthals type of stuff. People that come through and they were just barbaric. We weren't like that. But these other races of people, even look at the Chinese joints. Have you ever been around the way the stores didn't start off that way? But over the years, they were able to become like slums, like the homes that they, like the apartment buildings they were buying.
Yeah, that store, it was in Indiana, either Indianapolis or what's the other big city? I got family that live out there. I want to say Fort Wayne.
Yeah, it was Indianapolis.
Indianapolis. Okay. Yeah. And because the black lady who was like the local representative was on the news with the community, and you kind of got the sense that, like every other black community, they're kind of beaten down, but you could tell throughout the interview she was really finding her voice, and towards the end she got really, really amped up about the anger of the community in terms of these foreigners coming in, building these businesses, and then this is how they're treating the people there, because she was saying that's like one of the only locations to even get food in that community, which really sucks, you know what I mean? But I know the health department did shut it down and claim they were going to do an investigation or whatever, but she was saying we don't want them to reopen, we want them to be completely put out of business. So
right. And see, that's the thing. They wouldn't give people a second chance to have no stores like that in their communities. They would not allow that shit. Like even with the Chinese spot here in Baltimore, like a few years ago before my aunt passed away, and she worked right at the supermarket, they had came out to just, to dump the trash out. These the Chinese joint was going through the trash can, collecting the old vegetables.
Oh God, that's
what are we really dealing with? These people are disgusting. We're not gonna say all of their people, because everybody isn't like that. But I'm saying people that's coming here and going into our communities, it seems to be a pattern. They all like kind of carry it like this. It's disgusting.
Hey, Black, living in Southeast Asia is, I observe the Chinese, and they are insane business people. They are the only people I know where they'll have a business, right? And they have the employees, they stay there, they eat and they live in the business establishment. You can save money like that. I mean, they won't allow, people to do business like that in America, but in Southeast Asia, the Chinese, they have these poor Southeast Asian people working, paying them very small wages, and they also live and they eat. They do everything inside the establishment, and I can see how that can cause the establishment to look dirty over a period of time, because you have people taking showers, eating, sleeping in the store or the manufacturing area. Is that's what I observed.
Yeah, so I had posted this, man, maybe a month ago, because I was shocked on YouTube. It's something called, they're calling it pag here. It's in the Philippines. Pag, but there was another word, another term. It does start with a P. But this is where they literally hire people to go through the trash and find bits of food in the trash, and then they clean it. They literally clean this food and recook it and then serve it to people, and the people buy it. They know what it is. This is like, and this is really fucked up. It's heartbreaking, but this is the only thing that they can afford to eat, is this trash food. Now, the people that are picking out the food, they got cigarette hanging out their mouth. Their hands are covered in fucking slime. And man, it is, oh my god, that's one of the most disturbing videos I've ever watched. But this is a thing over there.
Yeah, hey, that's why I never eat street food in the Philippines. Never.
Jeez.
I never only tried it the first time I came here back in the late 90s, but ever since I have never eaten street food.
Bro.
Yeah. Or they have these they have these restaurants called canteens, right? The canteens, to me, they're not all that clean and safe as well. So for me to eat, I have to eat in a proper restaurant in the Philippines.
Damn, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never been to the Philippines. I honestly don't have a desire to go anywhere. I could be here in the country with everything that's been going on. I'm like, I was watching this movie where people was just running all over different like the people had went to visit a country, and like they had this shootout. It was like a mass like uprise or whatever, and this family had to get to like across a borderline so they can get away from these things. I'm like, this type of stuff happen all the time with the way a lot of these war-torn areas. And they want us to visit like Mexico. I would never visit Mexico right now with all of this stuff going on. And then not to mention where they washing their hands at when they cook your food if you eat off the street.
Okay.
Like that type of stuff. Then what if you get sick from what they feed you?
You can't sue them. They don't have in a lot of these third world countries, you can't sue nobody because they don't have that type of system. Look, I was in Angola in what was it? It was 95 or 96, and they were going through a civil war, and I was in the middle of it. I was there, and I was in the middle of a civil war.
Wow,
that's some scary mess right there.
Wow,
like what did you have to do? Did they try to attack you? Like, what was the deal?
No, they didn't do it. I was in a area that was controlled by the government. Ooh. And they had military guys in the streets and in the stores and everything, and it was relatively safe, but every once in a while you would hear gunfire, you hear machine AK-47s or whatever, and it was really interesting. So
you tried to tell me you wasn't scared?
I wasn't scared. See, I've been to 10 African countries during that time, and I was so used to. Look, I'm not scared of any country. I can go to any country in the world. I'm not scared of no country. I mean, they can be at war. I'm just not scared of any of those things because I've been through it, and I know what they're. If you caught in a situation where like they want to use you as a hostage or whatever,
Damn.
I mean, I feel like I know how to get myself out of those type of situations. But I have no fear when it comes to things like that. In the Philippines, I was in the Muslim area, and they say, hey, be careful in the Muslim area because they'll kidnap you and all that stuff. And I remember talking to some Muslim people. I said, hey, Louis Farrakhan? Well, he's my leader. Say things like that. They say, oh, we know Farrakhan. They know Farrakhan. Farrakhan is known throughout the Muslim world.
Nice.
So you be hiding.
Whatever I have to do, man. I use. I try to use. Another thing you can do is say you are an American. You're in the military. If you say anything like that you're in the military or you retire, they will give you utmost respect in any country because they know not to bother with American military.
That's interesting. Interesting.
Hey,
I couldn't
brother Black American Homeland, how you doing, bro?
I couldn't do that.
Hey, how you doing?
Man, I couldn't do that, bro.
I had to ask you a question because I know I was listening to you earlier. You were in Asia. Is it China? No. I'm in the. Well, I hate to say where I'm from. I'm gonna say Southeast Asia. It's not. China is more East Asia, Northeast Asia. I'm in Southeast Asia. Yeah. Okay. What is it like being around people? Because let's be honest, we see how they act towards us here in the U.S. So what is it like being over there around them, considering what we know about them over here in the United States? Because it seems to be such a divide amongst our people, Look, that's an excellent question. Look, you have to understand that most of the people in Southeast Asia, they have never been to America. They don't understand the situation. They don't know what's going on in America. They think most Black Americans are rich. They think most Black Americans are super educated, that we have incredible opportunity. These people think that Black Americans are living the perfect life in the United States.
Crazy.
Now, the ones that come to America and stay, 6 months a year, then they kind of understand the situation a little bit better. But the ones that never left their country, man, they think Black Americans are living the best life. That's why they want to come to America and live in America, because they think anybody can do well in America. So the way they treat me in Southeast Asia, man, when I go to the bank, hello, Mr. Doug, how you doing today? They let me skip line. I can talk directly to the manager of the bank.
Privilege over there.
I can go to any political office, the mayor's office, talk directly to the mayor. I know the mayors of several cities in the area. I can go directly to the police captain, to the captain of the police station. I know these people, man. They come to my house. Sometimes when they're running for political office, they'll come to my house. I might give them, $50 or $100 so that, but the thing is, you have to build rapport with these people. And once they know you, they don't give you no problem. So that's my experience. And also the neighborhood where I live, man, you know, we got Supreme Court justice, we got political office holders, we got corporate, you know, CEOs and directors and lawyers and politicians. We got everybody in this neighborhood. So, you know, that keeps me, you know, knowing these people, I feel it keeps me sort of insulated. You know, I'm not scared, man. I feel like I have connection. So I'm not, people don't bother me at all.
Well, and see, that's good, man, to hear that, you know, hear you say that, man, because, you know, we hear such negativity when it comes to the Asian and Black American, you know, relationships. And see, that's the thing, man, as minorities in this country, you would think that all minorities would try to at least have some kind of relationship, because we all are under the umbrella of white supremacy. But then these other groups, you know, they tend to go the side of that white supremacy, which Asians tend to do that quite a bit. Right. But at the same time, y'all, you know, because I was listening to y'all talk about the whole restaurants and all that here in Alabama. Oh my God! Every time you look around, man, we hear stories of the Asian restaurants that are being, well, for one, they have low scores, and of course, you know, with me, I go in and check every score. Any time I go into a restaurant, I'm going to look at the score. But it seems like the Asian restaurants are always being caught red-handed with low scores and something that's bad in their restaurants, such as rats, roaches. The temperature is not right with the food, or mold. It's something always wrong with these Asian restaurants around here, y'all. I'm telling you, you might not want to go in there and eat at these places.
Right. Hey, look, so in their country, right, you know, they don't have those, you know, you have these inspectors that come to your restaurant to check, to make sure, no, they have a lot of standards here in America, right? But in their own country, right, their standards are very low. Sometimes that's all you have to do is just these inspectors that come to your restaurant in Southeast Asia, that's all you have to do is pay them. And they would leave, man. You know, they'll write down the, you know, restaurant, I give an A or B, wherever they give, and they just leave you alone. Of course, they don't check you into the next year, because you have to be checked every year. So that's how they do here. So yeah, there's a lot of corruption. The standards are lower in third world countries, and I mean, that's But look now. This was some of these foreigners, these third world people, see when they come to America. When they come to America, right, and they see that Black Americans are struggling in the United States, right, and they trying to figure out, okay, how do I survive in the United States? And usually, what you're going to do is you have to align yourself with the most powerful group in that country, the people that controls everything in that country. It can be Nigeria or wherever, Thailand, wherever, whoever's the most powerful people in that country. Those are the people that you have to align yourself with to survive in that country. And that's what a lot of these foreign people are doing. Because they say that, you know, I can't align myself with Black Americans, because, man, they struggling in America. So I think, you know, it's just a survival. But see, the thing is, that's why I advocate for the Black American homeland, because if Black Americans have their own state, they control everything in the state, right? Now, when these foreigners come to our state, they gonna say, "Wow, Black Americans, they got power in this region." You know, wow, they got businesses. You know, they got banks. You know, they're police officers, they're politicians, they're judges. wow, so I have to go through Black Americans to get anything done in this region. So that will give us respect from these foreigners because they have to go through us to get things done. Right now, they don't have to go through us. They don't need nothing from us. We don't even control what jobs they get. They don't need us for anything. That's why there's less respect for Black Americans when they come over here because they see that we don't have any power.
Yeah, exactly. Because and this is what I've been saying for our family. I've been big on talking about how we've been looking at ourselves. Everybody, lately, my whole motto now for 2023 is that Black American first, no longer secondary. Mm-hmm. And I'm saying this, y'all, because for too long, Black America has been putting ourselves last. And we've been caping for other groups. We cannot do that anymore. 2023 is all about Black America's first. And that's what I'm going to be saying to everybody in every space. We can't cape for everybody else anymore. We've been, for the longest, and it's our ancestors, it's our ancestors. They always wanted to include everybody. But we should have been looking out for our families, our people first, because we know that the system was set up and designed to make sure that we failed, okay? To make sure that we didn't make it, because it was set up for us to be in slavery anyway, okay? So that's why I say for Black American family, this is an emphasis for 2023. I want everybody to, when you get off this here with Black majorities space, when you get off this space tonight, you say it in your sleep. No longer secondary, Black America first. That's the primary focus for 2023, everybody. Bottom line.
I have a question because honestly, with the people who are coming over here, I could see your perspective if they didn't automatically get assigned certain resources to market. Well, not resources, products to market to us. Like, I hear you, but this seems more so like, okay, I think it's a disconnect because it's something that we don't get to see. Kind of like what happened with the what do they call it? I'll think about it later. But when they divided up, what do they call it? When they divided up Africa, what was it called? When the Europeans went and divided up Africa.
Colonization?
The Berlin Conference.
Oh, Berlin Conference.
Yeah, okay. When they did the Berlin Conference, see, the enemy, what we have to look at, and it's a pattern, and this isn't just like outliers. These are absolute patterns that you can verify, right? So this enemy never uses new tactics. It just they use the same calculation and they apply it to everything. So when it comes to, even with immigration, how do you weaponize it? They think from a war mindset. So how do you weaponize it? The people that are coming in are not in war form. They're being positioned over top of us to give them what the American dream is. See, we didn't get that memo. It's like the people in Africa didn't get the memo of, hey, we're going to divide up your countries and then we're going to colonize you. They didn't get that memo. It just kind of like they came in and they did what they did, using their little tactics. So same thing here with us. When you look at the American dream is that divide. And this is their piece of the American pie. We're sitting here like, well, they wouldn't align with us. It's probably because of this. No, these people automatically come here. And a lot of people, they disrespect us in our own communities. They don't speak to us. They a lot of times the Asians, they had to learn certain languages, so we found out they were studying us. They would say Black people like this type of stuff or that type of stuff, so they studied how to communicate with us so that they can be successful within their American dream. But it's never been, oh well, we need to align with white supremacy. No, this is the dream that they were promised when they got here. So, like, you look at our hair industry, they didn't just fall into that, and they wasn't here enough to actually understand what certain industries meant to us. However, this government knew what these entities meant to us, what they mean to us. So what they did, they said, those corner stores, we know how it helped the Black community back in the day. And the same thing would happen if we owned our stuff before. But they're like, hey, we're going to pass that to the Indians. And keep in mind, Indians is just the Black Asians. And then they pass the other stuff to the white Asians, the Chinese stores, the nail salons, and stuff like that. So, and now when you go to a nail salon, you would never see an Indian doing your nails in the nail salon. And you very rarely see an Asian owning a corner store, like in certain areas. Usually it's the Black Asians that own those corner stores. And that's how they divide up. That's how they divide it up. I don't feel like it's ever been, oh, well, we would align with you, but y'all at the bottom, so we can't be here. I don't think it ever been that. I think they just knew the American dream, the unsaid dream that they wouldn't tell us about.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with that because I don't believe in coincidence. I believe the result proves the intention, in a lot of different areas. And that's one where you have a clear system that's in place to establish these industries. The Sunocos tend to be all owned by Asian, dark Asian, Southeast Asians, or Indians, or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
Hey, look, can I say something? Look, this is what I noticed, right? Okay, when these foreigners come over to America, right? They come with certain skills from their country, right? And like people from India, right? They are great. They're good at being merchants, right? The Arabs are good merchants as well. So owning a corner store or a liquor store or a gas station or a 7-Eleven, that to them that's like being a merchant, So they are excellent merchants. So they're going to go into that type of business. Now the Vietnamese, right? They are really good at as being servicing people, right? They cut your hair, they do your nails, they do your feet. Where they can do all those things. So that's what they're good at, and so they're going to dominate the market in that that market because that's what they're good at. So the Vietnamese are good at being fishermen. So they're very strong in the fishing industry in Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi. So these people, they have certain skills, and you can say the government realized what skills they have, and then they try to direct them into those different markets that they're really good at. So yeah, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, but you got to look at it like this, because honestly, that would stand if, again, certain things didn't happen, because it's not what they're good at. Asians overall are known for what? To give you the best knockoff. They're good in mass production.
Look, you can't say all Asians. There's certain Asians. Okay, see, look, because I've been all over Asia, I can tell you who are good at being in the knockoff or manufacturing. Those are only the Chinese people, and the Koreans. Those are people that are good at making things, right? The Filipinos, they don't make nothing. What are the Filipinos good at? They are good at being nurses. They good at the medical field.
They weren't actually. They stuck in the medical field. But look,
well, that's true. I understand. But this is what I'm saying, right? in the Philippines, they have 3 million nurses over here. They don't need those nurses. They don't need 3 million nurses. They got too many nurses.
Damn.
So, but nurses. the 10 or 20 or 30,000 that pass the international exam, those are the ones that go to America. While the 3 million, they are stuck in the Philippines because they can't pass the international test. So they're in the Philippines, for the rest of their life, unless they can get married, whatever. So different countries have different skills, and those people are directed to those different areas. The Indians are good at being merchant. The Chinese people are good at manufacturing. The Filipino, so you'll notice the Filipino really don't have restaurants that we go to or
eat their food. I said we wouldn't eat their food.
Yeah. So I mean, So the different countries, the people got different skills, and that's what I see. 'Cause I've been to all these countries, and I see what these people are good at, and I try to figure out how I can take advantage of that and bring it to any Southeast Asian country. That's what I used to do back in the early days. I'm retired. I don't do that anymore. But that's what. Now, see, like when I went to Africa, right? I've been to 10 different African countries, and I try to figure out, okay, what are the skills of these people, and how can I take advantage of these people's skills to my advantage. And what I noticed when I was in Zimbabwe or Namibia or what's the Mozambique, they got some artists that are really good at making these stone sculpture, right? And it's made of soapstone, and they got different types of stones, and they can make these beautiful artistic pieces. And I will buy those pieces, and I was sending to my family members in Virginia, and they can sell them for 20 times the amount I paid for them. Just things like that. And but the thing is, they don't. They didn't manufacture anything in Africa. It was better for me to import things from America to Africa than send things from Africa to America. So you just got to see what these people have, what they don't have, and you can take advantage of it.
Y'all, I'm just gonna have to say, okay, with this whole Asian, whatever you want to call them, Asian Americans, Asian, East Asian, whatever, crazy Asian, rich Asian, whatever, yellow bellies, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, these folks come into this country, into our neighborhoods. They come in with these stores that sell African American or Black American products for our hair. I'm sorry, it's no way I can go into these stores and talk to these people about something related to me when you can't relate to me. Your hair, for one, don't relate to my hair. Okay? But I see, of course, a lot of sisters going up in these stores. They go up in these salons, giving money to these damn folks, and you can't understand them. And they disrespect a lot of you sisters, and y'all still be going up in these damn stores.
But in all fairness, Professor, let's be honest. In our communities, people were just going to whatever was local. And most of our people, we look back in the day, you went to the store that was closer to your house. So they took away our ability to own our stores for hair products. So what were we not supposed to get our hair done? And with the hair, because a lot of women get bashed for this, but honestly, they didn't do it abruptly. They slowly pushed these people into our communities. They slowly did it. This was not a here, bam, agents here, and we just said, you know what, let's support these stores. No, they started pushing our people out of ownership of these stores. Even down to our nail salons, our Black Nail Techs. The sister Tamara Shealy, she has a whole organization she had to create around it because she actually, that's the industry she comes from, the nail industry and the beauty industry. Our beauty industry, they saw the benefit of it. And it wasn't just Asians, but the white people all saw it. And they said, we're going to snatch all of this up. But you know what happened? The biggest thing they said, we're going to take this stuff from them and we're going to kill them at the same time. If it's one thing that has caused the major death and the influx of illness in the Black community over the last 3 decades, is hair products from these Asian stores. And we're finding out that they weren't even selling us the real products.
Exactly.
I came from, I came
No, Mr. Giselle, I agree with you. They pushed us out of it. But see, this is why I said we need to stay out of their stores because they're not selling us the stuff that really relates to our hair.
Right, but it's still, even as Walmart though, women still all right, only you can take over because I know you got some jewels to drop.
Oh, no, not too many jewels. But I was just going to say, I agree with what you said. Well, I agree with what both of y'all said. And, the business model back in the day for was the beauty shop. You know what I'm saying? So we didn't have to go. We didn't need those corner stores to get our hair stuff because back in the day, it was just go to the beauty shop and you got everything you needed. It wasn't necessarily the manicure and the pedicure. To me, I think those just popped up on the scene and boom, there they were. And they were staffed by like the Vietnamese for the most part. But I think too, and I agree with what you said too, Ms. Giselle, about the way the African or whatever they call the stores now, they popped up. And they had everything in it. It was like walking into a carnival or something like that. It was like, damn, y'all got this and this and this and this.
Cheaper prices too, right?
Huh?
With cheaper prices too.
Or so it seemed, yeah. Or so it seemed, yeah. But I think that's pretty much how they hooked us in because, like you said, they were local. You could just run in there and you could get everything plus a little something extra because even now they be having the little sweatsuits up in there and then the scarves and all that stuff, but I don't think we were. I mean, there was a time when they started showing their true colors towards us, treating us like criminals, and here we are. We're the reason why you get your mortgage paid because we keep coming up in here, but they were treating us like criminals. And so every now and then there was a big backlash, but I feel like we just, we resolved it, so to speak. We just, agreed to disagree or something like that.
No,
and they still remain.
No, Sister Mel, we never agreed with none of that crap with them folks. Because I'm going to tell y'all something. Did y'all not see that video that happened? This was about, I think, maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years around the pandemic, though. The pandemic was going on. There was a sister out there in California. I think it was two or three sisters that was outside of an Asian store, a hair store. And an Asian man ended up punching one of those sisters in the face. Well, punched her in the nose, actually, because he busted her nose open. And, man, I ain't gonna lie, sisters. I got so angry, I wanted to go through the TV when I saw that video. I said, man, I need to go after this dude. But, see, sisters keep going up in these stores, but these Asian men be punching the hell out of y'all.
But I meant more like when they first popped up. Because
I understand that they still were disrespecting y'all even then. It don't matter.
We was clapping back about it, but then some type of way it calmed down, and we continued to patronize those stores. And unfortunately, it was a convenience. And unfortunately, we should have mobilized then and and beat them up out of our own neighborhoods. Because you're right, Professor. And even now, I mean, I hate to go up in one of them damn stores.
Yes. Because have y'all noticed, you go up in one of them, what do? They be walking around there like they trying to check their products or moving their products around, but they really be checking you out, trying to see if you gonna take something. I used to go to one right here in my little town. There's one right there down the road from where I live. I used to go in there when it first popped up. I would go in there because they had them jumpsuits. Sister Meth, I was thinking about that because they had them jumpsuits up in there, and then they even sold shoes up in there. And I said, shoot, let me go up there and check this out, And I was young and dumb too, see. And go up in there, check out them jumpsuits, them hats, because they had them caps up in there. All the shit was cheap made anyway. Cheap, and then it'll fall off as soon as you put it on. But anyway. Shit will fall right off as soon as you put it on. But anyway, that damn shoe, the heel will come off of it about within like 2 months. The damn heel will come off the damn shoe. So it won't work for them. But anyway, go up in there, y'all. And I walking around checking out the jumpsuit, and here come the Asian American chick or Asian chick, whatever she was. She be walking around looking at the, checking out her product and shit, moving stuff around, or pretending like she moving stuff around. But the damn chick was looking at me, I guess, trying to see if I was gonna take something. I was like, man, I don't want nothing out this goddamn store because the shit gonna fall off anyway. I was like, this shit ain't worth a damn. And I was
Hey, y'all, I'm gonna tell you what I noticed. If you go to these third world countries, right, you would notice that American-made brand dominate in most countries of the world. I mean, any like potato chip, bread, canned goods, any brand that in America, you will find all over the world, right? American goods dominate the world, right? And the thing is, you can go to any grocery store in the Philippines, Thailand. It's mostly American brands. So cheap goods from China are going to America, but branded goods from America are going all over the world. And actually, some of these brands are also made in China or made in Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, wherever. But yeah, I mean, you just have a international system. Now, look, I'm pretty sure American-made hair products were made in America first, like in Detroit, in Chicago, New York, back in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. But I think around the 70s, that's when things started changing, and they started outsourcing, those manufacturing goods to other countries. So that's what happened.
But you know what happened? They sold us the office dream, because the thing is, we own the majority of the stores in our community, and like the produce stores, it would be a couple of like white owned stores, but it was either white owned or black owned. Anything Asian related, it was minimal. And with those stores, what they did, because that we had the most control over what we sold to our people in our community, people were living longer, people were healthier. We had more control over the traffic in our communities, because if you stood outside of one of those black stores, they say, son, where your father at? Don't make me call your father. It was a relationship there where these Asians don't care. It was a detachment. You see what I'm saying? So what they did, they sold all of those business owners, as they increased the prices of products. They sold business owners this desk job dream. Like, look, you made it, because look at what you were able to do. Get from under that business. And they had these Asian businesses come around to our black communities, because our people wasn't going to sell to them. So our people looking at, it's the Asians. They fed us karate movies for, the 70s and the 80s. So you had those Asians people that came through, hey, we'll buy your store for $5,000. And that was big for a lot of our people. That changed lives, at that time. And then they're like, you know what, let me go and get me a good old government job as we get all of these government employed people. And so they sold into that. They did it for two reasons. One, those government employers, now they're restricted. They can't go out and do the protests like they were used to doing. They can't really fund a lot of these movements. They can't house a lot of these people who were moving in or staying in those places during these riots and marches and protests. So they was like, we got to get rid of these business owners out of the Black community. We got to divide this community. And it starts with places like this. The only thing business that stood strong was the barbering business and the hair salons. And with those two, we wouldn't allow people to touch our hair. So they said, damn it, we still can't get it the way we want. They're getting this information out. They passing the information. We got to get them where they're passing the information. So then you got all of these people who want to be our friends and, over, they made restrictions on how we had to have our hair in these jobs. We couldn't go with an afro to these businesses all the way up until like a couple of years ago. We couldn't even wear certain colors in our hair. So at that point, they realized, wait a minute, we got to get into the hair salons where they having all of the conversations, where they passing this information, right? And you got more control and less eyes on how much money you make. They're not calculating how many people walking in and out of your business. There's no proof of that. So they put harder restrictions on those areas. And then they started letting all of these other races of people interrupt. That's why now you got the Indian people doing the eyebrow cutting and the hair removals. Then you got the Asians doing the nail salons. Now you got the Dominicans frying your hair in these little press and curl shops that they don't have to have a license for. Wow. And they did it also by pushing the Africans hair braiding salons into our communities, which also you do not have to have a license for. Crazy. So everything that needed a license, they made it mandatory for us. So our people had to work the hardest. Not to mention the hair products and hair salons. We used to have to get them through distribution companies like Dudley's. I know this because I'm a beauty shop kid. So the Dudley man, they had distributors just like Madam C.J. Walker. That was a real thing. We had them all the way up into the late 90s, early 2000s. They kind of like brushed that off. All of the businesses were sold out now. Everything is white owned. Everybody got freaking breast cancer, uterine cancer, and every damn thing else, and alopecia. But nobody knows where the problems come from.
And you're right on that, Miss Giselle, because you remember, I don't know, there was a time when you couldn't even go. You had to have a beauty license in order to go and buy perm and all that other stuff for your hair. But then those shops pulled up and you could just go in there and get whatever you want, the large size, the concentrated piece of it. I don't have a perm in my hair because I quit using that a long time ago. But it was regulated, just like you said. You had to have a license if you wanted to secure any of that stuff. But then they dropped all that, and you can just run in Sally's or run in Mean Ching's or whatever, and just and you ain't even got to know what you're doing. You can buy it though,
right? And it was Black people, believe it or not. They encouraged Black people. Said, "Don't you want to make money?" Because during just to bring it back with the hair history of it, portion of it, right during when the economy collapsed in the 70s, that pushed a lot of our people. Really, it happened during the Madam C.J. Walker era when she was able to mass produce all of her products. A little shortly after that, and then you had the depression. Then we have had recessions like every 10 years or so. During those recessions, our hairstylists were losing money. They're like, we don't have anybody coming in. How can we regulate this so people don't go to these home hair salons? For people that don't have licenses, because we were forced into licensing. And they said, hey, you know what? Don't y'all want this? Don't you want this regulated so you'll have this? And our people requested it at our own freaking demise in the industry. And that's why we are where we are right now. But beauty would carry the weight. Specifically the barbershops, because they had white money coming into black communities, because the white men didn't feel like they didn't feel like they first they didn't want to get their hair cut where black men were getting their hair cut. So they would have to have these white men come in, but that white money would circulate like 14 times, 18 times within our community. So it's some real stuff.
You know, during segregation in the South, right, black people weren't allowed to go to white-owned stores or white-owned restaurants. So where did black Americans buy their clothes from? And good, they had to buy from. Did they buy from black stores? Well, they had to buy from black stores.
They were the tailors.
We made it.
Yeah, we were the tailors. When we picked the cotton, please believe me, like even my little sister's mother used to talk about every day she went to school with a brand new outfit, because her mother would make an outfit every day. Back in the day, especially people that had a lot of kids, they would make outfits. Keep in mind, our people didn't even wear shoes like that until like the 30s and the 50s. The 30s and the 40s, they would walk around with shoeless or with some, certain paper or whatever around your feet, wrapped around your feet. But they wasn't wearing shoes. Another thing that they used to weaponize us, because we walked around on the ground, they didn't realize we were grounding ourselves. Because the earth produces what the body needs, but that's a story for other days.
Yeah, well, something happened between the 60s and the 80s where the entrepreneurship culture wasn't strong in the black community. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
The dream. They were sold the office dream. They were sold, get yourself a good government job.
That's the job.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Our people still own businesses. Don't get it twisted. We were the highest on demand in nursing, and we are still the highest on demand in nursing. All of them people you was talking about that come over here and they're so good at it, people can't stand them taking care of them. They're very sloppy with our people, disrespectful, and very rude to our people. And others. The white people don't even like them taking care of them.
Hey, I put up in a Jumbotron list of black-owned, now black-owned in quotations, because some of these could be foreign-owned black people, but it is a list of over 55 black-owned beauty supply stores across the U.S., and they do have them listed by state. There was a list in 2017, which there was 100 of these black-owned stores. This list is about half of that in a space of 5 years. I don't know if the other ones are gone. I'll link that one underneath this one, but I put that up there so people can use that as a resource. What I've noticed in my area, where in the barber shops, and it probably was the same in the salons, you had an apprentice system whereby if somebody wanted to become a barber, they would start sweeping the floors and eventually work their way up to doing light trim, whatever, and then eventually cutting hair. And that was essentially unregulated. It was regulated by the business owner. Let me get Professor back up here. But probably within the last 10 years, they created a system of regulation at the state level, which required you to go to schools. And guess who owns the schools? White men typically are owning these barber schools. And they're getting wealthy off of it. I remember the first one opened up in this very small little storefront. Then they expanded to where they had like 3 or 4 of the storefronts. Now they have a whole huge complex way out in the suburbs. And I think they got multiple locations now. So within a very short period of time. And you talked about African braiders. Well, I say this in spaces a lot. My youngest sisters, their father was Nigerian. So they sort of came up in the medical field where they would volunteer as, I think they call them candy stripers or something like that. But they would volunteer in the hospitals, and then they would also do this African hair braiding for money. So because that community, for what it's worth, they're forced to be connected to each other because they're essentially an outside community. And so whether they have a social club, a church, whatever it is that they have, they had a network where they would constantly be in contact with each other, because the city I grew up in, it was black and white. It's not an international city by any stretch, maybe on the European side, but in terms of black Americans, it was us and them, and that was it. There were no Hispanics and whatever else. Maybe a few I'm in school, maybe there was like one Asian kid, one Indian kid, but that's about it, to be perfectly honest. And it wasn't until recently that outside of there was always Asian restaurants, Mexican restaurants, but they didn't really interact with the community at all. And then recently, probably in the last decade, I've noticed more and more Hispanic construction crews really, really, really invading the construction trades with the Mexicans, um, in just about every area of construction. So um, that's how they work. That's how they work their way into communities. They come in with their quote unquote skills. But when I was listening to the explanation of how these Southeast Asians and all these different Africans have these different skill sets, well, guess what? Black Americans have all those skill sets. I mean, we have all of those skill sets. And so the question becomes, even now where they're flooding the country with migrant workers, quote unquote, illegal aliens who have all these skill sets, but there's people who are already here who have those skill sets and or who could be quickly trained to have those skill sets through an apprenticeship program. And the problem for us here is that these people keep coming in and they keep displacing us in ownership, which is the most important part, but even in these careers, because these Mexicans in this area, they own their business, they're subcontracting. So regardless of what people think, they're paying, they're getting top dollar. They're not getting pennies. Now, the guy that I knew was an American Mexican. He spoke both languages. He was young. I mean, this dude was barely over 20 and was able to loan money to professional athletes, $50,000, things of that nature. Had multiple contracts and windows and lawn care and roofing and I mean, just was like whatever. What he's paying his people who don't speak English, is he taking advantage of them? Maybe, possibly. But the business owner has an American entrepreneurial mind and is taking advantage of the system for his people. And it's not trickling down to the people who lived in this community our entire lives, and who have paid taxes here our entire lives, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the problem when you have foreign invaders coming in with their quote unquote skills, and they're just sucking resources and displacing us.
But that's the thing, Black Majority. We're gonna be talking about this tomorrow in my space. As we move further into like the family, we're going back into the family. Going into February, I'll be talking a lot about family and just the Black family unit. But right now, where did all the jobs go? That's the name of our space for tomorrow. But just to give you a little bit of this information, the corporations are actually the ones who are getting the buy-ins from the representatives and allowing these people to come in. These people are bought in. These are investments. These are each one of these people that's coming in. They represent. Most of them are coming in under the request of corporations or universities. So you got people that's coming in, most of the illegal immigrants that's crossing the border, they're being allowed in for the corporations who need a lot of the field work done for cheaper labor. And once they, get whatever satisfaction that they need, because I saw that the president was saying we're going to limit it to 50,000 or 30,000 entries a month or something like that, which is completely retarded. But right now,
impossible.
These investments
impossible.
We're actually paying for. Go and look at your 401k and see who you're investing in. Your corporation, whoever you work for, is going to tell you the investment companies that you can invest in. And I wish I could say more, just because I know it when my side of business, what I do by day. But when it comes to our money, when it comes to all of these issues, it's all a setup. Like when you're investing in your 401k, you're putting money towards a company that's also paying in for these immigrants and also paying for you to go to jail. You get all of this in one thing. Your kids go to jail, immigrants come in, take that job position. Those kids in the prison actually serve a purpose. It's certain things with our bloodline here that's super rich that people don't understand. Like a lot of people in America, go check it for yourself. A lot of Black Americans here, old blood. A lot of Black Americans are old blood. That's a major thing. We also have some very great genes. Things are being moved around for a reason, and I don't want to put a tinfoil hat on everybody, but we're being migrated back into the slave system for a reason.
No question.
Because they can't export us out of this country.
No question.
Because we are American, period.
No question.
They don't have anywhere to send us. So what they do, they put you in the refrigerator. I call the jails the refrigerator. Hey, let's put them there until they find a use for you. They don't pull you out to let you defrost until they got a use for you. If they don't do that, they'll let you back out, then they throw you back in. And we see it all the time with relatives. I'm sure people know relatives that go in and out of these prisons. This system is so well designed that every time we break down a barrier, we can knock down 2 legs at a time if we really stay focused. But it's so many things going on. This is why we always distracted. It's easier to look at the low-hanging fruit at this point. Sometimes you just wish you could close your eyes and everything would get fixed, but it doesn't work like that.
Endless conflict.
I'm just saying,
endless
so
conflict.
Much more to that the immigrants are just not getting poured in; they're brought in.
Hey, that speaks to the endless conflict part of the title here. Is that in everything that we do, it is this endless conflict that is perpetual, and we gotta get up for it, and we gotta be ready for it. We gotta be prepared for it. Prepare our children for it. Prepare our grandchildren for it, so they understand it's a constant battle. Constant battle. I posted that 100 plus Black American, or it says African American owned supply. That was from 2020. So it went from 100 in 2020 to the other one that has like 55, 57, something like that. Again, those 2020 ones, they might still be around. It could just be a different list. But the thing that it says that I put in that post was that let me read it so that I don't miss it, because this is actually really shocking. It says Black-owned beauty supply stores are outnumbered, although, and again, they use African Americans purchase 9 times more beauty and grooming products than any other ethnic group. We represent about 1% of the beauty supply store market share. And we had a space, I think it was 2 spaces ago, where we talked about shifting our spending habits in order to shift the power within our community. And this beauty industry comes up a lot because we spend billions of dollars in that industry and hundreds of billions of dollars in that industry, likely, an insane amount of money in that industry. And we should be capturing at least 50% of it. We're getting 1%. That is utterly insane that we're getting 1% of the money that we spend in that industry. That has got to change. That would change a lot if we could just change that one data point and make that 100% black owned across the board, it would change a whole hell of a lot. And then to the 30,000. Let me address the 30,000 Biden thing. So him saying he's going to allow 30,000 immigrants to fly into the country in essentially wherever they choose to, is the further displacement, because these Republican governors, by busing these migrant illegal immigrants all across the country, were doing the bidding of the Democrat Party. They work together. Don't be fooled. They want to spread them across the country so that they can come in where black people live and take over. They're working together. Fully understand that. But no president can guarantee only 30,000 are going to get into the country because the borders are wide open. And not only that, in that press release, he mentioned, a couple of months back, he was talking about Venezuela because they were trying to convince Venezuela to open up the oil so that he can lower the price of oil. Now he pointed out like 3 or 4 of these Latin American countries, but there's like 50, 60 countries down there. So if you're only going to ask, are you from this country? What's to stop someone from saying, no, I'm not from there. I'm from over here. Oh, okay, come on in. Like, who's going to be stupid enough to say they're from a country that they're not letting in? Like, none of it makes any sense. So,
right. And they didn't walk all that far to get here.
It's just more of the same, but now the federal government is participating in what the Republican governors were doing. They're essentially accelerating it.
That's because they created an economy. Like when they I'm trying to get a way to explain this to create a visual. They create an economy out of things so that money can circulate, and whatever system they do is always an ecosystem for it. They create many ecosystems all over the place. And for these people specifically, they're coming in to replace us because right now we are the ones we can't be moved. So they're looking at America. This is just a prediction. This is my own idea and just based on what they've done so far. It looks like to me they are slowly, they'll pull out a couple of us. If you look at a lot of different states are at different stages of this process. Every state is going through the same process. They just can't move all of the parts at one time. You got to play states that's extreme with immigration, as California, or you have states that's minimal, that's just getting their feet wet with a lot of the immigration. Like, I guess we would say like a Mississippi. I don't know if it's like a lot of immigrants there just yet.
Very low.
Then you have the medium states like the Marylands, where you can still see yourself, so you don't see yourself disappearing immediately. Nothing to see here. So they know this, and they have to keep each state turn. It's all of them are going to circle, do their 24. All of them are going to turn, and then eventually, when we look up, we're going to be so displaced. We're going to be like 1% majority here, 2% majority over there.
Crazy.
This was why that whole African diaspora thing, including us, was so significant.
Crazy.
I know other people say, oh, they did this to pay back Africa for giving us Obama. I don't believe that. That's corny, first of all. Obama did what he was supposed to do.
Oh, God.
That's not how I see this happening.
Yeah.
I see more so them doing an allegiance because they can't deport us, but they can inspire us to leave. So the end of last year was like, all right, we're going to do this. They made that deal. And what's the first thing you see going into 2020? The first thing we see is this Afro Nation tour, right? They invited Black America. We did this before, but Afro Nation just seemed to go viral, right? And then we see in real time how they really treating our people over in Africa, our celebrities. But come to find out, this particular celebrity, Meek Mills, goes and say, "Oh, I'm buying land over here. This is the best treatment I ever received." They're being paid to convince us to go over there.
Wow.
And for us, as they displace us and we get closer to zero wealth, we need resources. Once they deprive us enough, they'll say, you know what, I don't know what's happening. I know Black Americans, you got it so hard. Have you ever heard of Africa? Yeah. We have an exchange program, guys. Look, why don't you just do this? Ease right on over the ocean. I mean, you can still come back and commute. You know, going over here, make something of yourself. That's how they're lining this up. And like, say maybe this prediction could be completely off. Call my bluff, but that's what this feels like to me.
What it feels like to me is that and I feel you on that, and it doesn't seem, too far out of reality. But what I see them ready to do is get the National Guard and pick a couple of few states and scoop every Black American up.
Oh no,
just like they did the Jews.
They can't do that. They can't do that.
Diary Anne Frank. I hear you, just like when they started just putting all the Jews on a train and taking them to those internment camps. That's what I think is the ultimate goal that they have.
That'd be too much.
So that they can put us back in some type of enslavement position. And then part of that might include just sending us over to Africa, and then those who they feel like would be good to work in the fields or whatever, they'll keep them there, keep them here. But yeah.
And you know what? That's another thing. I don't know. It's just kind of scary when you see what's happening to so many of our people, and it's just so many distractions. I get it. Like, it's so hard to stay focused. I just think it's that time for us to, if we really want to push through, because we really are facing zero wealth. That is a very true reality. If we just push through, keep our eyes on reparations, right? All of this other stuff, we start knocking it down, but still keeping our eyes focused there, we can win. But when we start just get a distraction that comes, and we go all the way to the deep end with the distraction, it takes forever to get back to our purpose. And that's...
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Giselle.
Then I'm done.
No, I was going to say, I like what you said about keeping our eyes on reparations. And my thing about that, too, is we got to make sure that we don't end up making that busy work where we don't get anything accomplished. Because as long as we're, reparations and da-da-da-da-da, but we don't go further down the field to get to that end zone, then they can still pull all of us off. Pull the carpet out from under us. When Prime was doing his book reading earlier today from Darity and them, that was one of the things where they were talking about how the book was talking about how reparations, the topic of reparations, had national attention during like 2 or 3 times is what Darity had put in the book, and it the conversation was hot and heavy, but then 9/11 happened. And so then it died down. And then it didn't come back up until, I call the man Tanashi, I don't know how to pronounce the name, but till Tanashi Coates wrote that article, The Case for Reparations. So the thing is that in between those times, it's like we work it up, but then they get to pull the rug out and say, oh, we're not talking about that anymore. And so then it dies down. And so when we talk about our children and our children's children, and even us, and that we want to see these reparations, we want to receive them. What we need to just need to make sure that we're not just stuck in the busy work where we are not making those advancements, hell or high water, so we can get this job done.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this year, we can't lose another election. Everything that we do this year is so essential. We need people to, one, just be employed, like try to get employment up, because with the recession that's coming, we are not recession proof. We are not. And we've seen time and time again where we fall. And they're talking about this recession. Everybody else is preparing for it. We can't even prepare for it. Because we're always reactive to everything. So right now, when we can be making plans on ways that we can kind of like help the communities across this country. Like, how dope would it be coming from us as we teach the importance of us fighting for our reparations, for us to get with these community spaces and getting these community gardens set up. So if it is a time when we don't have food, our families can go to the community garden. We can get food and stuff like that. And I'm not talking about just one in a community. We can have several just placed around the community, like stuff like that. That's set up, teaching, making people be more community based. Like, clean up where you are. Don't just don't get to know your neighbors, because you never know when you're gonna need them. Like, we're not even there yet. We're so distracted. Whereas when everything fall apart, we're gonna try to find each other. And if these phone systems go off today or tomorrow, what people gonna do? And that's the worst thing, because other groups, other people have plans. People got some major plans. I know some groups of Black people and others, some of them mixed groups of people that's prepared for this. But us specifically, overall, we don't have anywhere to go. Our people are going to suffer the most, and they're going to be the most affected, just like what they were able to do to our people in New York with COVID. They showed us that stuff happening in real time in New York, where hundreds of people going into the hospital just dying, and you didn't even get to get your family's body because they had to burn it. Y'all just, like, did people just forget about some people didn't even see their relatives at the end? That type of stuff happened. And if our communities at least had some type of, like, we couldn't probably prepare for that extreme issue, but other things, if we can have like some type of balance, like, that we could put in place, it would be great. Like, we need thinking minds to say, you know what, let's get a community garden here, and then we'll have this resource center. Say if something pop off, you know what, you need food, let's make sure you're good. Hey, if these phone lines go down in the community, we have these resources. We don't have any of that. And we do have money. It's just not allocated all in the best places. And the little that's left is usually go to bills and food any daggone way. It's just a lot. And that's where we could be thinking. That's where our people should be looking at these things. But nobody can do that. Like, can you imagine if, not all day, you don't have to talk this stuff all day. I like the fun conversations because it's a break from the norm. But like other conversations where people can spend weeks just bashing people, like, all of that energy, we can really redirect that and build some empires. And they know this type of stuff. So, but I'm gonna end with all of that.
Yeah, let me throw this in there. So this was again from that other space, but Black Americans spent an estimated $63 billion on leisure travel in 2018. 1 year later, nearly doubled to $109.4 billion on leisure travel in 2019. You got to assume that number is continuing to jump. We got a request. Let me see. I don't know. I think it's already been taken care of.
Yeah,
so
that's Black, but he's got in the Matrix. I told him to go out and come back in.
Oh yeah, go out, come back in, definitely. So let me see if I can drop them, and that'll help. Okay. So yeah, so you have this pattern now where we are spending hundreds of billions of dollars on leisure travel, and I was spending this time trying to find it. I know it came across the timeline where it essentially said that Black Americans represent the largest spending group in the Caribbean, is what I believe it was getting at. I'm trying to find either the post or a news article to verify that, but that's kind of what I remember coming across here within the past couple of days. So I say all that to say this. We talk about the beauty industry. We talk about now we got this money that we're spending on leisure travel. and then we always have the conversation about us not having wealth. There was a guy in Miss Rella's space yesterday who was really adamant about not talking about wealth and spending power, and was kind of getting angry and a little out there with it. But there is a difference between wealth, which are like liquid assets. It could be money in the bank, money in savings account, money in CDs or investment accounts, property. That's considered the wealth, but the income is not something that's necessarily projected to go down or change in any significant way. It's simply in the way that I understand it, meaning what we have that is a liquid asset essentially. Um and so when they're talking about that zero wealth, that's more or less what they're talking about. It's not that we're going to have zero income and essentially be destitute. As a population of 40 million, and I guess in 10 years we'll be, closer to 50 million with the diaspora, maybe closer to 40, 45 million with our own population or whatever. So that's something that I always take into account when I keep hearing the zero wealth figure. Just understanding that they are talking about essentially savings and property, which is still a very negative place to be, which essentially says that you're living paycheck to paycheck for real, for real. I mean, most of us live paycheck to paycheck anyway with all our bills and responsibilities. But if you are living paycheck to paycheck with nothing to back up for like a rainy day or an emergency, or an asset that you can leverage to pay for school or pay to open up a business or whatever it is that you would do, maybe pay for funeral expenses or whatever. That is extremely problematic, of course. um, so part of me, in my opinion, because when I looked at our spending habits, one, we need to shift the way we spend so that we're shifting and we're spending with each other so that we're actually building up our own communities, our own entrepreneurs, our own black businesses. That would make a huge change. The other thing is in our disposable income and our discretionary income spending, if we can figure out a way to increase our savings, increase our property ownership, it would also be extremely beneficial. And I know we all can't do that, but there is, I think when I did that thread, I think it was like 54% of our population earns over 50,000. And then there was like 20+% that was over like 75,000 or whatever it was. So those of us who are able to do those things should do those things, really must do those things, and then start to create opportunities for those of us who are in the lower income brackets to pull them out of the poverty, and provide opportunities for them to also get into a higher income bracket in some way, shape, or form, whether that's through collective group economics, where you're investing in property together, you're investing in businesses together, um, or something of that nature. But um, because that this is bringing to mind that little micro Georgia community that's going around. It's a little viral, and when I looked into it, it's a real estate. I think it's a black guy. Maybe he has partners, but they've been doing some of these projects, and that one is a really nice one. They're like little mini townhomes, I guess. Um, I don't know what the cost of them are. I would assume they might be a little pricey for what it's worth, because I've seen those in my local area, and they're very expensive, to be honest. For what the square footage is and what you get in them, it's essentially one room for every level. Very, very expensive, but they look beautiful. And if he has financing in place from what I understand about the article, they sold all of those properties, I think, within like 50 days. So obviously they had a really good market. They had buyers that were ready to go, um, which is amazing. Um, but at the same time, we know that all of our people can't afford that opportunity. So there is this push and pull of, there are segments of our population that do have some assets, that do have some wealth, that may be able to be the anomaly in terms of our collective wealth going to zero. But there's going to be a good portion of us who are not. Mentioning recessions, I keep posting time loops, because I really feel like this century is a reflection of last century, and there's just so many echoes to last century that a world war, a world conflict is imminent, in my opinion. A global financial collapse is imminent, in my opinion. And that would line up with all of these other time loops that we are in. If we suffer a global economic collapse, most people will not be able to survive it in terms of their day to day. They had soup lines. Um, I mean, they had some significant issues in that Great Depression. So nobody, and I hope nobody, I'm really, really hopeful nobody wants that. But this government and this global banking system, in my opinion, could use that to usher in a global currency, and it would be digital, and that is their plan. And so how do you prepare for that? To be quite honest, it's almost one of those things. If you don't have enormous wealth when that comes, it's unlikely that you can prepare for it in a significant way that would last multiple years. And this is me being extremely realistic. All the preppers in the world, it's great. Prep up. Make sure you got guns and ammo, because that's going to be the more important part of your prepping. But you could have a house full of food. That eventually the food is going to run out. And if the economy and the society hasn't caught up by the time your food runs out, we're all in the situation, the preppers and the non-preppers at that point. If that takes 3 months, if it takes 6 months, if it takes a year, if the economy stays down for 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, a year and a half, at the 1 year mark where everybody has ran out of their rations, you got 6 months of chaos. That's why your guns and your ammo are going to be the most important part of whatever survival kit you got, because there's so many more people here now. The morals of society are so different than they were then. Today, the stores will be looted. Likely, people who have rations will miss out on that. And it could be bad. I mean, in my opinion, it could be really, 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 really bad, really bad. And dear God, we should all be praying every day that never ever happens here, because it will be a slaughter, and the government ain't going to do a whole hell of a lot. To be perfectly honest, they're going to be concerned with protecting the nation, protecting the power structures, the government, and maintaining the federal government more than anything. Local law enforcement will essentially become roving gangs, to be perfectly honest. And then you will have actual gangs running territory. If you look at Haiti, that's a really good example of what could happen in the United States on a much larger scale. So just know, be prepared, prep up, all of those things, very important, very valuable. But just know that if the government doesn't catch up quick enough, it could just go down a very dark path. Like you said, no electricity, maybe no running water, no winter heat. Things will get really, really dark, really, really quick.
Hey, Black. That's interesting. Like, you can see that going on in America, right? Because we have all the infrastructure, we have all the utilities and all that stuff. But I live in a country where during COVID, electricity was down for about a week or two. That there weren't no running water for a whole month. That food, it was difficult to get food. And what I noticed that actually there was no chaos in the country. Of course, because the government, they had military roadblocks everywhere. But I thought it was going to be complete chaos in 2020 in Southeast Asia, and it didn't happen. I thought that the housing, the homes were going to crash. I thought everybody that unemployment was going to be in the 70-80%. I was thinking all these things, but it didn't happen. So I don't know, man. If it didn't happen in a third world country like the Philippines, I think maybe something smaller. I mean, I just don't see it happening in America because America is way too organized. And also, this is another thing. Don't forget that they were giving unemployment money to American people for a whole year. In the Philippines, they weren't giving no money to anybody. They were getting no money. Only thing they were giving was like the local government was giving like maybe $30, $40, $50 in food every week. That was the only thing going on in the Philippines. So I don't know. I didn't see any chaos in the Philippines, and because America is much more organized, they have all this. They have strong institutions. You got federalism, you got the federal government, you got the states, you got the local government. You got all these different, non-profit organizations, right? I mean, I just don't really see chaos in the United States because I didn't see it here in a third world country. So, And you said something about when they have these we call these the currency when it becomes digital currency. My plan is, I would have a privacy coin because privacy coins, the government cannot monitor who is what's the word, transferring money between privacy coins on the blockchain. So that's one of my plans is privacy coins like Monero. You got Zcash, you got Dash. I got a bit of money in those. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Go
ahead. Yeah. So, man, and I've never heard of that. So you just mentioned those names, but I gotta believe 99% of us they have no idea what's going on in that world. But some people would have to get caught up pretty quickly to it. However, again, if we're talking collapse of systems that last for a few years, even where there's no food coming, like literally there's no food coming, and power generation comes to a halt, fresh water comes to a halt. We're talking about a scenario that is something that the United States as a whole has never really had to deal with. You see pockets like in Buffalo, and God bless every family who suffered the loss of a family member. But even in that situation that lasted a day or a week or however long it was, you had people going to the stores because they couldn't go to the store to buy food because the stores were closed, right? Um,
Right.
During the pandemic, you're right, they were giving out unemployment money, which kept people satisfied and comfortable. Um, I gotta believe if that was not the case, and you just had people in their houses saying, stay inside, don't leave your house, but also we have no food for you, and or we're gonna ration out food. Because even during the pandemic, there were a lot of food lines. Like they would basically you would they would establish a line of cars, single file. You would pull up, they would open up your trunk, and then they would put a box of food into the cars that could get it, which meant that if you didn't have a car and you needed food resources, you couldn't get it because you didn't have a car. And no, and it wasn't like you can get an Uber or Lyft because people were in those lines for hours. So that was during a time where some stores were closed, some stores were open only for takeout. Half, like quite literally, half the stores weren't in operation. Walmart and maybe some large local grocery chain might have been active. But again, if we're talking about the Walmarts are closed, the local grocery stores are closed, the gas stations are closed, this is just a whole different ball of wax that Americans, to their credit, willing to fight and die for each other. If there's ever a foreign enemy to go against, willing to help each other and pray for each other. But if it comes to a point where everybody knows there's a Walmart and there's food there, and nobody has food in their house, right? um Everybody who goes to the Walmart is going to be in competition for the food at that Walmart. And even though 99% of those people may be benevolent and may want to get in line and may be very, very kind about that, there's always going to be people that are going to want to hoard, because this is the psychological nature of these people. They're going to hoard resources, control resources, and redistribute those resources to their own people. Um, and so, because you're in the Philippines and it's really a homogenous society, you may be dealing with a different psychological profile than we are or would be facing here in America, because these people are already in the woods with their AR-15s, and they're already practicing for the eventuality of a situation where they would have to, um, harm people, to put it pretty mildly. Hurricane Katrina would be a really good example. And even though that's a weather-related natural disaster, an economic collapse, in my opinion, is far worse than a natural disaster in an area, especially if it's across the entire country.
Yeah, I can see that. Look, the only thing is, I don't think that. Well, I know the Philippines really don't see themselves as a homogeneous population. There's like maybe 60, 70 ethnic groups.
Wow,
You know,
70,
30, 40 different languages.
holy shit!
And 7,000 islands.
Whew.
People from one island, they don't like people on another island.
Okay.
I mean, it's a lot of division here in the Philippines. But I mean, they discriminate against each other. You got the Christian, Muslim, the Buddhist. There is a lot of divides here. But I don't know. But but when things get bad, I do think majority of people will try to cooperate and work together. I mean, you do gonna have your
psychopaths.
your people that are going to try to take advantage of the situation. But yeah. I think
we got a lot more psychopaths here, bro.
You know, you need to cooperate. That's the only way you can survive. You know, you have to work with other people. So, but yeah. And then the system, I think the American system is so strong, man. I just don't, you know. If anything happens, it could be a war between countries. And usually wars are something that brings people together. And it gives the government a reason to print money, to put people to work, to build things, to manufacture things, you know, to take resources from other countries. So America, you know, so if there is a collapse in this world, it's going to be the countries like China, Japan, you know, your European countries, America, Canada, Australia. Those going to probably be the countries that would do best in a collapsed society. I land my plane.
Yeah, I could see the propaganda machine of the U.S. inciting a war in order to get out of a depression, because it's likely they did that 100 years ago. But you know, it's the same thing. Like, is that a positive development? You're either at war with the people here, or you go to war with the people over there. You know, and then that's your children or your grandchildren headed off to war. So I mean, you know, either way, it's not necessarily a positive outcome from an economic collapse, because unlike then, the global economy is really tied to America, in a much more profound way. So the implications around the planet, or that people, they might actually be upset at the American system, and they may actually decide to come here. To be honest, it may not be a thing where we have to go there. There's no telling how that would shake up on a global scale. But you know, if America collapses, you got to assume a lot of other countries are going to collapse as well. I was trying to find a death toll during the last Great Depression. It says 15 million Americans were jobless. I keep seeing the 7 million number, but it seems like they're saying that was like over sensationalized number. But I don't know. So I'm gonna keep looking to see if I could actually find a number that they have landed on. But you know, a lot of people committed suicide during that time period, and a lot of people starved to death. That was like one of the big things. Yeah, everything I see is saying 7 million people may have died from starvation. So that's a hard. I mean, again, it's just a hard, brutal thought process. And you know, this looks like it went on for 4, maybe 5 years. Let me see if I can get a date range on it. Even 1929 to 1933. So that's like 4 years, and then there probably was a few years of, they're saying the recessionary years maybe lasted as long as 1938. So you're essentially climbing your way out of it. Yeah. So you're talking about.
I've been trying to find books where, you know, I remember 20 years ago, I'm trying to find books about what happened in the Black community during the recession after, you know, 1929. And, you know, I read something, and I really didn't hear of a major collapse in the Black community. You know, of course, they were already poor, so maybe
they were poor and
the
they would be close to the farms.
went down maybe 10, 15, 20%, but I didn't read of a major collapse in the during the Depression. Or I didn't read about a lot of people dying. I really didn't. I never heard of anything like that. I mean, maybe other people. There's a lot of books out there. I just haven't read that information.
Yeah, you know what? If we looked at the census during that time period, because you had the World War One, then you had a Depression, then you had World War Two, kind of sandwiched in the middle of that. So that we talk about how abortion has really decimated our population. There could be something to look into as far as how those two wars and that Depression affected our population as well. Saying we were poor. I'm going to assume outside of the South that the people that came up here for factory jobs or whatever the case may be. I know the term scab became a popular term, essentially describing black workers who had crossed the union line and went to work in factories. I think a lot of black women went to work in factories, while some of these white men were in the military for some of these wars. But it's it may show up in the census reports if there hasn't been a comprehensive study on that.
Now I remember them saying something about there were two major migrations for Black Americans to the West and Northwest. The first was 1915 to 1929, and then the second one was 1940 to 1970. So in the 30s, so there wasn't a major migration of Black Americans going to the North and the West during the 30s. Maybe because of the Great Depression. But they always have that two periods, 1915 to 1930, and then the second Great Migration was 1940 to 1970.
Yeah, I was going to say people in the South were likely connected to farming.
Yeah, most definitely. That's how they survived.
That's
correct.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking. They might have, had a food source or something that they were already really, really skilled at growing and things like that. So I've watched some of those old black and white videos, man. They're really hard to watch. Because they were essentially in like corn mush meal or something really basic diet. But they did survive. And at the end of the day, that's the most important part. Ironically, they were bringing over the Europeans for that potato famine or whatever was going on over there. They couldn't maintain their crops, and bringing them over here. I just reposted it. They brought over 30 million Europeans over like 100-year period into this country back then. So I really expect all of these things to be repeated. Telling how many of these Mexicans have already come over here, but it's likely that the goal is much, 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 much more than we've already seen.
So you think do you think Americans, right, the elite in America, do you think if there's some type of depression, to get out of a depression, you just have to have major production of goods and services? Because when you bring 30 million people into your country, that means that you think that production, a larger economy, more labor force in your country will keep your economy going, because I mean basically that's what it is. The more people you have, the more consumers you have, your labor force is bigger, then your consumer market's larger, and so to them that's the key to stand out, to fighting depression or keep your economy going. Because I think that's definitely what the American elite believe. They believe you do not want your population reducing. You want your population to grow and grow big, and that's what they believe in. Because look, okay. Now they believe that China, that their population 1.4 billion is going to go to 800 million in about by 2080 or 2070 or 2060, something like that. So with the Chinese population, reducing almost by half, China can see themselves in a major economic depression in the next, in 2050, 2060, 2070. I'm just trying to remember things I read. Oh yeah, I remember reading this person in 1971. He made a prediction that if America collapsed, right, what's going to happen is people will move from the city to rural areas, right, to buy land or take a hold of land and just grow their own crops, grow their own food, and barter against each other. A person that has a fruit farm, he can barter from a person that has a chicken farm or a pig farm or a cattle ranch. So you're gonna have a lot of a barter system going on if the fiat money, if that collapse.
Yeah, that's interesting. I say in any system, whatever it is, there, man, so what do you have to have? You have to have a sense of trust. You have to have the ability to defend yourself and your property and your people. And then you do need the element that there is law enforcement that can step in if things go adverse.
Right.
Because without that, I think you get chaos in a sense.
Right. But look, see, that can be during what you just mentioned. Could be in good time and bad time.
Mm-hmm.
That can happen in any economic situation. I'm trying to remember what happened in Nigeria back in the 1960s when Nigeria went into a civil war, and the government, which was controlled by the Muslims, right? They were fighting the Igbos, who were Christians, and what happened was, the reason why they were fighting the Igbos, because the Igbos, they actually announced that they are a independent country, and they wanted, and see, most of their oil was in their territory, so that's why they announced their independence, and then the federal government or the government said, hey, look, we don't accept this, and they called for a war, and the war lasted 5 to 6 years. The Igbos, I say maybe 5 or 6 million Igbos. They, they lost their lives. They starved to death or whatever. So, there's a lot of different things you can read about to see how when there's chaos or civil war in a country, I mean, what was the results of that? So there's a lot of different, reference to that information.
No question, no question. I'm looking at the population count, and man, this is actually pretty interesting. They have it by race, and then they have the numbers. And so
America.
Yeah, America, like it actually goes back here. Let me see. This thing goes back to the 1610. 1620 is where they have 20 black, also called Negro here. Which is interesting. Whenever they started keeping these counts, I don't know if this is this a U.S. It says historical, racial, and ethnic demographics of the United States.
How many Europeans were in 1620?
1620, 2,300.
So 2,300 Europeans, 20 black Africans, and there were probably maybe 10 million Indians in the whole continental United States. I'm just guessing. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, it could have been. I don't know. I think it was much more than that. When they first got here, I think there were, I believe there were 40, 50 million likely spread across the country. But yeah. And I mean, we got to trust their numbers. They didn't count them until, according to this, 1860. I think I do remember. This is kind of where they started. Essentially, anybody who was black and or suspected of being Native American, if they didn't have a direct connection to the community, they would just automatically declare them to be a Negro. And a lot of people call that paper genocide. So up until that point, they didn't count them at all, so they, I mean, we all know what they did to those people, kind of decimated them. But yeah, at any rate, during this Depression time, it looks like the population was growing every 10, and this is over 10. I'm just now realizing this is every 10 years, not every year, but the population was growing at about 1 million, give or take, and then there's right as they're entering the Depression, it started to slow down to like 500,000-600,000. And again, this is over a 10-year period. And then in 1930, which is probably right around the height of it, over that decade, there actually was growth still.
So it had the black population for 1930. That's separate.
1930, yeah, 1930, yeah, it's separate. So it did grow.
How many?
It grew by like 1.4 million, almost 1.5 million over that decade, which is probably one of the largest growth periods, even going back to 1850.
Right. So we'll say 1920 to 1930.
Yeah, there was a growth.
Yeah, that was the Black Renaissance.
Oh, really?
1920, 1930.
1920, 1930. So 1930 is when the Depression is, right? Roughly.
Right.
So that period, there still is
1930 to 1940 should be a smaller growth rate.
Well, here's what it is. It's about 1 million. Still on track. I mean, that one decade where it was like, actually, this is probably one of the lower decades, the 1910 and 1920. Of about 600,000. Maybe they just didn't count as, you know what I mean, that type of thing. But after 1940, you start seeing 3 million, 3 million, 4 million, 4 million, 5 million almost. You know, so you start seeing significant jumps in our population. Between 2000 2010, it goes back down to 2 million. Or no, let me take that back. 4 million. And then 2010 to 2020, that looks like another 3 million. So um yeah, it doesn't look like the depression, I mean, even though it doesn't look like it affected our population in a large way, like it reduced our population in a significant way like that. Now the European population.
Matrix Black.
Oh really? Damn it. Okay. All right. Jump back out. Jump back in. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Shit. Damn it. Okay, back up in there. You know what? I'm gonna just go through the jumbotron a little bit here. So the third one over. This is a shooting inside of I guess a Mexican restaurant. Some younger person, based on the way they're moving around, maybe a drug addict, ain't no telling. They come in, ski mask, you know, everything's covered. He's got a gun, and it looks to me he's not intending on robbing the business, but he's essentially walking up to each table and asking the patrons to, you know, give them the money, right? So he's waving this gun around. He's saying, "Give me the money." He essentially goes table to table, and you see this what looks like could be a white guy, bald head, older guy, either white or Hispanic white, and you see him kind of fidgeting around, which I knew instantly when I saw it. He was reaching for a weapon. He's fidgeting around, leaning over, trying to get in a position to where he could get to his pistol or whatever. But when you watch this video, it's only like a minute and a half long. There are multiple times where he is face to face with the guy. He already had or could have had his weapon in a position to confront the guy. He throws his money on the ground instead of handing it to him or putting it on the table. He throws it on the ground in an attempt to bait the guy into bending over to pick it up. Which I mean, I don't want to give him any bad marks for that. But what ends up happening is he kind of waits in ambush. The guy passes him with his back turned, and then this guy pulls out his gun and shoots him in the back. I'm assuming he kills the guy because the guy's down. And then you see this guy essentially check the gun, realizes that it was a toy gun, fake gun, whatever, it wasn't a real gun. He throws that toy gun in anger and then proceeds to finish his drink and still angry, upset, whatever. As he's walking out of the door, now this guy is dead on the floor in front of the door. He's blocking the exit. He throws the rest of his drink on this dead guy, throws the cup at the dead guy, steps over him, and leaves the scene of this situation. Which, I mean, it's obviously a crime scene. I think they said the police are looking for the guy. Now, whether they charge this guy or not, I don't know. It just, you know, I looked at this thing over and over again. First, I was just so shocked, like, damn, bro, because I've been in this situation, and I could tell by the body language of the guy with the gun that he was a younger guy, you know, certainly younger than me by the way he was moving and everything. And there is the argument to be made that, yeah, he was committing crime. Yeah, you got a gun, good guy with a gun, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But there was something really demonic about this situation to me because of the way he waited until he had a position of shooting this guy in the back. Um, and not waiting around for the police to show up to even, give his version of events. I mean, there's videotape. I don't think this guy realized that there was a videotape, which is why he left. But I'm just like, man, I don't. I know we got stand your ground or whatever stand your ground laws, and some states have the castle doctrine, which means you essentially don't have to retreat. You don't know if this is a real gun or not. I mean, you can make all these arguments in the situation. I just think there's a level of cowardice to shoot somebody in the back. That's just me personally. I've been in actual shootouts in my lifetime, and the thing that I remember, and in the moment of it happening, you almost think it's not real. You hear the pop, pop, pop gunshots. You just don't believe it's really happening. It takes you a few seconds to react. But I've been next to shooters and they are very cool, very calm. They get into a shooting stance, they face their target, and they face their target. That's the most important part of it. Um, and I just for the life of me have a problem with the way this went down. That's just me. So I don't know if anybody else
Hey,
saw that
but
video.
is the robber, what race was he?
You can't tell. He's completely covered in black mask, black arms, black gloves. There's just no way to know what race the person
Okay,
is.
the person that did the shooting, what race was he?
He looks like a white, maybe white Hispanic, you know, older guy who clearly has some weapons training because he aimed square to shoot this guy like right through the heart. To be honest.
Well, you know how it goes, man. I think if that kid if he's black, I think the guy getting off, if he's white, he might be looking at some years if that kid is white. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, this happened in Texas. Texas does have the um, they call it stand your ground or some other term for it, where you don't have to essentially you don't have to retreat. But they do have a thing about if the person is either running away and or no longer a threat, that you have to take that into account, or you currently in threatened when you fire your weapon. Essentially is essentially how I read it. It just seems I don't know, like I said, because there was when it first happened and the guy was first trying to get to his weapon. This guy was a good 20, 30 feet away from him, essentially at the other side of the restaurant. And yeah, you don't want to get into a gun battle, I guess. That's a whole nother thing. But again, even to me, that's a little cowardice to not want to get into a gun battle when you actually have a gun, and to wait and almost try to bait the guy into turning his back to you. I don't know. Um,
Right.
I find it.
I think this is the most important thing. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, Black, this is the most important thing. Was the kid leaving?
That's the question.
Did kid he collected all his money? He's leaving the establishment, or is he just going to the next victim?
That is the $1 million question. And from the video, again, it's only a minute long. There were some tables in the front of the restaurant. He had already, stopped and got money from them. This, like I said, this guy tried to set him up, threw the money on the ground. He had essentially walked past him, and then it looked like there was one other person like behind them, towards the back of the store, based on where the camera's at. And then there was no one else to go to at that point. He appears to be leaving, and you can only guesstimate based on the video whether he was actually leaving or not. But he appears to be leaving. When he got shot, he landed like almost faced into the front door. So his.
Oh my God! Hey, guess what? That guy, he's going down, bro.
I just think it was.
The kid was leaving the establishment.
There's a really strong argument to be made that he had already visited everybody and was on his way out, because there was no one else to get at that point. He shot him point blank range. I mean, when he pulled his gun, that person was probably 2 to 3 feet away from him, is what I would guess. He had no chance, like, at all, to survive. And then again, the callousness of him stopping to finish his. He actually looks like he finished the other guy's drink, finished his drink. I mean, this motherfucker. He looked like a psychopath to me. But what he did was he went in the guy's pockets, and it looks like he gives everybody their money back, which is a whole nother level of just absolute. Like, I've been in shootouts. I haven't been around any dead bodies, thankfully. But I'm not going to pat people's pockets down for whatever, some pocket change. That's just not in my makeup at all.
He's trying to cover himself. He's trying to find sympathy through from the other people. Because those people are going to be his witness.
His eyewitnesses. Yeah. Now that makes sense. To me, he looked like a cop to me. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy was a former cop, and just because again, you patting pockets and doing that type of weird shit, and then having no sympathy for your victim either, and it's just a lot of questions to me.
Yeah, the way he threw that drink down on him was disrespectful quietly.
Jesus,
like, you deserve this shit type of thing. That's how I read his body language.
That's on point, because that's exactly. I mean, we can't read minds, but yeah, like, you're a piece of shit. Your life is worthless to me, and I'm out. Damn.
Hey, do you have this video in the jumbotron?
Yeah, it's the third one from the right. It's got the pew pew pew, which again, oh God, these people. I mean, we live in this age of people just don't value humanity, and that's why I say, if this shit collapses, man, don't expect people, the neighborly whatever, because, man, you got a lot of these people walking around with guns, a lot of them. My God, man. Whew. I've been posting a lot about the jab, because they say whatever's going on over there is ramping up a little bit. There's rumors that there may be another strain that's going to ramp up here. Here we go again. Hopefully not. But there's this sudden death hashtag of all these younger people just dropping dead. It's all heart related. The blood clots. I don't know if you've seen them pulling them blood clots. Like, that shit is crazy. They look like worms or something. But there's this video of this baby, and I remember posting something about this a while back, where they're saying breastfeeding, like through breastfeeding, that the mothers could possibly pass on this biotechnology, which is what the jab is made out of, biotechnology. They could pass it on to their babies. There was another. Now you see what you see in this. This is so tragic. You see this baby shaking uncontrollably, almost like they're having like a lower extremity seizure or something. Very, very sad, man. And there's this thing where I saw recently someone posted about if they put it into the animals, because Bill Gates is running around talking about jabbing these animals with this biotechnology. And someone posted that, well, yeah, if you put it in the food and we eat the food, it's going to go inside of us. Right now, if you don't know Bill Gates, his father was one of the leaders of, I believe it was Planned Parenthood at one point, and was also connected directly to the eugenicist movement. And so when you have this person who is, I mean, he's got a trail of bioweapons across Africa that had some negative effects. And then you start to understand, and we really need to confirm this, whether or not, even after cooking this food, that's why I don't eat nothing medium rare. I just, for me and my health and my safety, it's got to be cooked till it's dead, as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, if they're able to transfer this biotechnology from the food that we eat into the population. There was one thing I posted where over in China, there was speculation that they were going to put it inside of mosquitoes, with the thinking that if they put it in mosquitoes, it'll eventually, you know, be injected into the population as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of this like insane scientific experiments that's happening on the population. And dear God, you know, if they put it in mosquitoes over there, don't think those mosquitoes won't end up over here at some point, you know, if that's what they're actually planning to do. Man, you just got to be like, damn, you got to be, I try to pay attention to some of this shit because it seems like science fiction, but it's not. This shit is all, they're capable of doing everything that we saw in science fiction movies growing up at this point. Like all of that shit is reality right now. Man, it's just a scary, 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 scary world. And yeah, we talk about protecting our population. We talk about having some type of authority to do it. You know, we can implement laws. We can say this food has to be labeled if it came from this whatever manufacturer. If there's any type of genetic material in it, we could be testing for that shit. You know, we could make it a requirement to even put it on the shelf, either the company or the company who makes it or the company who sells it. It's man, from my opinion, we need that type of protection from these people, because obviously they are willing to cull, I think that's the word that they use, some of their own population in order to get to the population that they don't want here. And that's just the reality of that situation. What else is up here? This is in Colorado.
Well, the biggest thing about that too, you know, requiring them to certify that product that they're providing is up to standard, is that you can't trust the people in the end. Because even when COVID broke out and they had those people, and I think it was the Tyson food plant, chicken plant, you know, they had them people sweating and working in these hot conditions, and you know, they weren't tested, and it was crazy. And but yet that food was still going out to be sold because it's all about $1 for them. So I don't know. It's crazy. I think everybody needs to become a vegetarian or something.
Hey, thank you for reminding us about that. Yeah, when as soon as you said it, I was like, damn, because it was a bunch of black workers, and they were like fed up with this shit. Like, damn, they were kind of like, what the hell's going on here? And that's what it was, because again, you had the Chick-fil-A, they had specific restaurants, because not all the restaurants were open and able to serve food. They had, I don't know how they got, if this was already likely already a plan that the government had, where they picked certain businesses, certain corporations. Matter of fact, I remember Trump having that meeting with all those different corporations or whatever. Um, and it's likely the people who were connected to those people were the ones that were essentially able to stay up and operating. Everybody else, basically, they're like, you're going to have to wait. You know, uh, we come up with these PPP loans or whatever, blah blah blah. But that chicken was, yeah, that shit was moving. That shit was moving. Chick-fil, because we all know how Chick-fil-A is. The motherfuckers make insane amounts of money out of them little chicken restaurants. Um, Jesus, Weasel. So in keeping with the food, in Colorado, this came across the thing. They're asking people to sign this to fire a corrupt deputy Gerhardt for trying to steal. It looks like they're saying they're trying to steal their land. They own 1,000 acres in Colorado. Black farmers and Marine Corps veterans. Um, so they're saying the police are trying to steal their land. They're asking people to sign this, like a call to action, sign this petition. Black Farmers Matter. I haven't really had a chance to look into the story. The poster is called Black Farmland. Black Farmland Owners Matter. Oh man, so as much as we talk about that, we talk about black farms, we talk about food production, and real time issue in a midwestern state, which has a very low relative black population, even. But here you have some black farmers, some Marine Corps veterans who got together. They said they're going to have a farm, and they have no state authority to protect them from the system that's going to work against us every chance they get. Now, this is where a lot of people would say we need federal protection. But what I'm going to say to that is this: the federal government, DGAF, DGAF, and it's even more likely that in this situation they wouldn't even have the authority to do anything under the state, where the governor essentially has the authority. The state legislator essentially have the authority. The county sheriff, depending on what town this is, the mayor, county executive, some county commissioner board. There's so many levels of discretion, which I got that up in there in thing too, to where the federal government could just kind of shrug their shoulders and keep it moving. Um, Even with a law on the books that say they're supposed to be protecting black farms or black people in general, black American descendants in general, they could essentially look the other way. And are people in these states where we could never be the majority population. And, in my humble opinion, we shouldn't even be living in these states, because we're just tax paying drones to these people. They take our taxes, they spend them in their communities, they neglect our communities, they do things like this, try to steal away black farmland, set up systems to end black businesses. When I mentioned the whole thing, the idea that we could have casinos as a tribe, like and what we really expect this society that's been trying to eliminate us to spend their money in our casinos like that. I mean, that's the real question when you start to come up with solutions. You got to question the solutions based on the real world implications, the environment, how these people think, how these people move, understand who these people are, and ask yourself, why would they change who and what they are? It just honestly doesn't add up for me. That's just the way I think. I just don't see it. I really don't see it. I don't see it, but that's neither here nor there. This story is about a robot lawyer, and actually, I've had a couple of back and forth posts about this whole situation. This one was just a speeding ticket. I think there's another post about a robot lawyer in an actual criminal defense. Um, so imagine that, where you would be in front of a judge and some, I doubt if it looks like these robot depictions they have. It's probably just some program on a computer laptop or something that's so they could eliminate public defenders, right? So, oh my God, dear God, God only knows where this shit is going. But you could have a situation like in the state of Wisconsin where they have one of the highest incarceration rates by percentage of Black Americans. You could have, instead of having an actual human being who's so overworked they don't have time to care about their clients, you could now be sitting in front of a laptop and a judge. And we all know the problem with AI is that it's inherently racist. I think we've all been getting that information for a very long time. So you could have this inherently racist artificial intelligence that has determined that you are a Black person, and therefore, you know, whatever the programming essentially asserts, in terms of the level of fighting that it's going to put up for you versus the client that has some ethnic European last name, and the level of fight that this artificial intelligence is going to put up for them. And so again, things that we saw in movies growing up are now reality, and they're implementing them, trying to test the population to see if we're going to accept it. And unfortunately, while our generation and older will be like, whoa, this is crazy. No, hell no. The younger generation, the Web3 generation, the Gen Z generation, Bitcoin all these people that are into this tech, STEM, STEAM, all these different whatever anagrams that they have for all this different technology. They're like, oh, this is super cool. But it's not. Like, it's absolutely not. This is like, man, this is like, I mean, what little freedoms and rights, quote unquote, rights that we do have, this is just eroding all of our rights and putting us into this economic bondage, technological enslavement that can really happen. The physical enslavement is something that I wrote about in the book. Once you have, which I think when the number I'm looking at is 2050 to 2060. Once you have 120 million Mexicans in this country, and the Asian population is like 30 million plus, and we are only projected to be at like 50 million, and that includes some of the diasporans. We're effectively going to be like fourth class status in the country, and that's not that far away. It's not that far away at all. If you have some of these things that we talked about earlier, a time loop of a major economic collapse and major world wars, you could see a scenario that plays out where in which a physical enslavement is not off the table, because who is going to come to defend us, to rescue us? Who is going to stand up and say, no, this is wrong, when all these other groups that are coming into the country are coming and shitting on us, pushing us down the totem pole, extracting resources, leaving us for dead, the same way that fucking POS in the little Mexican restaurant did, shooting us in the back. Who's gonna come to stand up in our defense? And in my opinion, is absolutely nobody, because they all wanted to want to replace us. They all want to take our position underneath this system. So yeah, endless conflict, temporary victories. So I still got minimum. I wanted to change that to temporary, but the temporary victories at this point, you know, I don't even know, for us, for the Twitter social conscious people in whatever group you're in, what is the next temporary victory? I'm actually going to change that, because I would not put reparations in that category. I think that's a major victory. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just changed it.
Okay, awesome. Yes. So outside of reparations, which I believe that's a major victory, it doesn't, it's not a permanent fix. I mean, that's got to be understood, but it is a major victory. There's always going to be this endless conflicts. This is not going to stop. So what could even be considered a temporary victory at this point in Black America, as we see it? This person is
I would say maybe an increase in acceptance from the major voting bloc about reparations. If we could get, if more people were on board, I hate to say on board, but if there was more of a outwardly acceptance of reparations being paid to Black Americans, to where we could see it move through legislation. I would see that, just the acceptance part of it. I would see that as a temporary victory.
You know what's interesting? So we know that there's all this back and forth and different classifications, names, whatever. But I was scrolling down a timeline and someone had posted, I think it was like, I don't know where, I don't know if it was from their personal life, or they reposted something that they saw, but it was something about a particular designation, a term. I'm not going to say what the term is, but it's not Black American, which is what pretty much everybody's used to, because that's kind of what we grew up on. And so they were just having this conversation with two Black women, and kind of the back and forth was that nobody in the population, based on what they know and understand, even knows what it means and or is going to accept it. And that's a high hurdle that I think a lot of people don't really understand. I think what it is the people that are on these spaces and in this particular movement, it's a decentralized movement, which I think is a good thing. But that outside of that movement and the people who are active on YouTube and Twitter and I guess Facebook, maybe possibly, maybe on Instagram to some extent, TikTok. I'm kind of starting to see a little bit more videos on TikTok. Outside of that, which is essentially social platforms, people out in the real world don't really know what this is about. And I was face to face with that in DC at that rally. Had a conversation with a Black couple. They, I was trying to run this stuff down to them, in this little conversation, and we're in the elevator, and then we get off the elevator, we're in the parking garage, and they're just looking at me like I'm an alien speaking a foreign language. Like they have no idea what I'm talking about because they watch the news. They essentially only know what they see in the news or in popular TV culture. Completely oblivious to everything that we kind of know and are immersed in. They have no idea. And so I salute you for acknowledging the fact that yeah, that is I don't think so let me say this. I don't think that we necessarily need everybody to know, because I think the people that are at the forefront are really intelligent, and they're making the right connections, and they are leading that charge in a very productive way. But it also would be nice if more people understood what was going on, at least understood it. But that's something that, me moving to Delaware, for what it's worth, I know that it requires on the ground, face to face conversations with groups of people. This is not a Twitter movement. It's not a YouTube movement. It's not a social media movement. It has to be an on the ground, face to face movement with the people who live in and around that area, and the people who certainly live in that area, so that they are on board and they understand. And then the people who live outside of that area also are on board and they understand. And that the hope is, by talking to groups of people as often as I can, hopefully weekly, that, the way information moves, word of mouth, that you can talk to a group of people, they can get the information, make sure that they understand the information, and they can go talk to people, and then try to have this chain of networking conversation that eventually can produce the results that you're asking for. And that is going to take years. Quite literally, that's going to take years to happen without the financial resources to put it out there as a marketing campaign. And I understand that, like, wholeheartedly going in. I've already kind of been at this for 4 years, and I understand that it could take another 4 to 6 years to even move the needle in people's minds. But it's something that's worth it. I believe in it wholeheartedly. And the thing that the next week's space is about is understanding that most people that we interact with on Twitter are not going to move to the state that we have selected. Although I'm kind of working with someone who has a group who wants to move to a much more southern state, which is like the second state on our list, Mississippi. And so that's good too. So to kind of have them both working at the same time, I think is very productive and efficient. But the thing that myself and that other individual and that group are going to really need from these social platforms, or the boosting of the message and the financial contributions to the movement. And that could look like whatever it looks like for individuals. If it's $2 a month, if it's $2 a week, if it's $2 a day, whatever it looks like for the individuals is the part that is going to be extremely important, along with, us making videos, uploading videos to social. Because right now I have the Black majority Delaware. I think I have it as a private group over there, community. I'm going to open it up to public at some point. I just was trying to fill it up with some information before I did that. But having I don't want to have that information necessarily on Twitter and on YouTube, to be honest. Um, if I'm going to dedicate the next few years of my life to that, I'm going to use it as a tool to boost the signal at social, so that people who want to participate either in boosting the message, financially supporting the movement, or being actual a part of the movement, can have a centralized place to get all the information and be a part of it. And so that again, Twitter kind of becomes more or less a secondary thought. YouTube has already kind of been a secondary thought. It's just like the thing that we do to have a backup recording of these spaces, since they delete the spaces after a certain time. What's interesting about that, even though they delete the spaces after 30 days, when I do my search through my spaces, I can still find spaces from months ago. And it's almost as if either there's some type of glitch in the matrix that I don't know and I'm not even trying to figure out, or there's something else going on where because I can do a search on space under my name and I'll see some of them that are still active on Twitter, even though I think the one is like August. I don't know why that is. But it tells me that the technology says that they could have them on their system, but they choose not to. You know what I'm saying? That's why we use YouTube as the backup. But eventually, social will become the main event, and then all these other ones will be like just multiple backups and ways for us to at least say, hey, this is what happened this week at the meeting, give like a summary report. But if you want to actually see the meeting, and again, if you're somebody who's participating, which is very important, that information will be on social and really nowhere else, because um, we want the people who want to participate to get the information. And that's really, really important.
Hey, Black, look, in your opinion, what do you think is more difficult for people to understand how federalism work, or how Black America can take supermajority population and political control of the state, or is it? Cause I just find that either people don't believe in it, or they don't believe it can happen, or they just don't believe it in the system, or they just completely don't know how the system works.
Well, I think the last part is the most accurate part. They've been miseducated to think that the federal government controls everything, and they don't. And that's the problem, is you're fighting with a lifetime of believing that the federal government controls everything. And you can give them, and I mean, that's what we've done here all year, is try to give as many examples as we can to show that that's not how it works. But that's what people have been miseducated to believe. So that's their foundation of belief. Um, but they can all, this is what's so interesting about it. There's always these dichotomies. Most people can point to states' rights as the reason why Black Americans in the South suffer, because of states' rights, but then can't make the connection that if state rights harmed us, if we control states' rights, it could actually benefit us. That's the connection that I'm going to have to make and try to explain in the most because what do they say? You got to reach people at their level. So you have to find ways to explain it to them in the way that they would understand it. So if you're in front of a barber shop, for instance, people talk sports, you got to relate it in a sports analogy so that people can understand it in the way that they are used to communicating. But as far as the federalism, I think I think that's more like an intellectual and almost theoretical conversation. because there's always ways in which this system can break their own rules, and people understand that intuitively. They could get that, the fact that they break their own rules all the time. I think really focusing in on having state authority and having this discretionary power and control over budgets and control over laws and control over the judiciary, makes more tangible sense to people if they can allow themselves to believe that we're capable of doing that. I know we're capable of doing it. It's just a matter of helping people, um, giving them the empowering people. Is probably a better way to say it. Empowering people to allow themselves to believe that it's possible, because it's absolutely possible. The U.S. Virgin Islands, even though it's an island territory, is the primary example. It's already a Black majority entity in the United States. It's just that it's a territory outside of the country, but everything down there is controlled by Black people for the most part. There's obviously some wealthy real estate neighborhoods or whatever, communities and hotels, blah blah blah, but Black people control that little land mass territory or whatever. And we can do the same. We can do the same here. Starting with a small, extremely small state is the best opportunity to prove it, show it. And then, like I've said so many times, once you show it, prove it, people can visit, they can see it happening in real time. There's no longer any doubt. All the doubts go away at that point.
Hey, you know what, Black? I think what got me, what really got me into, this concept of the Black American homeland, it was either 99 or 2000. I was talking to different law professors, right? And I remember this one law professor, he said that 50 states are like independent countries, like a Great Britain or Italy or France or Germany, or and I said, wow, the 50 states are like independent countries. So when that got into my head, back in 99, 2000, that really, got me into look, man, the states are more than just states. They are political, sovereign, independent entity, political government entity. They have a lot of power. They have their own constitution. That really, that really got me. I was all in by 99, 2000. But I still really didn't I didn't have the confidence that I can, teach people. It took me many years, like 2005, 6, 7, 8, to really have the confidence to really, talk about, taking control state, because there was nobody out there talking about it. So yeah, it took a long time.
Yeah, I know exactly. We talked about that. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly how you feel, and I've learned so much from you. I've learned so much from the questions, because the questions, more than anything, challenged me to do, deep dive researches and try to really understand how to answer questions to the best of my ability based on what I can find. But I'm so more confident in everything that we've been talking about than I've ever been. Every week, all the signs, all the danger signs, like this civil war in Mexico, because they arrested Chapo's son, and the cartel essentially went to war with the Mexican defense forces down there. I think 50 people died, whatever, and there was a bunch of looting going on down there. I don't know if this shit's over yet or not, but it was big a couple of days ago. Little kids in cars with assault rifles, things of that nature. So those people are going to be here. Like, quite literally, those people are the people that are coming over the border, and they've been coming over the border for a few years now, if not decades. I think the projection is somewhere like 100 million by 2050, and then by 2060, I think it's as high as 120 million. And that's not as far away as people may think. It's just not that far away. Yeah, by 2060, 120 million. That's frightening, to be honest. Now, we could assume and hope that they stay out in the Southwest. Other than California, we don't have a whole hell of a lot of population out in those states, but Texas and California, I mean, we got significant numbers. Like significant numbers, like 10%, over 10% of our population between those two, maybe a little bit higher than that. And I got a lot of family in Texas. Most of the family I had in California, they moved from California to Texas. And so it's like I hope that they get their reparations and they really seriously consider getting out of there, because all signs say that nothing but bad things are to come. I reposted a story talking about they're opening up law enforcement and all these other positions to illegal immigrants out there. I don't know if it's statewide or if it's in one particular location, but all of these things are massive problems, like massive problems for Black Americans. So if you don't understand it, you got to get up to speed pretty quickly.
Hey, but like, imagine, right? The Texas and California, super majority Mexican. The court system is going to be in Spanish. That means that English speaking people will need an interpreter to to deal with what's going on in the court system. The writing is going to be in Spanish. All the school system, they're going to teach in Spanish. All the government, paperwork, doing your tax forms, trying to start a business, that's going to be in Spanish. I see all that happening.
Imagine this one. You get pulled over by the police. They could speak both languages, but they choose to only speak Spanish. They don't give a damn about the fact that you don't understand what they're talking about. And they arrest you simply because you don't understand what they're saying.
Right.
I mean, that stuff could actually already be going on out there, to be honest. If anybody lives in the trenches, as they say, hardworking people might not see it yet, but the people that actually live in the neighborhoods and the communities, they might have already been seeing that going on for years now.
Yeah, they arrest you because you don't wish to comply to their command, which is in Spanish.
Not only that, but let's think about this, okay? We know that the federal government agency's been involved in this drug trafficking. That's I think most people understand that. There's plenty of documented evidence about that. Now you have a majority state control by a population that is known for trafficking, right? And those trafficking individuals are right across the border. Now you have control over the state authority, the police, everything. What's to, like, I mean, let's just logically think this through. What's to stop those states from becoming narco states that essentially become a gateway to flood in whatever illegal activity crossing the border back and forth, because they essentially will control it all. Outside of the federal border patrol, they'll essentially control all the mechanisms at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the ports, the airports are controlled by the state. However, some parts of the airport is federal, have federal oversight, like the TSA. I think they're federal.
Mm-hmm.
Port Custom, they're federal. Immigration, federal. Well, yeah, but the state actually regulates the airport or some parts of the airport and seaport.
Yeah. Well, we know, again, we know the drugs are coming in somewhere, somehow, some way. It got to be coming across the border. I mean, they might stop 1 out of 20 shipments or something, if that. You know, so the borders are already porous. It's porous with the people. It's porous with the illegal activity. You add in human trafficking and child trafficking and everything else, you know, along with all the legitimate stuff to make it look good. Because that's the thing about organized crime is, let's be honest, they embed themselves into legal operations to make everything look good. That's a key component to running an illegal organization that's on that scale. So, yeah, I mean, it's daunting, and you know, as a federal system, or you know, the federal government, if we are dependent on the federal government to save us or protect us in those states, man, better wake up. Better wake all the way up, because it's not coming. It's not happening. Our best position is what we've talked about, is moving to these southeastern United states where we can become the majority population. Whatever state that you choose, we advocate for Delaware. We are advocating as Mississippi as the next state, but there's actually a concurrent movement, parallel movement, that is going to be really, really pushing Mississippi, that I'm doing everything I can to work with, and you know, try to help them as much as I can, get all the information they need to really start pushing the state of Mississippi as well, so that we have 2 states that we're actively pushing, talking about specific states, not talking about the South, because it's not about the South. It's about moving to the state where we can actually move enough people there to take political control in a relatively short period of time, which is a few election cycles. That's what's really, really, really important. Because again, once people see it, the questions go out the door. You can't question it anymore, because it's already happened. It's already a reality. And you can come and visit and check it out, of course, but there's no more questions at that point. And I'll be very honest with you. There's nothing they can do, and there's nothing that they're going to do. The way they move is slow and methodically over time. And all we have to do is be very prepared, which I'm sure we are. I mean, I am. I think I try to think 20 steps ahead if I can. Be very diligent in our protection of our infrastructure, our resources, our people, and test every chance we get. You know, all the warnings that people have thrown up in these spaces, we've thought about them. I'm sure there's others that we haven't thought about, but that's when you start getting into real professional security, that can bring up those issues and have the skills in those areas to really focus on those things. And you know, once you absorb a few waves of that, you know, and they know that you're legitimate, they know you're serious, these people are going to roll right over. They'll roll right over. They will roll right over. That's just the nature of how they move. And then they try to come back around. They do it. Even you look at all these foreign countries, the way that they've gone into them, they don't come and attack right away. Even after 9/11, it took them a few years to ramp up to go to war over there. And they didn't go in a war where they attacked 3 different countries at once. They kind of methodically went into one country, focused all their attention there. They had a couple units in different countries, and then they started moving over and moving all their assets. It takes the U.S. a long time to move assets. That's why, you know, China is kind of getting all itchy because they see them moving assets over in that area. And again, they can't. It's not like they can move assets against us. What they could do is little minor legal shit. But again, yeah, I've explained often, anything they do to one state, it has to apply to all states. Otherwise, it's unconstitutional. You take them to court. There may be a lot of that back and forth to court for the first couple, whatever years, decades, who knows. But they know they're going to become this minority, this minority majority or whatever they call it across the country in certain states and certain areas. They already know that. They're preparing for that. So it's not like it's this big shock to them. They're already likely preparing plans for how they're going to deal with that, whatever that may be. But again, it's not some out and out outright attack, which I think puts a lot of fear in a lot of people. It'll be some legal jockeying, but that's all governed by the U.S. Constitution. I just posted something that said states typically have the ability to give their citizens more rights, which is why you see marijuana legislation introduced all across the country, because that's giving your citizens more rights. And I'm sure there's other areas within the law that we could find to give our citizens more rights under a state constitution. But everything's governed, and we know that, you know, we have a general understanding of the Constitution. We can certainly dial in to certain areas where it's important. We can certainly codify the 14th Amendment and the importance of it and the specificity towards Black Americans in that, in state law. There's a lot of power and authority and levers that we can pull once we get to that level of authority. And there's not anything they can do as long as what we do is constitutional, which why wouldn't it be? Everything will be checked through the Constitution. You have constitutional attorneys that can, you know, verify that this law is essentially constitutional. You push the envelope on this, you push the envelope on that, knowing that you may have a fight in the Supreme Court. Whatever it is, what it is. That's the endless conflict part of it, is likely to be a legal conflict more than anything. But it puts us in such a better, like, just an amazing position to control the education. Man, you know, the first post, which thanks Mel Cruz for putting this up here. This was in a back and forth where someone was asking, were there any attorneys in that thread conversation? And my response was that eventually we'll have to raise up dedicated Black American attorneys who will be warriors for social, political, and economic stability, defense, and advancement. That happens through the education system. That's really the only way that you can raise up an army of attorneys, is through education, through giving them the power and empowering them to have pride in who they are first and foremost, and then giving them the skills to advance to the level to where they feel confident in defending their people. That's got to happen through an educational system, and a system where the environment is Black agenda first, Black American descendant first. Because what happens in the current system is they go into law, even at an HBCU, they're trained how to essentially operate in the current system. And, those people control the system. Like even in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, whatever, deep South, they still control it all. So they're going to be trying to cater and match their energy with the controlling energy, fit in, get in where you fit in, that whole thing, peer pressure. Like there's that image of the Black Republican in the House who I guess they were going to put up a speaker or something. I don't know. I've been loosely following it, but there's an image of them patting him on the back of his head. It's like 3 or 4 of these white quote unquote lawmakers that are patting this Black adult male on the back of his head. It's disgusting. 2023. But that's what happens. Even the most staunch, they thought they was in the streets, they was a rider, they was Black Lives Matter, they was yah. They get up there and they just try to get in where they fit in. They just try to fit in without a support network at home that's telling them, we got your back, we support you. The governor supports you, the citizens support you, the U.S. rep supports you. Stand strong, stand firm, be professional, because we don't want to be in constant conflict with these people. At some point you're gonna have to work with them to get the things that we need, but at the same time, just handle the business. That's all. Just handle the business. And what they need a support network in order to accomplish that. That's why the Congressional Black Caucus, who keeps telling people they represent only 17 million Black Americans or whatever the number is, number keeps changing. And I posted that almost a year ago, and then I reposted some guy in Vegas around election time was talking about, I think he changed the number to 18 million. But they have this theory that they only represent the Black Americans in their district, but also, oh, by the way, there's like 70, 80 million white people in the district too. So there are a priority. And what they're ultimately saying, as disrespectful as that is, there's a whole another level of disrespect, because they're saying the other 20 plus million Black people, we don't give up about them. We don't represent them at all. They don't exist in our world. This is the Congressional Black Caucus, and they're championing, I think Miss Rella posted, and a couple people posted this graphic of some focus on the diaspora from these Congressional Black Caucus people. And they had the Haiti, which I posted that like a year ago, the Haiti caucus, the Caribbean caucus. So they're embedded. You can't serve two masters. So they're in the Black caucus, but they also hit up these other caucuses, and they have dual allegiances, which you can't have. And so essentially what they're doing is they're extracting resources from Black America to take to their native lands. There's a Nigerian caucus. I think I posted that there's a Brazil caucus. I went through all the caucuses. There's all these different foreign caucuses. There's European, there's Asians, but in terms of our people that are supposed to be representing us, my goodness, man, they got their own little fucking fiefdoms set up there. That's why we need a black majority caucus, black American majority caucus that's only concerned with black American business. And the only way we're going to get that, and give them the support network that they need is having black majority voter ruled states. Being scattered across the country ain't going to cut it, because they're going to get up there and they're going to turn, they know it's going to get turned up in the air. They're going to turn around, flip them, slap them on the ass. And next thing you know, they're going to be talking about, shit going on over in Nigeria or somewhere. We done seen this happen over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and it's not going to change till we change it. So,
hey, Black. I say since 2013 that I started this my account, right? I did many top 10, like what are my top 10 states? What states I think will become super majority black first. I did a lot of top 10s like that over the past, what's the 2023, the past 10 years. And every 2-3 years they could change, right? Like I had Georgia for a long time. I thought Georgia would probably be the first state to become super majority black, because my thing with Georgia, it has a major city like Atlanta, and it had that celebrity. There was this professor from Emory University. He's actually from Virginia. He actually knew my aunt. They went to the same high school back in the 70s, and he wrote a book called oh my gosh, I can't think of the book. It Makes Me Want to Holler, right? And he talks about Atlanta being the Black Mecca. And when that book came out, I think in the mid or early 90s, right? I mean, like at least 1.5 million Black Americans moved to Atlanta. Of course, this had to also do with the Olympics, because, Atlanta won the Olympics in 1989, and then 1996 they host the 1996 Olympics. So during that time, at least 1 to 1.5 million Black Americans moved to Georgia. Georgia just seemed to have Atlanta is a very dynamic city, and it has a lot of advantages. So I still think Georgia, even though Georgia needs 3.5 to 4 million Black Americans moving to that state to take supermajority, I think, Georgia, it can happen in Georgia. Another state, the state that I'm targeting, North Carolina, that's a big state, has over 10 million people. The main thing is North Carolina has a very strong economy, a big economy, and the state's really big. You have your coastline, your coastal area. You got the Piedmont area. Then you have your Appalachian Mountain area, and so very diverse economy. Ecosystem. I mean, really all these states have their cons and their pros, and I don't know. I can't really tell you what state what state will become supermajority first. I don't have a clue. Now, you think Delaware, and Delaware has a small population under 1 million, and it's 24% Black. So, Delaware, it's up there. Mississippi, almost 40% Black. that has a really good chance to be one of the first super majority black state. But also, I think South Carolina has that opportunity. Georgia, North Carolina, even Louisiana, which is 34% black. I think that state has a good opportunity to become a supermajority black state. So look, I'm not counting out any of these states. Now Arkansas is like 16% black, but because of the small population, I think Arkansas can become supermajority black. But I think all these states have an opportunity, and so I'm not taking any of these states for granted, and I think we need them all. The more states we have, the more power we have on the federal level. So that's my thing. I want as many states as possible. So yeah, I land my plane.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it would be beautiful if, over the next year, the 50% of our population move to these states and fill them up. That would be the most ideal situation ever.
You said 1 year?
Yeah, it would be amazing if that could happen over the next year, because we'd be in prime position for 2024. Yeah. Is it possible? Man. Oh no, it's possible. We've seen 500,000-600,000 people move into Texas, into Florida in a year, and they didn't really suffer any dramatic effects from that. So it's possible. It's possible.
And don't forget 2018, 19, and 20. The young lady that ran for governor, I think 500,000 Black Americans moved into Atlanta or Georgia during that period, 2018 to 2020. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, we got text up. Let me first shout out the Only Male Cruise has a space coming up. It looks like tomorrow morning, and it's called Black Labor White Wealth hashtag Claude Anderson, and her co-host is at Nate Turner. So please get a chance to set a reminder for that. That's a little early for me, but I'll certainly, if I get a chance to check out the replay. Is this going to be recorded?
Yeah, it's going to be recorded. It's actually on Monday.
Oh, it's on Monday. Okay. All right, awesome. So yeah, because it's telling me Sunday, as you know how that is. We already crossed the midnight line. The other thing I wanted to mention was I was in a space with everybody knows the Blood Pack, which is her name is escaping me. Brooke Sinclair. Yes, Brooke Sinclair and Sincerely Love. And I hope that was a recorded space. I'm going to try to find it so I can put it up there. But they have a hashtag. There is a call to hashtag Black Love for the month of February, I believe is what it is. I think she said they did it last year, and they're trying to do it again. It's Black Love and something. There was something else in there. So I'm going to try to find it and post it. But if you're connected to either the Blood Pack, Brooke Sinclair, or the Sincerely account, if you could kind of tap into what they're trying to do, because they want to elevate Black love and relationships for the month of February is how she stated it there. And then this third thing, we've had multiple spaces with a Black gentleman in Chicago's 9th Ward. I think his name is Cameron Barnes, who's running for alderman in that city. Very intelligent, has kind of come up under the Democratic system, assistant minister at a church, very active in the community, very intelligent. Like I said, Mr. Lloyd Kelly is kind of taking him under his wing and helping him promote a little bit. And that I think he popped up a couple weeks ago, and then there was another space from an Italian who is in the same Chicago area, but I think he's going for the 5th Ward. And he was in the space yesterday. And so I'm like, wow, that's interesting. And then I was in a phone call today, and someone was like kind of asking me about Mayor Lightfoot. And I'm like, damn, she should, it's kind of close because she's been there for a while. She's probably close to re-election. Well, come to find out, these Chicago elections happen at the end of next month. At the end of next month, there was another mayoral election that was like in an off year. For whatever reason, Chicago was in this off year. And yeah, and in February, which is even different because we're used to November elections. At least I am used to November elections, but it's not just an off year, it's an off month. And yeah, so I don't know if anybody in this space lives in Chicago, or if you wanted to support any of the reparation, quote unquote, candidates that have been popping up in these spaces. Do your due diligence, but realize that this is like just like a month and a half at this point away from the actual election. I thought that we had like months, I was thinking maybe the end of this year or 2024, but no, they're right at the finish line with that. So just kind of take that into account. Go ahead, Texwell, you got it.
BMSM, BISM, what's up, BISM? Black Majority State Migration.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, everybody? What's up, bro? Props to the family. I have to apologize. I missed a lot of your spaces, man, because I really haven't been on the app that much. And I'm probably asking this question in ignorance, but I would just put it out there that I would love for us to explore, to add to the conversation, the logistics necessary to bring this to fruition in terms of like industries that can employ our people, industries that we can dominate. Maybe one day, if we haven't done so, we can brainstorm on that. I know it's late. I've been framing the door, and in between my talking on this app, I was in some contentious room earlier with some reparations deniers, and it turned out too well, of course. But at least I know who they are. I went back to the room just to unfollow the people that I had followed. But yeah, that's part of the that's all part of it. You're gonna have detractors. You're gonna have naysayers. So hope everybody's doing well. Thank you.
Hey, you know what? Like, what you notice with the states, right? The states have a lot of utility companies that have a monopoly in their state. Like, like your water treatment plants, that's a monopoly. Your sewage company, that's a monopoly. Your electricity company, your gas company, your internet company, your digital cell phone companies. There's a lot of monopolies that the state regulates the monopolies. They let these companies have control of the market within their state, and they keep other competition out of the state. I believe a super majority black state can pass regulations and laws that that these monopolies have to be owned by corporations that are headquartered within the state, and we can't say blacks that we can't say owned by black people or controlled by black people, but I think we have to put black people in place where we can take a monopoly of the, let's say, the telephone company, electricity company, gas company,
I knew I shouldn't have did that.
treatment plants.
I knew I shouldn't have did that. I knew I shouldn't have did that, bro. Damn it.
I think
They just don't care.
can take control of these
No, they just don't
these
care.
businesses and corporations.
They just don't care, man.
I land my plane.
Okay, I'm in a double echo, so I don't know if you guys are hearing me echoing, but we had a space 2 Saturdays ago where we talked about shifting our spending habits to shift our existence. And in that space, we talked about some of the industries where we spend billions of dollars. Earlier in this space, we talked about the hair care industry and barbering and women's hair. But in the beauty category, skincare, grooming aids, beauty, men's toiletries, feminine hygiene, soap and bath, we're talking about a couple $1 billion right there. In bottled water alone, we're talking about $1 billion. In soft drinks, we're talking about $500 million to $750 million. So the most advantageous thing, and which would be the smartest thing, most efficient way, is to look at where we already spend money and shift our buying habits from buying it from everybody else to buying it from the people who are in the community that we want to support. Like, for instance, there is I think it's called MSM Water Company that may be in Alabama, but they're shipping water loads to Mississippi still. I just reposted a tractor trailer load that they sent out within the past couple of days. Finding businesses like that and saying, we're only going to buy our bottled water from you, from your company. Help us set up a distribution center in the state that we're targeting. Find and locate Black construction contractors who either want to have a satellite location, preferably, and or move to the state that we are targeting, Delaware or Mississippi. One's further south, one's in the Northeast, but they both essentially are the 2 states that can happen the quickest with the least amount of population. And so same thing with the beauty supply. I just posted I posted 2 links to, one said over 100 beauty supply, Black-owned beauty supply shops or beauty supply stores. And the other one was, I think, 55 or 57 locations. So partnering with the people who already are in the industries where we already spend money and moving those industries into the states that we want to move into is the most efficient way. Having small grocery stores that we can support, having small restaurants that we can support until we can grow them out. And here's another thing. I got to go to that thread so I make sure I get the numbers right. Within our population, there are levels, there are tiers of, and I got to put this word in to get to it, but there are tiers of income. We kind of talked about the difference between income and wealth a little bit earlier, but within our population, there are these tiers of income. And so I've always said those who are willing and able, and the willing part is very important. The able part is equally important. And those are the people who earn an income, according to this graphic. Let me get these numbers right. So 17% of our population makes 50,000, 10% earn at least 75,000, 18% earn 100,000, and then I put in this 1% earn over $1 million. So that's 10, 20, 35, 45. So essentially 45% of our population is economically capable of making this move, because they earn a living that suggests that they can physically, financially make the move happen on their own. Because the initial wave, to be perfectly honest, is going to have to be self-sufficient. They're going to have to either have a business, there be a remote worker, be someone who can commute, either within the state or just outside the state, like Delaware is a commuter state. So there's all these major metropolitan areas that surround Delaware where you can actually work. You know, someone who's a stockbroker, which for what it's worth, there's black stockbrokers, but someone who's a black stockbroker can get to NYC, work, make whatever they make, couple $100,000 a year or more, and then live in Delaware and vote in Delaware, which is the most important part, living and voting in Delaware. So in Delaware, the strategy there is to get people who live just outside of Delaware to move into Delaware. So that's New Jersey, Philadelphia, possibly Maryland. To be perfectly honest, we might have to pinch some population out of Maryland, even though it can become a black majority state at some point in the future. We may have to pinch Maryland population to help Delaware become a black majority state. Virginia, DC, these are all areas that are essentially within a 2-hour drive. The train may make it a little bit quicker, but probably not by a whole lot, maybe 15 minutes or whatever. So that's our goal there. Mississippi is a little bit different because Mississippi borders the Memphis area in the north, which is a major metropolitan area with a lot of jobs, a lot of opportunity for business and other things in that part of the state. And then you got Jackson and some other areas, and then you got other border towns. You got the coastal areas. So you're going to have to strategically, and we haven't really carved Mississippi up as much. When I look at it, I've looked at that Memphis area as a prime area to move into because of the proximity to this large Memphis metropolitan area. But again, the initial people are going to have to be able to find jobs, find housing, and be willing to make that move happen. And then once you're in there and you're voting and you're registered and you're doing your thing, you're living your daily life, then the secondary group, which many people have talked about, Ms. Giselle's in the space, the elderly population, which is a population that is needs resources, needs care, needs housing, etc. So it creates an opportunity there where you can help them because they are a very strong voter base. You can help them make the move. And then you have the HBCUs. So you would want to kind of target some of the younger college aged students, high school students who are thinking about going to an HBCU. Try to set up a campaign where we are encouraging them to move into the state so they can vote and be a part of the political process as well. Mississippi has multiple HBCUs from what I understand. And I know Delaware has one HBCU, but there's actually, I looked at that third so-called campus, quote unquote, and I'm sketchy about that. Even though the address is listed on their website, when I actually Googled in and zoomed in, it appeared to be that they have an office inside of like a convention structure or like some sort of sports complex. So I'm not 1000% sure that southern location is an actual campus. The other two are, though. They are legitimate campuses. So us taking over the state, we would obviously like to make sure that third location actually does become a campus. There is some type of technical school down there. So maybe there's an opportunity to convert the technical school into a technical part of Delaware State University there at some point. But yeah, that's. I mean, I'm trying to touch all the bases so that we understand that the initial wave is really more or less a self-sufficient wave of people who want to move. Because they believe that this is what we need. They understand that this is what we need, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they have the resources to make that happen. We had someone who was from a large group of people, of professionals who talked about relocating as well. And we've had different professionals in the legal field and construction field and different places throughout the time in these spaces talk about they would be willing to consider it. We've had people who lived in Delaware before say that they would be willing to move back to the state. They thought it was a little slow for them, a little boring. To me, boring means safe, and I'm all for safe at this point in my life. So, for people who don't want the bustling urban lifestyle, big city, fast paced life, this is probably a good option for those people. There is I think they have a casino down by the HBCU. I think there's a racetrack. I think that's a NASCAR track or something like that. So, I mean, there's some things there. Wilmington is like an urban area. Atlantic City's not too far. There's a couple beaches in Maryland that are not too far, I believe, or Virginia, either one. So there's like some opportunities there in terms of getting out and enjoying the nightlife or amusements in relatively close driving distance for people who want to do that. They might have chartered buses. They might have some other transportation to make that happen out there. So yeah, that's about the size of it. It requires some self-sufficiency in the first wave. We also have identified a population that doesn't even have to move there. They just simply have to change their registration of where they vote. And that would be a significant win because it's likely that there's enough of them, if they got on board with it, to actually really, 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 really boost our vote in that state. So we've gone down that path. We've talked about it. I've talked to different people. Once I'm on the ground and I'm there and I'm really trying to connect these dots, I'm gonna really try to lean on the people who have said they think they can make that happen in some way, shape, or form. Because we could probably develop 50,000 to 100,000 votes right there, and that would give us a really strong base. So it's like, for what it's worth, this is not outside the realm of reality. I mean, this is like something that, if you get that group, you're way over the hump. You're way over the hill, and everything from there is really downhill. And you can, if you had that group in your pocket, you could kind of say confidently, we have 50,000 votes, we have 100,000 votes, whatever the case may be. And let me say this as well. The other very important part for me is, while, as I stated, Twitter and social media is not really a campaign vehicle, in my opinion, based on watching multiple elections over the last couple of years. It's more of a information vehicle and a fundraising vehicle. But I don't know who's somebody's got a hot mic. Okay, thank you. But we do want to be able to give the people who want to participate, and that's people who are going to either move, people who are going to help finance the move, or people who are going to boost the message. We want to give them a centralized hub of information, and that is going to have to be on social, in one of our communities that's dedicated to this particular action, so that people who want to participate, and that is the key word, can go there. They can share directly from there, and they can, like, more than likely, will set the donation. It'll probably be like a monthly donation that will set up on there for people who want to participate in that, and who want to watch the videos that we put out, the information that we put out. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You got it, Tex.
Yeah, years ago, I not too long ago, I was thinking that we could nationalize our culture, and this was not in reference to a black majority state migration, but it was more or less to turn all of our cities, make sure all of our towns had a section for displaying our culture in a way that could be an income generating engine. In other words, no matter what town you went to, when you get to that town, you say, well, where is our section? Where's Negro Town, in other words? Just like we have Chinatown, Africa Town in some places, Little Italy across the country. So each place where we live, we can start with one city block and then expand it as we become more successful to feature our culture just as other people do, and they generate a lot of money in tourism. There's no way that we shouldn't be benefiting from our culture when other people do it all the time. So you can incorporate that with the migration, majority state migration concept, so that those states would be a center of attraction for people around the world, and that would be a way to bring money in to our economy. Like when we start businesses that we support, that's more of a lateral distribution of money, but we need industries that we can basically siphon off other people's economies into our economy. That's all.
So I appreciate the last part of that, because that's very important. Very important. And I'm on record as stating, when we create businesses, sometimes we got to think about extracting resources from other communities. That is extremely important. The other thing about the tourism, so this is a graphic of, in 2018, Black Americans spent an estimated $63 billion on leisure travel. 2019, that number had reached $109 billion. When I thought about the beaches in Delaware, I thought about Black Bike Week. I've thought about the convention center in my city that had some I think for a few years, because we have the August Wilson Center here. I think for a few years in a row, they had like a big Black American annual, I don't know if it was the NAACP or whatever it was, but it was some national convention here. So having a convention center where you can bring people in, like you're stating, different times of the year, all of those things, all of those things, many grocery stores, many hospitals, senior care centers, daycare centers, things that don't take a whole hell of a lot of startup money, that people are already technically involved in, and they simply need to know that if they invest their time, money, energy, and effort, it's going to be supported once we gain the governorship and once we gain the majority of the legislature. Then we can actually funnel the resources back into our community. Because the important thing to understand is, when you finally have the budget of the state, you have that circulation that you were talking about, lateral circulation of tax revenue, that we can even out across the board. But you also have these federal dollars that come into the state, and some of them they are earmarked for certain things. So there's a lot of contract wealth to be had in even those things, road construction, etc. But then there's also discretionary spending in there as well. There's going to be, housing initiatives and other things like that, to where you can, again, balance the way the money is spread out throughout the state. You can ensure that the contracting that's produced by the state and even local governments are actually being contracted out to the Black American citizens within the state. So there is this upward mobility even in that, when you have control over the budget within the state. So Yeah, thank you so much for talking about tourism. I think that'll be a natural thing simply because being the first and or the second, it's going to be one of those things where people are just like, man, I got to get there. I got to see what this is about. I gotta see it for myself. And it may not just be our population. It could be a global thing, a global phenomenon, to be quite honest, because I, for one, believe that once it occurs, as it's occurring, that it will be a global story. It won't just be a regional or state story or even a national story. I believe it'll be a global story. And I think there'll be a lot of eyes on the people who become the governor and who run for these offices, become the senators, whatever. And I think this is what I was going to mention. The goal is not to campaign for votes. It's not to have a marketing budget that is focused on running campaign ads, putting up billboards, putting up signs. Is really to focus those resources on talking to people face to face, securing their vote, putting them into an email blast or some other like social platform where there's a conversation that's ongoing, and ensuring the fact that they are a part of the movement, they understand the movement, and they're going to vote for the candidates that we put up, and they have a relationship with those candidates because they've talked to them multiple times, they've seen them multiple times. And in that state, like most states, you typically have to be a resident of the state in order to run for some of these offices. So they'll be members of the community already, and will be supporting the local Delawareans, the local Mississippians in their bid to gain elected office. And so instead of it being a thing where we're, in my opinion, wasting money running campaign ads, we'll actually be talking to people and finding out what they need, what they want, and doing everything we can to ensure that when we get the reins of power, that we actually can deliver those things, equitably across the state, across the local municipalities, etc. So, someone came up, but it looks like they dropped out. We got baby sister. I know you put something up here. Let me see if I could find it so I can at least shout it out.
Hey, Black. Actually, you know what? Like, let's say if a state, any of the states, are, let's say 75% or 80% Black or 66% Black, I want to ensure that in a state that's 70% Black, that 70% of the banks are Black owned. That's 70% of the new car dealerships are Black owned. That's 70% of the used car dealerships are Black owned. That 70% of the grocery stores, the different franchises, McDonald's, Burger King, Pizza Hut, wherever, we have to figure out how this, because the state regulates everything within the state, right? Mm-hmm. It regulates all commerce, right? You have to go through the state to get a car dealership license, new or used. You got to go through the state to get a liquor license. You have to go through the state to charter a bank. You have to go through the state to charter a corporation. So a supermajority Black state really control all of that stuff, right? So we have to figure out how we can ensure that most of these Black-owned, most of these businesses are Black-owned. We need some lawyers, some Black lawyers, to really look at this, right? How we can word things in the Constitution, or there has to be some way. Because Black Americans, right? We were unable. Because my uncle, we talked about this a few weeks ago, right? My uncle, he's been in the used car dealership for 30, 40 years, right? And for years, right, he tried to apply for a new car dealership license, and he could never get it. It would be a consortium of black investors, and that has a decent amount of money, and they still can't get the new car dealership license. So, and look, a company like Ford, BMW, Mercedes, they won't award you a franchise until you already have a dealership license with the state. So those are things that I'm concerned with.
Yeah. So how do you make that happen? I think by being equitable across the board, having the education instilled in all levels of education, at least in the public sector, and having programs that can funnel people into ownership in places that you're specifically talking about. I think that's how you get there, because again, right now in Wilmington, Black American students are the majority of the population in the public school system. So if you have a majority public school system of Black Americans, 60, 70%, whatever it ends up being, and you have this pathway to ownership in getting licensed in these different industries that you're talking about, then you're essentially setting up the majority population to go into those industries and be supported by the state, the taxation, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. So outside of that, you're talking about sort of quote unquote backroom deals, hush hush, whatever, blah blah blah. But the one thing that I think you can do is with the state attorney general, you can look into situations where it feels like, seems like, looks like, and you can prove that there is a disproportionate monopoly in industries by other groups. And by applying pressure in that way to a large corporation saying, look, here's the deal. We want more ownership by the majority population within the state. Having those may be conversations that you can have without implementing laws. Again, it may be a conversation from a state attorney general, maybe the governor has a meeting with business and, corporations in the state. I think there's ways to apply pressure politically in that way. In some of those instances, but I think that over time, the default majority population should be the majority population in a lot of those industries, but you have to educate the population in a way that they can actually move into ownership. You have to finance, loans and things of that nature as well, more than likely. So I see it as being a possible thing, and I see it being something that state, local, county governments can keep as at the forefront of their business initiatives to ensure that takes place as well. So
yeah, in other words, I think it's going to take a lot of state and local government intervention to get the black business community to the numbers what we want them to be. I think it's going to take a lot of intervention. And what I mean by intervention, it can be good or bad.
Well, I think if you look at the Black Farmers Association, and you look at the so-called Black Farm Bill, or Farm Bill to help economically disadvantaged farmers, and the white farmers sued because they said it was unconstitutional to award aid just based on skin color, and they were right. So to me, everything should go as a form of reparations to our group. And you can have it written amended into the state constitution that this time we do the set-asides right.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it for people of color.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it for women. We do it for people who descended from slavery. And it's nothing but a simple set-aside for these people, just like they give Indians.
Well, this is different, man. See, don't forget, we are the majority now. And you have to look at it at a way that now we control the state. We control the three branches of power. We control all the institutions, all the agencies. We control who gets the liquor license, who get the dealership license, who get franchises. We control all of that. There has to be instead of using a race or black, we have to figure out what mechanism we can use to make sure that we are the beneficiary of most of the, when it comes to chartering banks and corporations and things like that. I have an idea. I set forth some ideals in my book, but we have to figure out how to see. I don't even think I don't know if reparations will work, because even reparations has something, is race. I mean, even reparations is race.
No, race. Reparations ain't based on race. It's based on a particular class of people who are harmed by government policy over centuries. And so that's the only way you can do it without being unconstitutional. Because you can't just say skin color. You can't just say all black people. Because if you say, that means people from India who are darker than me can slide on in there. So that's what I say. Reparations is the way to go. Like, people talk about these state reparations. That's one thing that we, especially in the majority state, we can amend the Constitution in that state as a majority. And so if we write in set-asides for this damaged class, that includes business grants instead of loans. That includes first priority in certain industries, just like they did with the Koreans when they gave them exclusivity in the hair care business after the Korean War, which prevented other people from competing with them. So reparations is the way to go, because they can't say it's unconstitutional or discriminatory.
Yeah, we talked about codifying the classification that people, feel most comfortable with. Establishing the 14th Amendment does specifically talk about our lineage, and absolutely ensuring that is enshrined in the state constitution, no question. I am absolutely 100% confident that once you have the state legislator and the governorship, you can seek state-based reparations, or restitution is probably the term that's better used in that case. And the question there would be whether it is for the descendants of the people who lived in the state the entire time at that point, and whether or not the people who are moving in also can benefit from that in some way, shape, or form. In my Delaware thread, I had a plan to give every individual who voted, I believe it was a half-acre lot of land throughout the state, which would be somewhere like 20 to 20% of the land in the state. And people could choose to live on it, choose to lease it out for commercial farming or some other reason, whatever, some other commercial use. Legalizing marijuana, legalizing hemp, because hemp is an industry that we could quickly get into and ramp up in terms of that. So I'm with you on that. To an extent, I'm with you on that. We certainly would have to have the people who are going to be the leaders, um, lead us in government. Certainly look at those issues and figure out how to implement those issues. No question at all whatsoever. But I think to the larger question about how do we ensure that if 60% or 70% of the population is Black, American descendants, how do we ensure that they have ownership over these industries? Again, through education and training and support, financial support. To be honest, why would a McDonald's exist in a Black majority state if we didn't want it to? I mean, that's just where the bottom line is. Why aren't we supporting Black owned restaurants? There's plenty of them across the country, to be honest. They just need the support. They need a dedicated customer base. So that's what I am for myself. I'd say you have a conversation with McDonald's and say, look, it's really simple. You're either going to support entrepreneurship within your network, or we're going to open up businesses to compete with you, and you might not be in business that much longer. So that's just a conversation to me.
Can I jump in there real quick, Black?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's good, everybody? Reparations up. Hey, Texas, the DJ from Jersey. Follow me back, bro. So, William, what's good? What's good, fam? You already know. So, hey, Black American, what's good, bro? So, like Black Majority said, McDonald's and Wendy's and all that shit wouldn't even exist in the Black state of America. We got so many dope ass chefs out here in the Black community. It's crazy. Just get on Instagram, bro, and I'll be eating all the food. That's why I'm fat. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be popping up at these spots, and we got folks that go across the country here. You know what I mean? And just pop up at Black American restaurants like the Gaffieri with the dining drives and drives, dining drive-throughs and drives, whatever you call the show. You feel what I'm saying? We got our own little folks that be doing their own thing like that. So that shit wouldn't even exist. And then just to get to the gist of the matter, the business side of it, 80% of all businesses are small businesses in America. So McDonald's probably wouldn't even be here. And if McDonald's were to do or whatever type of white franchise WPI for us to let them in, well, you're going to cook the food to our standards. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's in your fucking food. But our people be lined up. Like, I got a what? A Burger King, a Wendy's, a White Castles, you know what I'm saying? And then like a whole bunch of like other little Chicken Shack type restaurants around me. And our folks be lined up at these spots. You know what I'm saying? Day in and day out. Man, if we had somebody like a Black American right now, and I be trying to tell my great aunt, but she ain't with it no more. You know what I mean? She rolling to her 90s and shit, but Chef Gang still of the free mode. You feel what I'm saying? We just had some Thanksgiving and Christmas food, so I know it's fire still. You feel what I'm saying? Word up. But if we had some of our folks that's just willing to do the work, and we got our peoples, but the money ain't there. And then the other thing is too, these folks, they ostracize us here. When they know we coming to get like a rental property to do a restaurant or something, the rent is double versus they would give it to a tether at normal rate. You feel what I'm saying? So this is the problems we face in Jersey, yo. So our folks is on fire. We out here, but like most folks understand, we really don't support each other like that. So get in the Jumbotron. I put a post right here for all y'all. Do your homework. It says on the top left-hand side, second dot, and it says, Our Black Year, support our sister, ourblackyear.com. So if you go mess with Sister Maggie Anderson, you already know when it comes to the delineation part, that means we're not buying anything from you because you don't buy anything from us. So when we do have our Black American restaurants, you don't see no Asians, no Hispanics, and no whites pop up in the hood to come support really like that unless they poor and broke like us, which is still even rare. You know what I'm saying? Because our businesses don't exist like that in the Northeast here anymore. Them days is gone up. The Black restaurateur, the Black liquor store, laundromat, cleaners, you know what I'm saying? Shoemaker, well, the shoemaker's still on the block. Shout out to that. You know what I'm saying? At least in my hood. But anything else is all up to the wrong on. So it's like, when we do our Black state, y'all can't even pop up here, whatever, WPI corporation. And if you do, we're going to tax the shit out you. If you want to do business here, we're going to tax the shit out you. The tax is 30%. You know what I'm saying? If you want them to pay, you're going to knock yourself out. You can set up. You feel what I'm saying? Well, we ain't taxing each other. You feel what I'm saying? Like that anyway. You feel what I mean? At least not what the norm should be, because when you keep the taxes low, that means.
I don't know what happened. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, it's Twitter gang. You know what I mean? Twitter. You know what I mean? So employment will rise, and people were able to have employment because the taxes will be low through the job tax credits and all that other stuff. Like they get a Silicon Valley and all these other Mickey Fickies. You might as well give it to us too. So again, go get your tax ID, go register yourself as a business, and start working on your craft or whatever it be, or whatever your business is, and be more professional about it. And I'll yield there.
Man, that was great. That was great information there. Really, really appreciate it. I want to shout out these 3 Jumbotron things real quick. Baby Sister put up here, do you think the CCC was created to give lazy, broke, unable to make money during the Great Depression? You were fine, but Roosevelt president came up with a fantastic BS ideas. I think that was about our Great Depression conversation we were having earlier.
Entitlement programs, bro. That's all I see around here is entitlement programs all day long. That's the ones that's supposed to at least benefit us. Affirmative action. Asians trying to end it, and we don't even never benefited from it anyway. So all this is just socialism entitlement programs, right?
Absolutely. Let me get to this one. So, Sincerely Black Love had a space, and that was the space that Brooke Sinclair was in, the Blood Pack. And for 2023, they want a hashtag Black Love Vision Board. And the space was about this Black Love Vision Board for February, which is Black Love Month, where she wants to really, really highlight and get people to push this hashtag of Black love, and it was different types of love, not just relationship love, but love of kids, love of fathers and things of that nature. And then the last one I want to highlight is Miss Giselle, who has let me plug this in before this thing go out. Miss Giselle has her 16 days of hashtag we coming for a check, 16 days, let's keep pushing, 16 days to MLK. And this is like the last thing I put up there, but it's 2 types of reparations: state atonements and federal. Reparations is coming, know the difference, and she talks about the state atonements, and then she has the federal cash payments, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, guarantees of non-repetition. So I wanted to alert everybody to those those hashtags and that poster. And I see we got Miss Rella and then Baby Sister.
Hey everyone, how you guys doing tonight? Sorry I missed most of the discussion. I got me some really good sleep. I guess I just kind of jumped in because when I heard Black mention, reparations as far as it being race-based, I just wanted to just make sure we're clear, like, state acts of atonement, as Ms. Giselle's initiative, the 16-day initiative is underway. We have to realize that commissions on a state level can be actually fluidly moved in a Black majority state like Delaware without any condemnation, because we would actually be able to control the narrative and actually start to reinvigorate historical records and understanding of, the makeup of how the OMB, as well as the state's constitutions, actually set up its laws based on the federal government. And I think that's very important for people to understand. I think when we're having a discussion, to put things into context based on how states are set up, why they're set up the way they're set up, and local governments are set up the way they're set up, and having that influence of people that actually look like us. They understand the language because now we have the knowledge that can actually be surely pushed and fluid throughout the state. The other thing is, I think I heard someone mention the set-asides. The set-asides definitely would come because we would be able to actually implement, even now, as DJ mentioned, getting your business, getting yourself set up as a business, and getting your organizations formed, because you can actually now dictate how to get government contracts moved, money moved throughout the state, and hiring people with getting additional money. And it's a $6 billion pot of money that's just sitting, waiting for people to actually get into the business. It's a whole movement in regards to government contracting. And sometimes people feel like, well, I don't want to, be a part of the government or talk about anything being a part of the government in a state, Black majority state. But the funds that you can actually move and push throughout the state would be influential on top of other resources that we would be able to actually control and demand. The other piece of it is, Black, I think I asked you before, is there a port in Delaware, and if so, what's the biggest? How big is it? And then the other thing would be, my goal. One of my goals is trying to bring back or reindustrialize manufacturing. So where we are actually making our own products, we are actually trading with other groups of people to actually bring in their resources as well. With goods and services, and that it all forms under the umbrella of understanding the industrial system and how we were cut out of the industrial system once the U.S. government gave its contracts over to China. So that's another conversation, but I wanted to just point those things out.
Yeah, if you remember Married Black Parent, he would always talk about this deep water port. He's the first one who brought that up in one of our very early spaces. And I until you said it, I didn't look it up, but there is the port of Wilmington. It's a deep water port. And so I had never even acknowledged the fact that it did. When I looked at it, I was looking at the southern part of the state and thinking that because it's already, it's right there on the Atlantic Ocean, that would be the place for it, but it's already there. So that's actually pretty amazing. I think Baby Sister's next. Someone else had their hand up, but they disappeared. So Baby Sister, you got it.
Peace and reparations, family. Hey, everyone. We were speaking on the I'm cooking right now, so I was looking at YouTube, the Great Depression, and we were speaking on how we were doing okay, as Black Americans, because as everyone knows, we know how to make something out of nothing. But the California Conservation Corps was implemented. And up here, I live by the sequoias, the redwoods, and these roads and the grapevine, if people are familiar with it, it's that main thoroughfare. And then the 99, all of these roads and stuff, which is amazing and just is, being created. But it gave a lot of poor white trash jobs. And for some unknown reason, we can always correlate us doing good and when things are put into play for those that, want to keep us down. But it was called the California Conservation Corps. They did, just hundreds of thousands of, things just to keep them busy and give them money so that they could continually be ahead of the game. But I thought that was
Baby Sister. It was called the Civilian Conservation Corps. I posted that.
It's for us out here in California, we always reference it that. So I apologize. Yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I think on the state they actually adopted it, but for overall across the country, I posted a link for you. I'll send it to you.
And you're absolutely right. It was just everywhere because they didn't We were, trading overseas. I mean, we were kicking ass, and then they implemented the, watermelon. You were, connected to, big greens and everything. But that was a major export that we were doing. So anything that we do, they make fun of, and then our overall wanting to just get along with everybody and being duped in the meantime. So yeah, anything that happens with America, well, the Great Depression was, they got depressed because we weren't their slaves anymore. You know what I mean? So shit had to fail because we were their commodity. But a lot of good stuff. But that was all I wanted to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much for that, man. Yeah, because earlier I was talking about how we're in this time loop and how it's possible. I mean, it's possible. The country goes through these recessions every so often. It's a cyclical thing, and we're probably due for something like that. Within the next 5 to 10 years. So we were just trying to let everybody be aware of it. But I want to highlight this Delaware's port because I'm actually excited about this. So on their site, they say they're the North America's #1 seaport. I'm sure they all say that, but they seem to be focused in this one area. They import fresh fruit, import bananas, import juice concentrate. They are the U.S. port of entry for Moroccan clementines, which sounds like oranges to me.
Hey, Black, you're in the Matrix.
Dang it. Okay, I got to go in and come out.
Okay, it looks like Black.
Dang it.
You should probably go out and come in too because you're stuck in the Matrix as well.
Okay, I dropped him to bring him back up. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm gonna go out and come back in. What do we got going on here? Proof. Okay. Just to make sure to
Well, is it me?
No, it was Black that was in the Matrix, and then Black America was stuck trying to get back on stage.
Man, he might have bounced all the way out. Let me do this, and then I'll jump out. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we got co-hosts in there because you know how Twitter will collapse the whole space. Okay, he came back up now. We got the one co-host. Let's make sure we have two. And then I'm gonna drop out and come back up.
Black, I want to say this while you're doing that. So, among the suggested causes of the Great Depression, the stock market crash. There was a collapse in 1929. It's so funny how there's always this threat of the stock market, right, crashing. And it says the collapse of the world trade due to the Smoot-Hawley tariff, government policies, bank failures, and panics, and the collapse of the money supply. So I'm assuming after 1929, that's when you start noticing how government set-asides actually started getting bigger after the Great Depression ended, as well as now the government has to institute something to actually now rebuild its infrastructure because they had started to move manufacturing across out of the country, and it wasn't just China. It's Taiwan. There are other places that we get our rice from. Other places where we get certain goods from. If you notice now, I think even chicken plants, as they're trying to shut down a lot of the farming, they're sending food from the United States, from particular farms, to I believe either China or a country in China to repackage the food. And so if we look at, I'm going to post this, the Federal Reserve Bank talked about the impact of the Great Depression, which Black people would actually end up being the first to actually be hit the hardest. However, the biggest thing that we had is that we lived amongst each other. So the survival of having businesses or infrastructure was there until you started seeing the bombings that started happening through Jim Crow, because Jim Crow actually came on during the Great Depression. So you see a country actually trying to reverse how economics is set up, because Black people were starting to thrive prior to the Great Depression out after Reconstruction until the New Deal. And the New Deal really hurt us. I mean, it hurt us bad, because now we have an influx of immigration, and then now we also have manufacturing, like factories, farming being hit, a lot of domestic terrorist activity happening to communities, and we're now trying to move into the Jim Crow era, and it just got worse. So I'm going to post this link here from the Federal Reserve. Very interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna try to operate off of this different thing, because right now it's back to where if I don't have the co-host, it's gonna drop me out and probably collapse the whole space. It won't let me get a second co-host now, like it did last week. But there's someone in the jumbotron. Let me see. This was my example of a Black leader. He was doing that before that time period. 1898, John Merrick, entrepreneur, philanthropist, formerly enslaved, founded North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, eventually a bank, pharmaceutical company, hospital, library, and college. He was among several founders of Durham's Black Wall Street, North Carolina. And the reason I wanted to add that to this conversation at this time, looks like he was 58, based on this picture. This is post-Reconstruction, right? 1898. This black man exceeded every possible expectation, overachieved in so many different areas. He is what anybody by any standard would call a leader. Because in order to build an organization, in order to develop a Black majority state, in order to run a campaign, you have to have leaders. This is not something that just is going to arbitrarily happen because there's a code, quote unquote. The code is the guide, the code can be the standard that everybody lives by, but you have to have actual leadership in order to make these plans and actions take place. That's an amazing black man. I mean, goodness gracious, amazing, phenomenal. And to Miss Rella's point, how they likely manipulated the economy in order to collapse Black American progress. If we don't really understand that they are capable of doing that in 2023, then we're not really understanding the way these people operate, because even in COVID, you see that they're willing to harm their own people in order to target our population, in my personal opinion. And in everything that they do, they don't have a problem with sacrificing some of their own people, economically, physically, whatever the case may be, in order to achieve their ultimate objective. We've talked about the re-enslavement of our people in this space a lot throughout the space. That's something that's been weaving out in and out of the space. And the reality is, whether it's a technological enslavement, if it's you're locked out of society because you don't have financial capabilities to remain in the society, whether it's the fact that it's your wealth or not just living paycheck to paycheck, if you lose your job or homeless, which a lot of people unfortunately do face those situations even today, but it's certainly going to get much, much worse if you don't have funds or family that you can depend on, because everybody's living paycheck to paycheck, and they can't afford to give you 3 months rent. Maybe they're living in a small Compton-style apartment, which they want those everywhere as well, so they can't even let you stay with them. I mean, we're moving into dire straits, and we know, again, the Mexicans are coming, and they're not going to stop coming. There's going to be 100+ million of them very, very soon here. So, for me, my granddaughter's 2 years of age. By the time she hits college, they're going to have over 100 million population here. We're projected to be at 50 million. So there's a lot of things that are coming really hard and fast at us, and that we definitely need to get on the ball. So for the next phase, which is about Delaware, if you have no desire to move to Delaware, that is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. However, please support those who do. Tex was in here earlier. Looks like he's no longer in here. But that's the other element that I didn't get to really put out there, because a lot of people have asked, how are we going to, what industries are we going to have? How are we going to, make this happen? Well, yeah, we need self-starters. We need self-motivated individuals who are willing, capable, and able to do it for themselves and their family. But we also need people who want to support those people, because they're going to lay the groundwork, not just for their district or their town, their county, or even their state. We're getting federal authority at the same damn time. And that is very, very important to understand. We're getting a U.S. rep there. We're getting 2 senators. We get Mississippi. I think Mississippi now has 4 districts. You got 4 U.S. reps. You got 2 senators. This is how we really move up the political power structure in the country, until at some point in the future that we have to do something way more radical than that. This is very, very radical in comparison to anything we've ever done. But I think this will sustain our population for centuries, to be honest. As long as the United States exists, as long as we have state authority, we should be in a much, 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 much better position.
Hey, Black, I want to. You mentioned something about black-owned banks, right? There are 21 black-owned banks in the United States. Just 21, right? I think there's over 2,000 banks in the United States. Now these are 2016 numbers. Okay, Black Americans, they have $4 billion deposited in those 21 black-owned banks. However, Black Americans have $800 billion deposited in the 2,000 banks across the country. So $800 billion. So that's a lot of money. So even if we can capture half of that, or even a quarter of that $200 billion, put that in black-owned banks, which we probably have to be 100 or 200 banks. I mean, that's serious progress right there. If we can capture 200, a quarter of all the deposits in black-owned banks, I say Black Americans about 8% of all the deposits in the banks in the United States, by 8%. The national, I think, 10 trillion is deposited in all the banks in the United States. 10 trillion. So 8% is 800 billion. This is 2016 number.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I never see this is why you need so many different people with so many different thought processes to pull out this type of information that even though I'm understanding we're going to create a state banking system, but I'm never going to connect those dots the way that Black American Homeland just did. And to get those deposits, in my opinion, if you have a state banking system, that's the way to go about it because you have the security of the state and the federal government, and you could even have satellite branches across other areas, even ATMs, whatever the case may be. Today, they're even they got cyber banking, right? So you don't even have to have a physical location necessarily. So I love that information, and I certainly would want to incorporate trying to attract those savings accounts, the checking accounts, um, definitely getting payroll. You know, because think about a bank, a state-based banking system in one state that we control, and then we say we want to run payroll for all the black businesses across the country. Um, we want to have a credit card system across the country. We want to give our people preferable credit ratings so that they can buy autos and homes for the people who don't want to move to a black majority state. There's a lot of opportunity there, a lot of untapped opportunity. Miss Rella.
Yes, I actually and I definitely agree with Black Majority State, and we actually have 42 black-owned banks in the United States, and 42 though compared to 4,236 FDI insured commercial banking institutions. And then as of 2021, there's 72,166 commercial bank branches.
Wow.
So we would really need to look at that in retrospect to say, okay, well, how do we actually get federally credited owned banks? Because they actually hold different, they actually can do different things than, like said, commercial banks can. And then these banks also are expanded globally to help bring in economics from other nations. So I agree with Black American Homeland. We really have to really hone in on that piece to figure out, okay, well, how is money actually moved fluidly and then in trade with other places back into particular economies? Because if you notice in spaces where black neighborhoods are, you probably don't see a lot of the larger banks that probably get a lot of the larger yields, especially federal banks, because they can move money quite easily. So they set those banks up in certain communities, i.e., the suburbs, versus the urban areas that like they like to call us. But in a black majority state, we could set those banks up in all areas, no matter where you live. And that to me would be, a game changer.
Absolutely. There was a post of a Ukrainian federal credit union, I think in the San Francisco area. And the post was, they're here, they're setting up, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, that's what they do. There's Asian credit unions. There's all types of credit unions. So having again a state-based banking system, I think it's North Dakota, and we would probably have to really do a deeper dive into that. I've posted about them before, but that is like the only state-based banking system. I'm sure they still have FDIC insurance, um, for deposits and things of that nature. But I would be curious as to how they connect to what you're highlighting, the federal system in terms of banking, because they're not really a commercial bank. They're more like a community bank. Maybe they operate more like a credit union, but they're still state based in a sense.
So there was some information that came out in regards to the Freedmen Savings Bank that got that $9.8 billion deposit when they decided to change, when they had the whole summit, and money has been dispersed, right, to banks in like areas that maybe Black people aren't heavily populated. Apparently, some of the banks are Latino owned or run by heavily Latinos, and that money was actually moved. Some of the money was moved to these banks, and people don't know this, but it's a problem because they're utilizing the now MX building, former Treasury MX building, now the Freedmen Savings Bank renamed, as a way to funnel money. And so if we really think about it, banks actually, even if it's a small commercial bank or a privately owned bank, banks give out loans for homes. That affects the real estate. That affects how people can come in and get a loan or come in and get resources. And if that money is not being funneled into our communities, but funneled away from our communities to help build other communities, to your point of the government, as well as certain states, preparing for an influx of immigration to actually reposition us economically, then we definitely need to get a handle on the understanding of why we have to figure out this whole financial and banking system. Because if you ask me, if they're going to, I look at it as funnel money through the Freedmen Savings Bank, then that money should be going to banks that are Black owned. And if we can get that understanding, that will be, again, it's just another level of information to say we need to make noise about these things that are happening, because it really impacts us when we don't have the resources, or people don't have the resources to pour in, or assume they don't have the accessibility to pour into businesses and develop businesses in moving to Delaware or any other Black majority state.
So I love to make noise and bang the drums and do everything we can from this position, but I'm living in a Black majority state in my mind. As crazy as that sounds, in my mind I'm already there. And so I know, having a state attorney general, that's just again, these things where now we're in a position where we gotta fight for these things. They become conversations. They become, hey, come to my office, or let's have a lunch meeting, or whatever, blah blah blah, and then let's figure this out, versus what we are up against today, which is calls to actions and emailing and calling and things of that nature. But you're right. If there's any money on the federal level anywhere, we need to find it. We need to extract it. We need to have a team of lawyers whose job it is, grant writers, whatever it is, to get that money. And in my opinion, that develops through education, through leadership, through understanding. It's our job to do that. It's our job to get those resources wherever they're at.
Hey, Brock, it's funny that you said that. You're in your mind, you feel like you're in a supermajority black state, and
in my mind,
I do that as well. Of course, I've been to some majority black states like South Africa, Zimbabwe. I've been to 10 African countries, but living in Southeast Asia, right? The Filipinos, right? Their culture reminds me of Black American culture a little bit, and because I rarely see white people. I mean, rarely, maybe. When I go out to the certain bars where your American, British, Australians, where they hang out, that's the only time I see them. But most of the time, I don't see white people at all. So I can see myself, I can visualize myself in a super majority black state, and I can see it. I know what I kind of know what the capabilities of Black Americans, what a black state would look like. The crime rate, the education. I go through that in my mind, in my dreams, and I can really visualize everything. Visualize. And I've been doing this for a long time, so almost I've been living here for over 2 decades, so I can see it. I can really see it, and I believe it's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
It's going to happen. So
it is going to happen. We're going to have to physically manifest it. Vision, clear vision, focus, and then manifest it. That's the only way.
Hey, I want to thank Lexus. Hey, Lexus, thanks for the link.
Absolutely. Shout out to Miss Alexis in the space, Miss Daughter, Miss Goddess, Judge Sarah. Shout out to Alexander. Shout out to T-Way. Shout out to Rock, ROC, Scorpio. Shout out to Real World Women Don't Do Nonsense. Man, I love that. Shout out to 60. Shout out to everybody in space. Shout out to Insane Optimist. He's always dropping jewels. Shout out to Teetering Between Enlightenment and Rob T. I think I hit everybody up. Oh, Miss Val. And let me see if I can follow you back. I
think Rella's speaking. I can't hear anybody.
Oh, that's my bad. I thought I was speaking the whole time. Oh, God. Oh, I got this echo thing going on. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I was doing my shout-outs. Shout out to Miss Alexis. Shout out to Insane Optimist. Shout out to Mouthpiece. Shout out to Daughter of Zion. Shout out to Val, Miss Goddess. Teetering Between Enlightenment. Rob T in the building. Shout out to Miss Real Women Don't Do Nonsense. T-Way, London. We got Judge Sarah. Alexander always rocking with us. Shout out to Miss Rock, ROC Scorpio. Who else we got? Miss Zen Garden. Shout out to Charles A. Tucker for the comment in the post. I appreciate that. Shout out to Make One Think. We got David, who's been rocking with us. Smoke Splitter. Diane and Black American first with the locked account. Amen to that. Shout out to 60 as well. If I didn't get to you, go ahead.
Look, Black, tell me, have you ever experienced living in a territory where there are absolutely no white people?
No, I've lived in the U.S. my whole life. I visited the Bahamas. when I was 16.
That's close.
That's very close. Very close. So I felt it for about 2 weeks. And but no, I've lived up here my whole life. Yeah. What do you think about that USVI situation where they were able to terminate the attorney general because she was being successful in those lawsuits?
Oh, in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah. After Biden came down there to tell the governor to get rid of her.
Wow. To be honest, I just heard it from you earlier, about 4 hours ago.
Can we get a breakdown? Is DJ able to find the story to play so we all can kind of hear like the full story and what actually transpired?
Yeah. If DJ can find it, go for it. U.S. Virgin Island Attorney General terminated.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that, yeah. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think people know how serious that is, because Biden wasn't the only one that got involved, because she was going after J.P. Morgan and Chase, wasn't she?
After she won with the Epstein estate, yes.
Uh-huh.
And she's a beautiful black U.S. Virgin Islander with American citizenship, So shout out to the Islanders down there.
All right, y'all. Let's check it out. U.S. Virgin Island Attorney General sues J.P. Morgan Chase over banking services for Jeffrey Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, hold on 1 second. Let me get the audio right. 1 second. 1 second. Why is the volume? Hold on 1 second. All right, let's try it again.
Well, banking giant J.P. Morgan Chase is under fire today, accused of benefiting from sex trafficking by billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. This after an attorney in the U.S. Virgin Islands filed suit on Tuesday, saying the bank failed to report suspicious activity. According to that lawsuit, human trafficking was the principal business of those accounts that Epstein maintained at J.P. Morgan. The lawsuit accuses the bank of not complying with federal regulators and for failing to make proper regulatory filings that could have tipped the government off to Epstein's alleged sex trafficking ring of underage girls.
So it's that one. Let's see, what is this? Same thing. 9 days ago. Hold on, let me see something. Yeah, I read somewhere that she was fired too, but nobody got nothing on screw too. Okay, I don't think I can read this off the New York Times. If you haven't, want you to subscribe to everything. All right, just to read it real quick. I'll just do the one paragraph for you, I guess, or if y'all want me to read the whole thing. But New York Times or whatever. So the former Attorney General for the Virgin Islands, who recently secured a $105 million settlement from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, was recently fired following months of friction between her and the U.S. Territories governor over the handling of the investigation into the disgraced financier, according to people briefed on the matter. Denise and George, the former official, was dismissed by Albert Bryan Jr., B-R-Y-A-N Bryan Jr., the governor of the Virgin Islands, on New Year's Eve, 4 days after her office sued J.P. Morgan Chase in federal court in Manhattan for its dealings with Mr. Epstein, who died of an apparent suicide in 2019 while in federal custody. The timings of Mrs. George firing fueled media speculation in the Virgin Islands and beyond that the suit against J.P. Morgan was the immediate cause, but the people briefed on the matter who were not authorized to take publicity because Mr. Bryan's office did not give a specific reason for Miss George's dismissal, said there had been tension between the two public officials for a while.
Oh, shit.
Hold on a second. It was partly tied to Mr. Bryan's feelings that Miss George didn't keep him appeased about the investigation in a timely manner. One of the people said attorney generals are usually required to inform governors of lawsuits they intend to file. Ms. George did not trust the speculation,
3 a.m.
but defended her decision to sue the bank.
We're probably going to shut down YouTube Live here soon.
Her office had done to make sure the dozens of women who were victims of Mr. Epstein's sexual abuse as teenagers or young adults were appropriately compensated. Hey, reparations, man. You already know. I stand firm in my belief that the lawsuit I filed against J.P. Morgan Chase and our pursuit of criminal justice must continue. Ms. George said in a statement to the New York Times, no institution, organization, or person should be off limits no matter how wealthy or powerful. Ms. George also thanked Mr. Bryan for appointing her to the role in 2019. Richard Motta, M-O-T-T-A, a spokesman for Mr. Bryan, said in an email statement that media reports indicating the JP lawsuit as the reason are not entirely accurate. A JP Morgan spokeswoman declined to comment. In a November interview with the local publication following his re-election to a second term, Mr. Bryan had said he intended to make some changes in his cabinet but did not name any government officials. During the 4-year tenure, Ms. George led a wide-ranging investigation into the activities of Mr. Epstein. In November, her office secured a hard-fought settlement with his estate that will return at least $105 million to the Virgin Islands, where the poverty rate is far higher than the U.S. national average. The territory stands to take in more money depending on the sale price the estate can get for Little St. James, Mr. Epstein's former private island residence. Ms. George also subpoenaed some of the wealthy men who did business with him, including Wall Street billionaire Leon Black. Mr. Black paid Mr. Epstein $158 million for tax and estate planning services in the years before Epstein was arrested in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges. In late December, Mrs. George's office sued J.P. Morgan in federal court in Manhattan, claiming the bank was derelict in providing banking services to Mr. Epstein during the time he was charged. Charged with sexually abusing teenage girls and young women at Little St. James and elsewhere in the U.S. The lawsuit accused. Hold on, let me scroll down real quick. Hold on 1 second. The lawsuit accused J.P. Morgan for facilitating and concealing wire and cash transactions that should have raised suspicions that Mr. Epstein was engaging in sexual trafficking of teen girls and young women. The lawsuit contends the bank essentially turned a blind eye to Mr. Epstein's conduct because it was profitable. J.P. Morgan, the largest U.S. bank by assets, was Mr. Epstein's primary banker from the late 90s to 2013. In 2008, Mr. Epstein pled guilty in Florida to 2 counts of soliciting prostitution from a teenage girl and was required to register as a sex offender. See, now I ain't even know that one, man. In most jurisdictions, I ain't know that one. But Mrs. George's investigation was complicated by the fact that Mr. Epstein had 2-decade-long relationship with the Virgin Islands, both as a resident and as a businessman. Mr. Epstein contributed money to local politicians, and one of his foundations donated to local schools. His businesses there received several lucrative tax incentives that allowed them to avoid paying tens of millions of dollars in taxes. So, hey, y'all got to change y'all rules on the island, man. Y'all kind of brought that on yourselves. But before becoming governor, Mr. Bryan was the chairman of the Economic Development Agency that had awarded lucrative tax benefits to Mr. Epstein's companies. The Virgin Islands Attorney General, as in everywhere else in the United States, is required to prosecute or pursue legal action for violations of the law and to serve the peoples. Ms. George said in her statement, doing the job of the Attorney General should not be incompatible with holding the job of Attorney General. There is no indication that the Virgin Islands will move to dismiss the lawsuit against J.P. Morgan. That's the end of it.
Well, let me add something to this. And this is just something I'm reading through these Biden USVI. So I posted, there's a video of him getting into an SUV with Secret Service. And it's 13 seconds of people screaming, fuck Joe Biden, as he's getting into his SUV. And he's so, he's so delusional that he kind of stops and is about to like wave towards the people. This dude is so fucking, he's just so out of it. But they talk about him flying down there on his quote unquote vacation, and then the woman is terminated. A lot of people are, these are not hard dots to connect. It's pretty obvious what happened. But this one I didn't see before. It says he bought USVI property in 2005 on Water Island, a short boat ride to Epstein's Little St. James Island. That's interesting. That's interesting.
I read an article that there was something having to do with even his son even visiting the island.
Oh, and shit.
People were speculating in this article. I'm gonna try to go find it. That him flying down there is kind of like covering up his tracks. Trying to get down there to try to stop this woman, because if she was able to open up the floodgates to what JP Morgan Chase had did, the stuff that happened to Kanye, the documentation of how JP Morgan actually was influential even with the slave trade and the books on records that haven't been released, all that shit would come to a head, because now you can go and sue them for these records. That's literally what she was trying to do. But I'm gonna find that article.
Yeah. What a tangled web they weave when they practice to deceive. There's a can of whoop ass that we need to open, and they know, they gotta know, if we ever get in that position, they just gonna have to lay down and give us what we ask for, because there's so many skeletons in those closets, man. Whew. I'm really praying for this Attorney General. I hope she, bounces back, lands on her feet somewhere. At least she was willing to go into the lion's den. Those are the type of people we need. We need people that are willing to go into the lion's den with no fear.
Hey, check this out, Ryan. Did it come up last one?
Okay, here, DJ, I'm gonna send it to you.
All right.
Okay, while we're waiting for that, there's one more Jumbotron post I wanted to highlight. Let me find it real quick. Okay. So going back and forth about the reservations, the tribe. Oh, let's become a tribe. Let's get a reservation. There's that conversation. There's also we should demand land from the United States government. We should demand a state. So because we've been here for so long and we've had all these atrocities, we should demand that they give us a state or multiple states. A lot of people have had that idea, and that goes back to the Republic of New Africa, and it probably goes back further than that. The problem with that is that the United States has no mechanism to give away land. That would require a constitutional change. It would likely require a constitutional convention of states that would have to come together to agree to it. It's probably the highest hurdle for us to possibly reach in order for that to happen. It's so unlikely for them to separate themselves from land. Even the reservations, which are held in trust under the Bureau of Indian Affairs, ultimately revert back to the United States when there are no longer tribal members on the land to essentially assert that they constitute a tribe and this is their land. So, this is kind of the conversations I've been having over the last week. And I wanted to address that in the space that there is no mechanism. There's partition of states, and that's even another thing that requires, three-fourths of the states or whatever to agree to it, and or the state has to agree to it. Again, another super high hurdle, very unlikely. And so what my conversations end up being are people who have really good ideas, but they don't understand how the application of the ideas work in the real world against the people who are responsible for oppressing our population. And for me, the simplest way to figure out if this a strategy is going to work is it dependent upon us as a population, or is it dependent upon them? To me, that's the simplest way to look at every idea, every plan, every strategy. Is it dependent upon us, or is it dependent upon them? Because if it's dependent upon us, all we have to do is act. No matter how hard or how difficult it may be, all we have to do is act. If it's dependent upon them, I think we already know where that goes. So I'll end with that.
Yeah, let's just talk about the subpoena part. Or you want me to play one of these little snippet videos?
Can you find one that connects Biden to it?
This whole thing is really a thread about that. So I guess you would have to post it in the Jumbotron reel and have folks look at it for themselves, because it's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is a thread right here, basically based on that. Revealed DOJ issued subpoena to J.P. Morgan for Hunter Biden's transactions with the Bank of China in 2019 when Joe was preparing to run for president. And also he's, I've seen all this stuff before though, but, a 2019 subpoena instructs J.P. Morgan to turn over financial information about Hunter Biden, pictured in 2010 as officials with the Rosemont Seneca firm met with Chinese finance executives. The subpoena came before Hunter Biden disclosed a probe of his taxes in 2020. So yeah, what y'all doing with the CCP? And this is why I forgot who said last night, why you always doing with China? What the hell going on in China? Hey man. There you go, right there. You know what I mean? Trump was right, man. Drain the swamp, put the tariffs on the books, MAGA gang on that one, you know what I mean? Who built the cages, Joe? Who built the cages? Sleepy Joe. But What's good, Alexis? This, PBS News, I know their videos be 30, 40 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But, okay, this is an article, too, that you sent me. Shout out to Alexis. See the government. What is this? January 3rd. Okay. So, what is this? I'm going to go back up. U.S. Virgin Islands fires Attorney General in Jeffrey Epstein case. U.S. Government Virgin Islands. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing I read for the most part. Let's see. Human trafficking. Virgin Island Daily News, local newspaper. Yeah, previous lawsuit, Georgia. Virgin Islands was a Southern Trust Company was issued over. Okay, a little clarity. In the previous lawsuit, George, which was the Black Attorney General woman of the Virgin Islands, the former Attorney General alleged that Southern Trust Company was used as a cover-up for Epstein's illegal activities. So she most likely won that case too. Yeah, and that's about it right
there. That woman's a certified shark. She a certified shark, man.
I'm wondering if she does work here, and she would have to do work here in the States, right, in order to file in New York, correct?
Well, yeah, that's what the governor Brian was saying basically, but we already connected the dots of Jim Crow Joe going down there for whatever so-called reason, like Black said, and all of a sudden this lady winds up getting fired, you know what I mean, for no reason at all, and then just to have to say is like when he ran in his second term, he was talking about cleaning up the cabinet anyway, but then suggest what political people under his cabinet he would get rid of. So, and
I'm gonna send you this other one, DJ. This one talks about Biden. This is what I think Black is looking for.
Okay, let me highlight what the Port of Wilmington has. So they import fresh fruits, imports bananas, imports juice concentrate. U.S. port of entry for Moroccan clementines. I believe those are oranges. Large dockside refrigerated complex. Oh, the largest dockside refrigerated complex. Largest fumigation facility in the U.S. It says they handle about 400 vessels annually. It's the busiest port on the Delaware River. So and it was founded in 1923. So they've got 100 years of consistent activity there. Shout out.
Man, Fox News got all the scoop on everything lately. Man. It's the Playboy. Hold on a second. Hopefully I don't hear no damn commercial. We'll screw to it, though. I'm right.
Republicans want answers after whistleblower documents suggest President Biden may have known about his son's business dealings. Republican Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley writing to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying this. These documents also indicate that Joe Biden was aware of Hunter Biden's business arrangements and may have been involved in some of them. Senator Grassley joins me now, and this must have certainly, raised your eyebrows, so to speak, when you heard this. Have you had a response yet from the Attorney General?
No, we have not. And it's pretty simple. The American people are entitled to know this, and Congress is entitled to know it. And I have seen these documents. My staff has gone through them very thoroughly. So I want the Justice Department, the FBI, to know that we know that these documents exist. We want affirmation from them that they're doing something about it. I have not heard answers. I intend to keep the heat on until I get answers, because we're just fed up with the political bias within the FBI and the Department of Justice. And are they following through on some of these things? And we just have to keep pursuing it, and I intend to
keep pursuing it.
You have a reputation for being someone who is quite cautious and even judicious when it comes to raising alarms about things. And so I wonder about how the White House might react to somebody like you saying, look, I've got these documents, I would like to have an answer. Does it affect your communications or your relationship with the White House?
Well, it has not affected at all. I haven't had any comment from the president on it. I don't expect one. I don't know that they're in any way stepping in any way. They better not be. They always said that the Justice Department was going to be not have any politics or White House relationship. And so I'm doing this on my own, and I don't care what the White House thinks about it. We have to follow the money and the facts where it lead us, and we've seen these documents, and I want answers.
If the Republicans are successful in winning back the majority for the Senate, will there be hearings that you would conduct?
We will have hearings if we have to have hearings, but we do the best investigation we can short of hearings. But if we don't get answers, obviously, that's the way to really make things public and put people on the spot. And that's what we'll do if we have to do that.
So speaking of the Senate, and you are in a race there in Iowa, and it's perhaps closer than some people might have thought, maybe even you, but we'll get your take on it. So the Seltzer poll just came out. It has you at 46% and your opponent, Mike Franken, at 43%. They said cash on hand, you report in with $2 million and he has $3.6 million.
All right, that's enough of that. Go ahead, Dom.
Okay. So I think we all understand what's going on there. There's a lot of threads to be pulled there. Man, so in my mind, I'm just like, okay, what if we had this black majority state authority today? We had a governor, we had a state attorney general. She could fly to the state, pick up this case, and run with it, put her on the team, if you will. What a beautiful day that would be. What a beautiful day would that, because not only is it, you want justice for the victims, but you also would have immense leverage with the power and the authority to subpoena, investigate, and really make this into a power play. Man, that's just a different level. It's just a whole different level. These people are so corrupt that all we literally have to do is just show up and do the job and be professional, keep fly straight, and not be tempted, because you know how they do. They gonna set us up every chance they get.
Hey Black, you're correct. Look, Black. Look, the narrative for them is that these supermajority black states are corrupt. They're going to call us corrupt. They're going to say that all the black states, supermajority black states, are corrupt. They don't know what they're doing. They're going to say all kinds of stuff because they say this about Nigeria. They say this about the Philippines or South Africa. When you come into power, right, the first thing they're going to say is this state is corrupt. But they are the most corrupt people. They have no, what's that word I'm looking for? They have absolutely no moral authority to call us corrupt when they are the most corrupt people in the world.
No question. Yeah, it reminds me of that scene from Brewster's Millions, where I don't know if you ever see it's an old Richard Pryor movie, one of his last, but he's essentially trying to spend $30 million so he can get $300 million or whatever, and they hire a white attorney to basically take a substantial amount of money. I think it was like $100,000 or something, and so that at the end of this challenge, he still has this money. because that's the only way they can win is they have to cheat. They have to cheat, lie, steal in order to win. Having that authority changes because it puts us on a level playing field in all areas of society. I mean, there's not a thing that we couldn't develop an investigation about, and it's just a different reality, and they know it. They know it. So they will do the things like you said, try to discredit, try to make false claims, try to tempt people into, self implication or self destruction. But having a majority black society that's there to support, that's moving politically, that's socially conscious, that has an educational system that keeps them aware of these people, their psychology, the way they think. I believe that we can navigate through those waters, no question. Yeah, man, crazy, crazy, crazy.
Hey, Black, it's getting late for me. I have to go, guys. And I appreciate this. It's a great space. I appreciate Mel Cruz for co-hosting, and Rella, DJ, Alexis. Yeah, I appreciate everybody.
Sure, you, big bro. Enjoy the night, man.
All right. Oh, we got Facts out in this place, and actually we wanted him earlier, and Facts out. If you can come on, I mean you don't have to, but
Let me see if I can get him up to speak.
Actually, Facts out.
Yeah, I'll try to
bring him on speaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to send him a mic.
But yeah, this guy, he asked a lot of good questions.
There we go. Okay, we got him up. Okay, cool.
I didn't mean to call him out.
Okay, you got it, Facts out. How's it going? Well, anybody in the space, feel free to request a mic, because we are probably going to wind down here shortly. Okay, you got it, Facts out.
Hey, I'm sorry, I had the mic off. I was saying I got here pretty late, obviously. Actually, I didn't think you guys would still be up. But, hey, I'm glad to see everybody. Sounds like a very good discussion, and sounds like I missed a lot, too.
You missed a hell of a lot, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been here for at least, I think we're going on 8 hours, man.
Oh, man, I was in one about 6 or 8 hours myself over there. But I really didn't mean to miss this one. But anyway, I was surprised. It was like, oh yeah, those guys are on too. So I came to look for you.
Right.
But I seems like I've missed a lot. And I got some of your input, Black. It made sense. I'm still learning this stuff, and I'm telling you, you're a library, man. It's not as straightforward and simple as one would think, trying to get something done with this government. But yeah, I appreciate everything. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And I'm just impressed with you. So you all keep up the good work.
Axel, before you go, I wanted to ask you a question. And I guess this is kind of for the entire space. Do you think that we can achieve migration prior to understanding the systems of how government is set up?
You know, I'm gonna put it like this. I thought I knew a lot more than I turned out knowing about how government works, and I thought I had collected quite a bit of information. But no, the sensible thing to do is truly have all of the information, and I also try to consult people who know, and then have them tell me if they have answers to my questions. But no, it's always best to have the real facts and the information before you set out to try to do something. For sure. There's a lot of anecdotal situations that you see happening. You jump into comparing our situations to Native Americans or tribes or things like that. So whatever they can do there, well, we should be able to do that. It just doesn't work like that. This government's set up to, it's set up to be superior. These people are never going to give up anything easily. And you just got to know the laws and the rules by which you go about doing things very, very thoroughly. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, the common in the jumbotron or in the space is endless conflicts versus temporary victories. And when I let me eat my TV. What I really
watching some gangster lifetime stuff. What you watching?
I'm watching Self-Made.
What's that?
Self-Made is about Madam C.J. Walker, that series. And so when I think about what you just said, and I think about all the conflicts about how people are really at a pinnacle point where, when I say people, I'm talking about us. Mm-hmm. Coco, you better stop. And no. And
she said, something's happening.
I don't know. I got a dog. Why? She cute though. Coco, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I had to walk about 6 hours ago.
She wanted me to feed her table food. But what I'm saying is that it's so much conflict of people trying to establish themselves and their identity first, and I think they're trying to merge that with the way that the systems are set up. Even if we're talking about, indigenous conversations with people who want to now be identified as indigenous, and they want to, get themselves in a position to say, hey, we can own land and have it in a space where we, have tribal land. That you're talking about years of people haven't even scratched the surface of what it took for that to be established. And, folks are arguing about stuff instead of, just doing a lot of work and research, and it's scary. It makes things difficult because so many people don't have, the steps, or we are all still missing bits and pieces of why we are in the positions we're in. And it just becomes, I don't know. I feel like I know actually that we can get stuff done, but it's not going to be done overnight, and it can't be done at the level of what happened to our ancestors back then, because we are living in different times.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to respond to that, I guess. I'm maybe a little old-fashioned in my approach to things or something like that, but, hopefully, before I go off on something, I'll have enough information to at least get a start on it. But I see your point. I've been visiting spaces for probably, 6 to 8 weeks now. And I'm new to them, trying to figure out who everybody is. what they're up to, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to accomplish. And that one big space that was on, what they should call themselves or what we should call ourselves, it's broken into fractions. Factions. And, it took me a while to figure out what was going on with that. But I heard good ideas and I heard bad ideas and I heard a lot of bickering, arguing. And I finally heard a space, I think it was the space on, they call it, where they're looking for a relationship with Africa, what they call that, African-centered type of relationship between the diaspora, and they call that something. But anyway, I found a good space where actually this guy had been listening to, that pulled in the South Africans and a lot of the Africans, and they wanted to have a discussion on, what a relationship between like the U.S. and the diaspora would be like. But mainly, the South Africans were complaining about the same thing that we're complaining about over here. Everybody wants to kind of chime in on what we're doing and then do everything off of our back. For the South Africans, blacks and stuff, they feel like the continent of Africa is doing the same thing to them. They want them to get the gains and then share it with the other ones. Or if they get any, it all should be shared. But it was not that they were trying to establish some type of tie to Africa, in terms of, us having some type of exchanges. It's just that it was an airing out of feelings about Pan-Africanism and what everybody's role should be, if there should be any role. But it was a very good space, I thought, because it was orderly and it really got out of a lot of frustration from the Africans themselves. They had a chance to actually interact with each other on space. And he wasn't trying to do anything other than establish a rapport between the different African representatives and us. I guess that's what they were trying to do. But I thought it went pretty well. And I appreciated the host over there because he kept it tight. And it was I thought it was a good result. And I would like, I think it's a good idea to bring people in like that. So, and mediate them so that they can actually exchange ideas without fighting and not listening to each other. They seem to have gotten a lot better understanding under that environment. And they're trying to move forward, which is encouraging. I mean, and I like to see things like that. Just like I like to see. Yeah.
This Black American Homeland. You say you're old fashioned, right? I was born in '66.
What do you have?
56? Oh, 56. Okay.
1950. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm 72 years of age. I'll be 73 in March. Yeah. I realize we can't bring those old methods to this new world. I call it the new world because you guys are living in a totally different place.
But I think we can. I think we just have to use what we can and merge it with what is happening today. Because definitely by no means should we definitely throw out traditional things. I think we need to actually incorporate traditional ways or traditional understanding with what is happening today, because we have to get to a point where we evolve. Like, we can't stay in the same spot. We must evolve.
I understand. And I would be here certainly to try to move us along that path. And I think I could do that by relating some of our experiences and using those to try to keep you young people from falling into the same trap with your struggle. You know, but I call it your struggle because we've been on this continuum of a struggle since, you know, long before now. So yeah, if I could help in that way, you know, I'd be more than glad to. So, but as far as I can tell, you guys are bright, you're smart, you're on the right track, and I'm proud of what you're doing. I just wish I could help in some kind of way. So if you need me in some form or fashion, if you want to look back, get some ideas of what we tried and what I was involved with coming through, I could give you that, you know. But it's only a perspective, and you know, I could do that. But yes, I've reached the frustration. I know you can tell that if anybody's read my profile. It's kind of like a frustration. You get to this frustration. You get out to my age, and you have grandkids and great grandkids, and you see this struggle continuing. We thought for a while we were really making progress and headed in a really good direction, and then this is for real. You know, things change. We get quite backlash, and they decide, oh, you know. It seems like they say, well, you know, they're getting too much, you know, they're making too much progress. So, you know, for some reason, there's this backlash that comes along and starts to set us back. They start to take things back. Like, I hate to use affirmative action because it's really not a good idea. I mean, a good example, but they start pulling back, you know. They decide, hey, we really don't need all these black minorities working here anymore. You know, we prefer the immigrant. You know, we prefer people I call surrogates for the larger population because a lot of their expertise are dying out, or that have died out and are dying out, and they need expertise from somewhere else. So I call them surrogates. So they pull in people from India, Asia, Hispanics. You know, those areas that they're using to pad, but they don't have any. These are scientists, doctors, you know, medical technicians. We see it every day in the hospital, the research. So at some point, you just kind of get really frustrating, though. You know, what if we could just decide to separate from these people and once and for all give our kids a chance to have a beautiful future like theirs have always had, you know. And that frustration rises as you grow older and see the changes and the setbacks. You know, it's just like we're spinning in place. I always compare it to spinning in place. And we're just not getting there. Not for our kids, not for our offspring. And so that may have, my position may have been out of frustration, but I also have to face reality too. I mean, the reality is we're fighting a beast, and that beast is not going to go down easily. So it's going to take some time, effort, and dedication to continue this battle. And fortunately or unfortunately, you guys are on the line now, and you're taking it up. And you'll get a chance to see what it is you're up against. And some of you may have already figured that out, but yeah, it's real. And that beast is real. So whatever direction you take, you're gonna get the feel of the beast. I know what the beast is all about. So, you know, I'll land my plane right there. But like I say, if there's something I can do, you know, I'll give you a little bit more background. I worked as a software engineer for 36 years. You know, basically one company in retirement, and you know, I don't do too bad. You know, I have a decent life and decent living. But I wanted to reach back and try to do something about, you know, you guys, and that's where I'm coming from with all of that. I have the time now. I'm retired, like I said, and so if there's something I can do, you guys just let me know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So somewhere in the space I stated, because next week's space is titled you don't have to move to Delaware, but please support the people who do, and that's a financial support. Also be willing to boost the message to others. So for Delaware specifically, we understand that 99% of our population is likely not to want to move there, but we do need the 1% to move there so that we can, by vote, in a very legal, structured, and peaceful way, take over the state governance there. So the biggest thing we're going to need is financial support, and we need voters. Because that's the only way we're going to get it. That's the only way it's going to happen. So I accept and appreciate any and all support, boosting the message, letting people know, having conversations in the community, letting others have the opportunity to tap into the information and possibly either make the decision to move or make the decision to support financially. Because, you know, I had a conversation on the phone with someone who said, oh, I supported this person, this political person. I support them. I support them. I support them. And I said, well, okay, well, how much did you donate to the person who's been running for office? I didn't donate anything. Okay, well, I don't know if you really supported them. To be honest, I mean, that's just being honest. Campaigns especially need money. Traditional campaigns burn through a lot of money in marketing their candidacy. We're trying to do more of a non-conventional campaign where we're just talking to people, signing them up, keeping in touch with them. I think that's probably more of a traditional campaign where the voters actually knew their candidates. They actually had a relationship with them. But that still requires, you know, the ability to conversate, hand people not a flyer, but a pamphlet of information that's connected to a website so they can stay in touch with the candidates. You know, having meetings, renting out pavilions or town halls or libraries or whatever it is we need to function. That's the type of support that we'll really, really, really need outside of actual voters. So that's mandatory. And I really hope people do find it in their wherewithal to help in this mission. Because, as you stated, grandchildren, great grandchildren, I'm not there yet, but I do have another grandchild on the way. And so, you know, this is all about them. It's all about the children that are not even here yet, to be quite honest. And for those of us who understand how important it is, that's really what we got to be thinking about. The children that are not even here yet.
Hey, facts out. This is Black American Homeland. Like you, I'm also retired. I retired officially in May of 2021. I was 54 years old, and I was lucky, and yeah, we glad to have you on board, and we can definitely use your help. And we love I love the questions that you asked over the days, and I appreciate that. So
in some ways I was kind of like punching you guys to see what you had. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I understand that.
Yeah. You came back with the goods. So it's like, okay, they got it. So Brett has done more research, I think, than anybody I've ever come across on these spaces, and you too, Black American. You guys have got the information sitting there. If people want to get it, it's sitting there. It's waiting on it. So that's very critical, and that's crucial to getting the right people educated, and getting them moving forward. And so I'm quite satisfied, I think, with what I've seen in terms of information and what you guys got to back your ideas up with.
All right. Hey, facts out. Were you raised in the South or in the North?
I was raised in the South. I was raised in Alabama, actually.
Alabama, okay. So you went through segregation. You went through segregation.
Yeah, sir. Sharecropping, segregation. I don't know how to get any worse than what I went through. My parents and their parents, they went through a lot worse. But it was bad enough for my generation there. And we were out in the middle of nowhere. We were country people, so it was even worse out there. And I say it was bad, but it built a lot of character in me. So it gave us a hunger to want to be out of there. Let me put it like that. Out of those cotton fields. I try to make young people understand the circumstances and the environment of that, and how your hands are tied. Like, for example, I try to give them an idea of what our life is like. Working 3 hours a day, sun up to sundown, picking cotton, and you're waiting till either the end of the week or the end of the month to get your share so you can feed your family, your portion of the earnings from white people. And you may get what you thought you were going to get, or sometimes they would just give you what they wanted you to have. So what could you do? You had families that had to feed their children. You had to have a roof over their head. And I can tell you basically how they get us is, if you starve somebody to death, you can get them to do just about anything for free, right? Just to eat. Right? I mean, it all comes down to economics. You withdraw the ability to eat and have shelter. You get through Jim Crow. You can just about get people to do anything. Unless you're willing to rise up and die for it all. That's the only option you have. So the alternative was to try to get enough laws passed and enough freedom to have the options to get hired, the opportunities to get hired on by industry or whatever is there in the area, because we were locked out of a lot of jobs that were like in factories or plant. Those jobs that paid you a decent wage, they wouldn't let us even work there. Okay, and that's the fact. The most advanced role model we had in our area was a school teacher. That was it. Nobody else had any type of education or barely got out of high school. So we were some of the first generations to actually get past the high school stage. But around that time, I graduated 68. We had the Civil Rights Act done. We had equal employment opportunity being worked on. And so that gave us some relief. So we came out of the chute. Integration was done. It was in the process of being done. That gave us access to schools and things like that we've never been able to apply to and go to. You all remember when the University of Alabama got integrated, right? It took federal marshals and the National Guard to get that school integrated. Okay, but when they broke the back of that, that gave us the out that we needed, because our high schools were totally segregated, and we had hand-me-down books, the whole nine yards. I may have mentioned it before in the conversation, but those teachers taught us best they could, enough to do pretty well. I'd say my class in maybe the 3 years before, and then the ones afterwards before they closed the school in 1969, they pretty well prepared us for the SATs, the ACTs, or whatever they chose to give you that year. But a few of us did pretty good on those, and so those schools that decided they were going to integrate, they picked the best kids out of the black schools and allowed them to go to those schools. And I'm not talking about HBCUs. I'm talking about the large universities, nearly all white. And so you could think of us as part of that wave that went into a lot of those white universities, and had to perform with those people that had been there all along. So yeah, we kind of broke some ceilings and things like that. So, but we a lot of us made it through it. A lot of us didn't. But it was an opportunity we never had, and it was a way out. And that's why I stress, hey, education. If you're not going to do anything else in this country, if you want to try to get out, it's going to have to be through education. And if I can't have my own country here, my own homeland, then we better be educating people. As much education as you can give, because that's really the only free ticket out. I'm not saying that there can't be skills, truck driving or whatever, but depending on football scholarships or basketball scholarships, those things are, those are iffy at best. But getting them through HBCUs and these universities as best you can. If they don't choose those, then get to the trades. Go to the trades, but get something. And if you can't get to the trades, if there's not a war going on, we're having a lot of them nowadays. But the other options for people I came along with was to go into the military, then get the education through the military. That's the way we worked it. And so, people in Alabama had quite a bit of success at moving forward after that. But and I can account. I think I can attribute that to being hungry and wanting to do better. So that's where we were, and a lot of us took advantage of it. We did. So that's about all I have to say about that.
Man, fascinating. Let me say to the separation part. So ideally, in a perfect utopian world, we could separate. The problem, which I think we talked about in that thread, is becoming a foreign entity of the United States of America. It doesn't work out well for all of the majority black foreign countries that ultimately have to deal with not just America, the NATO alliance, China, Russia, increasingly India. and really any other country that would present opposition. That is the main problem. When I looked into, because there's a political party centered down in the southeastern U.S. who kind of promotes this theory of secession. The problem with it is you instantly become an enemy of the United States, and they will use all of the federal powers, because most people don't really know this, but the federal powers are really more about foreign intervention, war powers. The president, his power is really about dealing with foreign nations. And it essentially opens you up to all of the powers that the president has. And it's likely Congress would simply let him do whatever he wanted to do, whoever was in the office. Whereas as a state, you were protected underneath the protection of the legal framework of the U.S. Constitution. And, you know, as much as this system has harmed our population, it also can provide a layer of protection once we can control the levers of the system that we can't control, and that's the state authority, state governments, which essentially, you know, that Alabama forced integration. I posted about that yesterday because I was in another conversation about it, I believe. And that was a situation where the governor was in conversations with Johnson about him sending those troops in, but because his voting population would have seen that as essentially him betraying them, he suggested that Johnson do it himself, so that he was essentially green lighting that intervention, but he didn't want it to be known that he was green lighting the intervention. There's a recording, you know, the presidential recordings of that conversation that was had at that time. So a lot of times politics, I mean, you have discretion, you have privilege, and then you have politics, and these are multi-layered structures within the society where they can use it to their advantage. They rarely use it to our advantage. But once we gain authority, then we have the ability to start leveraging privilege, discretion, and politics to benefit our population.
Hey, Black, you know, I remember reading that the state can ask, or the governor can ask the president to intervene, like you know, in local state affairs. So basically, you're saying that the governor of Alabama actually in a private setting, you said that he actually gave the president authority to send troops to Alabama. That's what you're saying?
Yes, in their private conversations, which, you know, the president's conversations are recorded.
Right.
So yeah, in those conversations, he was saying.
So you're saying, okay. So I remember reading that the president of the United States cannot. It's a unilaterally send troops to a state if the governor didn't ask for help or ask for assistance. Then the president cannot send National Guards to that state.
It's very limited. There is insurrection. So if there's a violent act that is occurring within the state, the president can nationalize National Guard troops to quell any type of violent rioting, insurrection, whatever.
But still, the president has to get authority from the governor.
No. There's I'm gonna send you the two posts that I laid that out, and there's an article where Trump was threatening that during COVID, and they really spelled it out in terms of the few times when the president can enter a state without the governor's authority.
Okay, I was about to get to that because George Wallace did not give Johnson. No, I thought it was Kennedy actually. The authority. He did not give it, and they came up with some type of exception. That's why I would say. That's why I was telling you guys. I think it was like discretionary. You know, when the federal government decides to do something, they figure out a way to do it. They were going to move George Wallace even if they had to pick him up and carry him off. That basically was the order from what we understood now. But they made that you're right. The governors are supposed to ask, but George Wallace would never ask. I mean, he would have died before he did that. So Kennedy, I thought it was Kennedy and his brother. They decided, like, hey, let's get with the Congress and get some type of exception made really quickly. It happened very fast because they actually thought those kids would be harmed or killed, and they had to do something really fast. So they did it, and they did it like overnight. I mean, I remember that clearly. When those kids showed up, they were ready, there, and waiting. And it didn't take too many days for that to happen. But I didn't get the impression that George Wallace in any way allowed the president to do that. And none of us did. I mean, it was just not those times. So, sometimes you see the exceptions and you say, well, if they made an exception for that, because if that exception had not been made, we would have had any integrated schools. So they saw it as just that important. I'm talking about at the collegiate level, not the primary level. So that did occur. That exception was made, and how they actually pulled it off and did the exception, I'm just not educated on that. And I thought maybe you guys would be able to give me that answer in your response. You gave an answer, but I wasn't sure that was exactly what happened because I don't really know what happened.
Yeah, I didn't know about the private conversation between the governor of Alabama and the president. I didn't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that either. I hadn't heard that. That could have been the case, maybe. And George was just standing up there pretending. But that as far as my memory of George Wallace, there was no pretend in anything he did up until he was ready to, the Lord called him away. Yeah, I don't know. And they threatened to do the same thing over at Ole Miss. Remember, they had the same type of thing happen down at Ole Miss. They had to send the troops in down there too. It wasn't quite as dramatic as what happened at the University of Alabama.
Now, does anyone remember when they integrated the high school of Little Rock, Arkansas? Did National Guard get involved in that?
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I think that was the first one. Oh, I think the Little Rock, Arkansas was Kennedy. let's see. I need to read this.
Yeah, you have to go back and look because we could be getting them crossways, but one did one and the one did the other. Johnson did one, and I think Kennedy did the other. Alexia.
Hey, that's I did not realize you were an Alabama native as well. So hello. You're absolutely right. But George Wallace did actually signal to Kennedy. It was Kennedy with George Wallace when he was standing in front of the University of Alabama. He did privately signal to them that he wanted them to intervene. Now remember, he was segregation now, segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. That was him, right? That was that guy. He was an astute politician, but he knew it was going to happen. The Kennedys had said, we're going to do this because you're right. It was JFK and his brother RFK, who was the Attorney General then. And they were going to do it, but he did privately signal for it to happen. At the same time, he was going to stand up there and make sure that his constituency knew that he didn't want it to happen publicly. Yeah, but that's
it was a stunt, basically.
Well, no. George Wallace really didn't want it to happen. Like, it was not good for him politically. But he knew it was going to happen, and he privately signaled, go ahead and do it. I'm still going to do this because I need my votes. Kennedy wanted his votes, and that's just the way it worked out. I mean, it's just one of the things that politicians do constantly, even to this day, scratch each other's backs so they stay in power.
It's amazing how we get this information, 60, 70 years later. I'd never seen it. I'd never heard that before.
Yeah, but he did actually privately signal. And I mean, you're from Alabama, you know, the man was actually a very good politician, right? You know, in Alabama, governors are allowed to serve 2 terms, then you have to sit out a term, and you can run again. The man served 2 terms, and then he ran his wife. And she said, hey, he's going to be my chief advisor. And she gets elected. Now, she died, it was a year and a half, 2 years in. But he was just going to get through every system that you had in the state of Alabama. Wow. And then he gets elected again later on. So, I mean, he was an astute politician. He knew what he was doing.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Alexis. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah.
But they also did federalize the National Guard in Arkansas for the Little Rock Nine. That did happen too, yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It happened too, yeah. And also, Fact Side is right, it happened in Mississippi at Ole Miss. There was an issue with the gentleman that was trying to go there. He was a veteran and came back home and wanted to enroll, and they had to do some stuff there as well. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yes. So, okay. I'm glad we got that figured out. I did DM you guys that presidential recording of those conversations. I think they actually have the audio of it as well, so you can listen to that whenever you get a chance. Feels like I'm echoing, but I'm going to actually find the Trump story where they essentially asked what could he do in terms of these states that wanted to reject any type of COVID mandates or whatever. And I don't want to misquote the term because I think it's Latin or something like that, whatever they call it. But insurrection is one, and it's some type of comb posse something, but I'll find it. I feel like I'm echoing or something. Damn it, bro.
Yeah, got it. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
We trying to research. Still here. Trying to find this conversation.
Black and information hound.
Yeah.
Mr. Engagement, you can go ahead and speak.
Did that person mean Pasa Kumata or something like that they were talking about?
I'm actually not sure.
They said some Latin words or something like that, legal words. That I was kind of like in the middle of reading something and I kind of overheard that, and I just wanted to respond to that. and make sure that was the right word. That's all.
It is something close to that. I think the first word starts with a C. I think the second one starts with a P. But it's this presidential power that gives the president the ability to go into a state without the governor's permission. Like I said, I think insurrection is one, and this thing is the other one.
Yeah, that's normally during political unstable. That's like, and they're normally sending the military to address that. And that's, I only remember some of the stuff when I was working at a couple of government sites, stuff like that, like on a military base. And like, if there was like a dispute that was going on in the state or something where the governor is not responsive, the president does step in, and he stepped in with and actually utilized their forces. I forgot to correct their Army reserves, and the Army reserves automatically go to active duty. So like, I've heard of something like that.
Yeah, you're right. That is one of the elements. If the governor is incapacitated in some way, shape, or form, he can nationalize the National Guard in the state, for sure.
Yeah, that's all I was responding to. I was just trying to help out, make sure that was the word that you were thinking of. That's all, fam.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, like I was trying to think of an example. Let's say these far-right extremists just started just randomly killing black people around the cities in a particular state. Just going out and just bam, 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 bam. And you got the kind of governor that just really, he's slow walking, right? Is there any power that the president has that can instantly send in the National Guard? Because it's perceived that that governor is not acting responsibly to get the situation under control.
That's a good question. I think you also send in the Department of DOJ as well to address it and to investigate it, as well as the military.
Yeah, that's likely.
Well, the thing is, you want to get the violence shut down as soon as it began, because people are dying, right?
You got to keep in mind, during Ferguson, remember President Obama sent to DOJ for what that incident in Baltimore, and they wanted a report based on that. So it was the military in conjoint with the DOJ that do respond to things that are pressing in those certain communities. Like if there's an extreme protest or is it an extreme situation. Like I see those reports, or they post those reports on the media all the time. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, when the DOJ came in for Ferguson, it wasn't like immediately with the Guard. So it was only until they came up with when they were trying to determine if the civil rights of Mike Brown had been violated. That's when the DOJ said, "Hey, we're going to come in and look at this." But yeah, I mean, I see where you could blend them together. But yeah, and then
the only reason I'm linking them together like that is because of the report that came out afterwards. That's the only reason why. And they say that, well, it's based upon this. They say that the cause of this situation was because this, that, and the third.
Right, because remember, the DOJ went in there to find out, was this systemic? And then part of that report, part of their findings were that black individuals were being ticketed more, that the city was actually earning revenue by ticketing these, those nickel and dime tickets for individuals. So that's what the DOJ went in there to do, to see, is Ferguson really just blatantly and over aggressively violating the civil rights of the citizens there? Because, and had they found that well, had what was his name? Can't remember his name, but had he not been a biscuit eater, they would have went ahead and brought that guy up, the cop. They would have brought him up on violation of civil rights. It would have been a federal case, but they chose not.
But Queen, no, the Queen, what they should have done was the DOJ should have put pressure on that Attorney General who was not fulfilling those responsibilities, and he should have been thrown in the walk and put on fire just like everything else.
Absolutely.
And keep in mind, this is during a Democratic candidacy that this was going on. Like I'm just saying, I'm not saying go full red or anything like that. I'm just stating the facts of the situation.
Oh yeah, I mean it wasn't handled right. I think that I feel you on that. And and they came up with that consent decree, and I think a later article I ended up reading, they didn't stick to it long. So I think it was more performative than anything. I think Obama was just trying to make it look like, hey, I'm being responsive, and Eric Holder didn't want to ruffle any feathers, and
Eric Holder wasn't one of us anyways. He wasn't a Black American anyways. He was a Jamaican American.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the way that I look at that situation was the federal government came in to do a police investigation, not a military intervention. The way Faxed Out laid out what sounds like maybe a sniper situation. It's active shootings of Black citizens, and maybe they're random or maybe they're occurring over a period of time. That would not amount to an insurrection or uncontrolled violence. That would still be looked at as a police action, and either the DOJ, okay, they come in as a federal police force to do an investigation, or the local state authorities handle it as a police investigation. That doesn't rise to military action. Unless you actually had military militiamen holding people in the middle of the street, executing them, uploading videos, creating widespread chaos that really amounted to what felt like a military action. It's very unlikely that the federal government would send in troops to deal with what amount to homicides, to be perfectly honest. That's just the way that they're going to look at it. So that would be my opinion in that. I found the term, and actually I DM'd both of you the article where they basically ask, can the president really order military to occupy U.S. cities and states? And essentially the answer is no, except for these few exceptions. It says the U.S. Constitution guarantees that the national government will protect the states in times of violence and permits Congress to enact laws that enable the military to aid in carrying out the law. So,
hey man, we got that mean echo, bro.
Got the echo. Damn it. Let me see what I can do. So that's already down. I'm gonna have to send this over to the other phone. Okay, 1 second. I'll be back. So I'm working with two phones, so I gotta do this, do that. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. Hopefully that is a little bit better. Okay, get this article back up. So, yeah, the federal government, not only do they have they have to maintain a republic form of government for each state, which means they can use military force in order to do that, but they also have to protect states from violence. This is mandatory that the federal government does this. This is why if there is widespread violence that reaches the level of insurrection and or an uncontrolled riot, they can nationalize the National Guard troops within a state or they can send federal troops to a state.
That's the answer I was looking for right there.
Yeah, the other thing is called the the other thing is called the Posse Comitatus Act. Pasa Kumata. Okay, I like that pronunciation. This prohibits the use of military in civilian matters, but over time Congress has passed 26 exemptions that allow the president to send troops into states. The exemptions range from providing military personnel to protect national parks, helping states in carrying out state quarantine and health laws. And those, now protecting national parks might be militaristic in a sense. These other things are more like humanitarian aid. That's why they can go in and during national emergencies, national disasters, and they're essentially helping out. They're not really going in as military force. They're going in under humanitarian aid. I'd like to see the list of the 26 exceptions, but they're probably in the same scope in terms of that. So, yeah, go for it.
I personally don't think that that's a good move that they are bringing military people on our soil that are actively engaged. Because military have a different set of rules in which they engage with and how they act with civilians and or with other people. And they're more of an aggressive force, not a force to actually, per se, police, you know what I mean? So that's the reason why I wouldn't feel per se comfortable having military operating in American communities. But they're supposed to be the outside. That's just my opinion.
Well, to that point, that's a very good point, because during the Hurricane Katrina, the Louisiana governor, I remember, I think he was a black guy, he was against it. He did not want the federal government having troops on the ground in Louisiana. It says he was a white guy? Okay, he was a white guy. Okay. The mayor. Gotcha. The mayor. Okay. So what ended up happening was Bush did not, it says Bush ended up did not end up deploying troops because of that. Congress amended the law, and then it says all 50 governors raised objections to that. For when they could be the president's unilateral power. So the amendment was repealed to prevent that.
Constitutions of the states.
Yeah.
No checks and balances, and that's where I was more or less kind of getting at. That I felt like it was undermining, basically, a person that was running the state, mayor or governor or whatever, of the state. Like, it's basically blocking your authority or not blocking your authority. If they do, they will be reaching out for help. They will reach out for help where they'll activate the troops. They wouldn't, and activating the troops would also signal to the president that community is more and more distressed. You know what I mean? Versus a president just saying, I see an issue, and I'm just going to throw these troops in your neighborhood. And it just comes across as kind of a stopwatch. That's all. Well, you know, Pittsburgh, where the National Guard was out there for so long, and they put the fences up. I can't remember what building it was.
Oh my
they
God.
put the fences up, and I think the mayor or somebody was like, hey, can you guys get out here now? We got this under control. And Trump's like, oh, we're going to sit here.
You know, I delivered to that building one time. I had a regular driver that was his building that he delivered kidney medicine to. Whew. That was crazy times. Yeah. And the article was because Trump was essentially saying that he's going to send troops to do this and troops to do that. people, the governors were pushing back and said the governor of New York and the governor of California both said that's a declaration of war if you send troops here without our permission. So it's kind of clear, you know, that there is this separation and there is this very limited scope where the president can ignore the governor. If the governor is incapacitated, he's not typically ignoring them. So, for instance, if the governor goes to a coma, something breaks out, the governor dies, something breaks out, the governor has a chance to put somebody in place, whatever, the president could act in. That's sort of like an emergency scenario.
The state already had that situation, the vice governor or the lieutenant governor did go. And then, I hear an echo. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did in Virginia with that lieutenant governor who was trying to get he moved up to the chain of command. That would be an example of what that individual was talking about. Go ahead, Francis.
Hi, I was going to say, I was going to agree with Mr. Eugene on what he was saying earlier, and also it backs out, because whenever there's an exception to a rule, that is not the rule. There are a couple of exemptions to the PCA, right? So the president can say, I believe that there is an obstruction to federal law, so I'm going to realize the streets presidents don't want to do that. This is simply a law of backlash or arguing, but technically they can. So whenever there's an exception, that is the new rule. So I think that maybe where backs out was coming from to some degree. Yes, you're absolutely right. Agree that there's some limited reasons why you should be doing it. There's going to be limited reasons why a president really wouldn't want to. But you can't get to a place where in that situation is we're talking about I'm just going to leave it there. No, you don't just need to leave it there. And Mr. Nation is absolutely correct. You don't want the military activated on your soil because they do not engage with civilians like police are supposed to. You know, police are engaging with civilians like military do. Like the military does anyway. They will just shoot your ass. They're not going to argue with you. When I ask you which question, they will just shoot you if they think you're crazy or what they think their orders are. And they are perfectly within their rights. You do not want them activated on U.S. soil for that reason.
Well, you know, the thing I was actually about that is because there was all that drama about when J6 was going on, and there was, I can't remember what parties it was, but they were preventing, they wouldn't get the order for the National Guard to come in.
That's a little different though, because in DC, it's not a state. So mayor of DC cannot send in the National Guard. The National Guard is not, it has to come from the president, right? So the mayor they have the authority. Like, if I'm the governor of Alabama, I can send out the National Guard because there's some people on my I can like, hey, go out here, start doing this. So I don't need the president to do it for me. Mayor of DC has no authority whatsoever. You have to get Congress to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. You know, it has to be that way. It's a little bit different there because it's just a federal district, not a state, right? But yeah, that's the only thing. That's the main thing that happened there. Yeah.
DC, we got the state again, right?
Yeah, DC, I say it's just a federal district.
Okay, I knew that was some of the reasons why after January 6th there was a push by some of the candidates to actually push for states' rights to prevent certain situations like that in the future.
Right, there was a push, but they still haven't granted. Yeah, so the mayor of DC has very limited powers because it's a federal district, so everything's going to be through Congress there. Even like their local judges are appointed differently. Like they don't even elect their own judges there in DC that way.
Thanks. Well, okay. I was gonna say if you were me, I'm looking at history, and if you guys had seen what they did to those protesters in Birmingham, Alabama, with the fire hoses and
Bull Connor.
Bull Connor. You know, to wrap it up in 2 words. Okay, that guy was sanctioned to do what he did by the state. He said, you have the power to do whatever you think you need to do to get this thing under control. And then it was like a green light to just be as abusive as he could possibly be. Well, the state never stepped in to try to spoil that. I mean, it took the federal government to threaten them in order to shut that down. And I'm always thinking about worst case scenario. I mean, things are beautiful as long as things are going along, normally and to plan, but when it all falls apart is what you got to be able to deal with. And at worst case, I call it worst case scenario. You may pray it never happens, but if it does, what are our protections? Now, like you're saying, and I understand it, if we're in control of those states, we'd never let anything like that happen anyway. I mean, I understand that perfectly. Yeah. But today, let's say those what do you call militias in Alabama? I'm just using Alabama as an example. It's a bunch of militias there. But, like say a bunch of protesters, Black Lives Matter protesters, picks up something in Birmingham or Montgomery. And these guys decide to go in. Okay, and now, instead of having golf carts and American flags, they're going in with AR-16. Okay, and things are getting completely out of control. They're killing people all over the place. Okay, at what point does that governor of Alabama decide, hey, I need to do something about this? Well, with some of their mindsets, they may decide not to for a while, So at what point does the federal government jump in and say, hey, we got to go down here and get control? And I'm saying that as a discretionary type of action, they could do that. But based on what has happened in the past. But at the same time, I'm also saying that is that's a possibility in today's time. And I don't want to scare anybody, but my people have their ears to the ground back there in the country. Those people are crazy. I mean, I think Michigan has the largest number of militias in the country. And, from what my relatives are saying up there is that those people are crazy, like, God forbid if they ever got turned loose, they think they'd be going into Detroit and cleaning it up, like we got to take our cities back. We got to take our cities back, We hear a lot of that crazy stuff coming from relatives in other places, with them telling them all that crazy stuff. So that's usually all my concern is always be prepared for the worst case scenario, regardless of what you're doing in the environment that we live in.
Okay, so let me highlight two things. I'm glad you mentioned Michigan because that was one of them where they had a plot to kidnap the governor. That to me would be something that you would think would rise to the level of that. Now, the federal government may have done the investigation, like the FBI or whatever. But again, even in a scenario where you have armed militia groups attacking people, you may get federal law enforcement, ATF, FBI, state police. You may get a massive coordinated effort in that way. I still don't think that rises to the level of bringing in the military.
And on top of that, the mayor lady or the white woman that they were planning to kidnap, she turned that down. I think she turned down federal support. Not the military, but actually the DOJ and a couple other people, and she refused to press charges. If that story reminds me right.
Yeah, but they're not killing people, shooting them down in the street or anything like that.
They kidnapped they kidnapped a public official. They were trying to plot to kidnap and kill a public official and take her across state lines. Like, what are you talking about? That's extreme.
But I don't see that as a need to bring in the National Guard. They could use U.S. Marshals or whatever to handle a situation like that. I mean, unless they have a whole army surrounding kidnapping.
Well, the thing is that the individuals had more higher power weapons than some of the police officers themselves at their disposal. That was like the whole. That was some of the backgrounds of that story. Like, they had access to very, very high grade weapons, and some of the officers and some of the local police PD could not compete against that.
You bet.
So I'm going to mention some historical events. Waco, Texas. The federal government sent in federal troops to take down the compound. The city of Philadelphia, 777 shootings as of the weekend of March 21st. This is within the first 3 months of the year of, it's either 2020 or 2021. There are these active zones within the country where multiple shootings are occurring all the time. I post videos, broad daylight shooters chasing other people down all the time. And then we got the mass shootings that occur in this country. I just don't believe that the federal government is going to put troops in a military posture within the civilian population, unless, half the city is on fire. It's very highly unlikely, especially against the wishes of the governor, because from what I'm reading, I sent you that article, it pretty much sounds like after that Katrina situation, they had originally put it up for this type of situation, and then they amended it saying, no, without the governor's permission, you can't come into the state like that. So it would have to be insurrection level to get to that point.
I have a question. Did they add into that clause like a malfeasance type of situation for a governor that acts in that behavior? Like, he or she should be arrested, because that is like the ultimate form of benign neglect and not upholding their seat in office per se.
That's a great question. Let me read the article, because that's the third component. And this might give facts out a little bit of sigh of relief, but this is the way the current Insurrection Act allows president to call up active military or federalized National Guard under 3 circumstances. One is at the request of the state, which I think we all understand that, to enforce federal law. I believe someone mentioned that. If it wasn't Miss Rella, it was Miss Alexis, I believe. The third one is to protect civil rights. This may be the line where the president has the discretion, if he feels, because these are the things that they list: any insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy. This would be the line in which you had a president who said, there's enough of these killings that are happening in succession, as he stated, killing people in broad daylight, that we feel it's necessary to squash this military uprising. But that would be really at the discretion. I personally still feel strongly that the FBI, the ATF, local authorities would be sufficient if you're dealing with that type of violence.
Well, there's some extreme cases where they actually have people for like for what do they call those serial killers. Like if there's like missings of like 10 or 15 bodies or so.
Yeah.
Like the
Special
FBI
units
is already notified as well as the military. Am I correct?
Yeah, not only that, you got SWAT teams within some local police forces, state police. You're talking about like more special units who deal with special crimes. So you're likely to get all of those assets. You're likely to get participation on all levels of government. I just don't see it now. If it's terrorist, where they say, well, these are foreign terrorists, then you might get a much bigger federal response because of that sort of connection to international crime. But if it's like domestic,
an example would be that I think it was San Bernardino or Bernardino, were the two Muslim individuals, extremists. It was in California, Pacific.
I remember that.
And they shot up like a market, and they had the Apple phone, and they would not unlock the Apple phone because there was more additional information, and that's where like a whole lawsuit behind that as well. And I remember that specifically because I had to do a paper on that for college.
Wow. I remember it was like helicopter footage. They were tracking the car, I believe. I remember that Apple phone. They wasn't there like a reward up for someone who could crack into it or something like that?
It was yes and no. It was more or less they were trying to ask Apple to backdoor it. And what happened was Apple was saying no, that we want to keep the integrity of our brand, this, that, and third, and it really kind of pissed people off. And like that was hence the reason why. Like there was a lot of reasons why I personally don't mess with Apple. It's because they now cooperate with the government a lot more on those issues. That was a major reason why I don't use Apple anything.
Makes sense. I do remember it the way you're stating it. Yep. Absolutely crazy. Wow. So just to bring it full circle, a black majority state which has local law enforcement, county law enforcement, state law enforcement, state defense militias that are controlled by the governor, as well as National Guard troops in multiple military divisions, can certainly provide all the protection that we would need. SWAT divisions and other special task force across the state as well. And because we're still a United States, a union member, we would also have access to federal law enforcement infrastructure. So having a governor, having 2 senators and multiple U.S. reps would likely be able to apply pressure, even if the federal government didn't want to participate, which would be highly unusual, likely unconstitutional. We would be able to pressure federal assets to help in any of these type of situations. So I just, we would be far more protected in a black majority state, regardless of all the plots and plans that these psychotic people would come up with. I personally think that they'll just go away and leave us alone. The few lone wolves or splinter cells that may try something, unfortunately, we live in a free society, so you can't stop and prevent every single criminal action. But you can certainly punish them after the fact. And I think that's the precedent that we will want to set, that we have zero tolerance for any violence against our citizens. and we would hold them to the level of capital punishment quickly, so that anybody who had those ideas would essentially be on a suicide mission. That's the way I see it.
Hey, I got a question. It might sound a little extreme. Do you think that if black majority states actually do weaponize in that manner, do you think that the other states would try to weaponize certain things against us, like economic sanctions and stuff like that?
That's a great question. The federal government through federal district courts, likely the Supreme Court at some point, kind of deal with state to state issues. And again, because we have, in my opinion, in a way that the only way that it can work and function properly is we have federal representatives who can bring about federal action. If it's corporate based, if it's the governor, again, that just would be highly unusual, because there are apparatuses within the law that compel governors, for instance, to send a prisoner, to arrest a person. If you have a governor's warrant, it compels them to arrest that person and to present them to the state that's requesting. So I just don't think that's the way it would work. But if it did, I think you'd end up in federal court about it. Okay, looks like we're not going to have a late night DJ space, so it is full. Damn, God, it's 5 a.m. So I'm going to go ahead and close the space out, close the YouTube. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to the YouTube. Me in that stream.
Wait, like there's Professor